state. And that's the news update for more stories. Please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Lagos is home to many. But before you think of making Lagos your home, I'm sure you must have heard things about housing in Lagos. Things like housing is expensive, how landlords are gender and tribe biased. Different stories really ranging from funny to just sheer unbelievable.
The house rent is too expensive. It's double times two.
You know, some landlord, they can be something else.
So many funny rules that you just begin to wonder, like, what is going on?
My name is Akunna Iyama, and my experience is quite, what will I say? I don't even know how to explain it. It was quite interesting. Let me just use the word, to say the least. As a matter of fact, it was also pretty annoying, and I had to start saying in 2022, I'm surprised that people still have like this mindset.
Housing in Lagos is, I would say, divided into different categories. Like they have the eyebrow area, you have the should I say. I don't know, maybe shanties or trenches or, whichever way you want to describe it. But I think if you have the right set of, the amount of money, you know where to stay. And if you're struggling, you know where to stay. And if you don't really have, you know where to stay. So Lagos, I commend it to everybody. But at the long run, it is expensive, whichever category you pick.
When you're looking for an apartment in Lagos, you have to dira, like the Yoruba will say. You have to be very, very intelligent. You have to be very smart.
First things first, let me just say that Lagos, what they sell here is location and proximity to anywhere, as opposed to a good house. They have terrible spaces.
The house agents that are trying to get you an apartment, they know where the good house is, but they will not take you. Agent, God, what did they don't show me? The place I stay in Lekki now, the guy told me it's Ocean View now. And that's why it's expensive. I said, where is the ocean? He said, no way it will come. So my brother, 2 months, I can't expect ocean. I don't say I rain.
First thing that comes to my mind is, the high cost of housing in Lagos, which I think is ridiculous. And Lagosians, as a matter of fact, if you take out, the issue of rent, from our hustle, from our savings, from what we earn, from our income, I think a lot of Lagosians will be living well and they'll be doing well as well.
The house rent is too expensive. It's double times two. I'm not blaming the landlord. The materials are too expensive. Materials are too expensive. The house we are paying for 100,000 now is 200,000-300,000.
Landlord themselves are human beings. The cost of all the materials very, very expensive these days. And what would you expect if you have to be in their shoes? will surely increase the what is it called? The rents.
Yeah, make an even like give now. They are overrated. I don't know why they're so expensive like that. See, a house you can get for like 1.something million in Lagos, you can get it for like 400 and 500 and something thousand in Delta State, another part of the country. But I don't know why it's so high in Lagos. I don't see the hype. I don't understand.
A bag of cement is going at about 4,800. So you don't expect landlord when things are from here to Alausa used to be 100 naira, but now it's 300 naira. So you don't expect a landlord that will not put a rent in his house. Maybe that landlord depends on the house rent. So things are going up. But what I'm pleading for a landlord, if they are increasing their house rent, they should think about a way so it can favor the tenant. Because the tenant too, they are receiving the same punishment.
Like you may pay this year so amount, next year landlord will just come up without any pre-information. Will not tell you that I rent this year so amount. And you know it's a business. You have to plan yourself well so that it will not affect you.
Some of them are professional about it because like my own landlord, if he wants to do anything like that, he gets to us through his lawyer, through his legal department, and they send letter prior to that if they want to do any increment. So they don't just come suddenly and say they want to increase rent.
Some Lagos landlords are quite tribalistic, and they are particularly tribalistic towards Igbo people. So once they hear, oh, we don't want any Igbo person here, what's your name? And you know, you say your name, like, no, we're not looking for an Igbo person in this house because I'm Igbo. So I know I've had first-hand experience of it. Say, no, we don't want an Igbo person. Last person that was here was Igbo, and the person did this and the person did that, so we don't want that.
Some landlord, precisely, maybe based on their previous experience with the tribe or people that had occupied the property, you know, they don't want to fall victim of, you know, when you're a victim the first time, you have to be very careful. So yes, most of the landlords consider that. I have never had a landlord that's considered that as an option, but I hear and I also read newspapers.
Even not just tribal, religious at times. You see some Muslim landlords, they don't want Christians. You see some Christian landlords, they don't want Muslims. You understand? I've seen a landlord, he said he only wants transgender. I've never seen such in my life before. You understand? So I think tribalism occurs because landlords at times, they feel they can relate with tenants better if they speak the same dialect.
So many funny rules that you just begin to wonder, like, what is going on? Like, you have visitors on certain type of days. If you are single, you're not allowed to bring women. If you're a single lady, you're not allowed to bring men. You know, it has to be one particular person. I don't understand. Like, who gives such a rule? How do you tell a lady, she's looking for a husband, she needs suitors, and you're telling her to stick with one because of what? Because she lives in your apartment, or in some cases they'll tell you a lady has to be married before an apartment can be given to them.
On one of my ordeals, I was like, okay, I'm looking for a place. I spoke to an agent, and he was like, Auntie, sorry, how old are you? I said, why? That's a personal question. Why are you asking me my age? He said that because the landlord said he doesn't want any single lady. If he wants any single person, he can even maybe take a single guy.
The reason why houses are expensive, I would say, number one, because of greed of some landlords. Agents. Agent. Because if you get an house of 2 million naira now, you pay agency of 200K. And the guy's friend, probably the agent's friend, just gave out an apartment of 5 million naira. His commission, agency fee, 10% is 500K. You can see. So at times, agents will convince landlords that, this house is too fine for 2.5 million. It's too fine. It's supposed to bring it. See, they will convince landlord, I can get someone that will pay 4 million for this place. It's not like they're trying to do the landlord a favor. They're trying to do themselves that increment of agency.
The reason why there is high cost of houses there in Lagos is a lot of factors. One is inflation. You know, like a normal developer will say, every day the cost of materials increase. Like if he buys rods of, let's say, 5 naira today, by the time he goes to market next week, it's about 20 naira.
So imagine you're trying to get an apartment of 400,000 and the agents are telling you that, okay, for the house of 400,000, you're going to pay agency and agreement 100,000, you're going to pay commission 100,000, and then you pay caution 100,000, and then you pay service charge maybe 75,000. How much is that? That's already 375,000 on top of a house of 400,000. So these are the issues that one basically faces in Lagos State.
Lagos, as home to all, must indeed house all. And for that to happen, all stakeholders must work hand in hand to make this huge housing deficit a thing of the past.
Who has the right of way? Nigerian roads come with a lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by a combination of drivers, motorcycle and tricycle riders, pedestrians and sellers who all claim the right of way. The chain of right of way holders in Nigeria is hierarchical, and car and motor drivers are at the top of the chain with pedestrians at the bottom. Car or motor drivers believe that they always have the right of way regardless, and motorcycle and tricycle riders don't even have any regard for who has the right of way. For fear of accidents and their lives, pedestrians have learned to cower. When a collision occurs, the question of who has the right of way is on the lip of all concerned as they try to figure out who is guilty. The law doesn't grant anyone the right of way, but you yield it to other road users under these circumstances. At a yield sign, to pedestrians in a crosswalk, to persons using a seeing eye guide dog, to persons using a white cane with or without a red tape, at T intersections where you must yield to vehicles on the through road, at uncontrolled intersections where vehicles are already in the intersection, when driving on an unpaved road that intersects with a paved road, when returning to the roadway after a car is parked. Pedestrians must always be yielded the right of way at intersections and crosswalks. Treat bicycles as motor vehicles. Yield to bicyclists in all situations where you would yield to a car. For example, wait for an oncoming bicycle to pass before turning left. Turn right at a red light if it's permitted and no vehicles are approaching. If you see a sign that says "No right turn on red," then you must wait for the light to turn green again. Otherwise, you must turn right at a red light after yielding to oncoming traffic. Stop for pedestrians who've begun crossing the road. Once a pedestrian has begun crossing the road, they have the right of way. You should also stop for pedestrians waiting to cross at crosswalks that aren't controlled by a traffic light. Yield to oncoming traffic if you're entering a main road.
Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Jackson Vunganyi. Thank you so much for joining us today. AFCON has officially kicked off in Ivory Coast, and over the coming weeks, we will bring you stories on Africa's biggest soccer tournament. And we go to Niger, where musicians are struggling to keep its traditional music alive. And Congolese artist Raphael Bandiwa is using his art to raise awareness about the issue of child labor in the DRC. Let's get on with the show. Nominated for a Golden Globe and Spain's entry for an Academy Award, the film Society of the Snow revives the story of the 1972 flight disaster in the Andes Mountains. Veronica Verafane spoke with its director, Juan Antonio Bayona, and one of the survivors of the fatal plane crash that captivated the world. Here's more.
A new film recounts the story of an Uruguayan rugby team whose plane crashed in the remote Andes Mountains in 1972, and the harrowing ordeal of those who survived. The Society of the Snow from the book of the same name is based on first-hand accounts of passengers who made it out alive. Director Juan Antonio Bayona recalls reading the book about the disaster.
And I was so impacted about the book that I really wanted to do it. I mean, it took me 10 years, but I had to shoot this scene because I couldn't take it out of my mind.
Bayona produced the film in Spanish and hired an Uruguayan and Argentinian cast. He says he obtained permission to make the film from all of the remaining survivors. Roberto Canessa is one of the survivors. At the time, he was a medical student and helped others mend and keep their spirits up, even when he felt despair over the sorrow his mother was feeling, thinking he was dead.
So I wanted desperately to tell my mommy, don't cry anymore, and I'm alive. And I used to tell them telepathy messages, look for me, I'm alive.
Canessa, along with rugby teammate Nando Parrado, undertook a grueling 10-day trek through the Andes Mountains in search of help. Their perseverance and heroic effort led to their rescue and those of their companions. Today, Canessa is philosophical about the lessons of their fight to live.
We were regular people faced with terrible circumstances, and with the help of God, we got incredible results.
29 people perished. As one of only 16 survivors, Canessa was able to rebuild his life. He became a pediatric cardiologist and had a family. For him and Bayona, the Society of the Snow is a tribute to those who never made it home.
I'm very proud of the film. I think that all the head of departments did an extraordinary job. They take you to the place, they take you into that plane and make you feel the same emotions they went through. And by doing so, you understand what they did. And it's a huge labor of love.
The film has been nominated for a Golden Globe and is Spain's international feature film entry for the Oscars. Veronica Villafane for VOA News, Los Angeles.
Football is a beloved sport and hobby for many people worldwide, especially in Africa. With the launch of AFCON in Ivory Coast, VOA met with the soccer fans whose love for football has become more than just a game. It's a passion and a source of inspiration for them and their families. Chumbe Shabani Maneno, a veteran footballer from the DRC, says that football has transformed his life. Here is more from our reporter, Chobe Malinga in Kinshasa.
My name is Bayob Malenga. I was born in Kalunga on September 3, 1968. I'm a professional footballer. At the age of 3, I really liked football. Today, I'm passionate about football. Football is my life. It's a drug for me. I cannot stay at home without following the soccer events on the field. At any time, I am on the field to follow the match. Football for me is family, health, life, knowledge, collaboration, cohabitation, pacification, respect, love. I have already traveled to more than 46 countries around the world through football. I played in 5 African countries, in the DRC, Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania, and Kenya. I participated in many African Cups with different African teams. I like Cedric Bakambu because if he gets to the opponent's level, he will absolutely score.
Alors, Manchester,
J'aimais beaucoup
For Manchester, I really like Beckham.
J'ai suivi cette époque de Maradona.
I followed Maradona during the 89 World Cup, so I can't forget that.
Donc, je ne peux pas oublier ça, cet événement.
Congolese visual artist Raphael Bahindwa moved from Kinshasa to Atlanta to further his education in art at the world-famous Savannah College of Art and Design. A year later, Bahindwa's hard work has won him recognition as Atlanta's Artist of the Year. On our recent visit to Atlanta, Bahindwa showed us around his latest exhibit titled Little Kings. Bahindwa says that he wants to use his art to advocate and bring awareness to the issue of child labor and the plight of thousands of young Congolese children working in the DRC's informal and formal mining industry.
Little Kings is a series that I started in 2020 during the pandemic because I really wanted to talk about this. Because during the pandemic, I really had to sit down and search more about the coltan and all those minerals that we have back home. And during my research, I realized that the people who are doing all this child labor, it's just not, it wasn't really beautiful for me to actually experience as a Congolese, that I felt like I had to talk about that story. And that's literally the one that started the whole thing. And this painting is just, we were talking about earlier about suffering, them asking for help. This one, it was this little movement, this little action that just showing that we are going through it. You know, just him holding his head and his entire body being in a frame, it can definitely tell you a little bit of sadness, which is a big sadness actually that's going on right now.
I see the sadness in the face of this young man, but also see buildings.
Yeah.
Are these high rises?
They are high rises, yeah,
What's
that's
the
good.
connection here?
The connection here is just those kids are the one building the cities that we see all over the world, because we have a very important mineral back home. If you guys know about it, the coltan is just something that's building city all over the places that I feel like I had to add it there, because you're seeing the sadness, but you're seeing buildings.
This one turned away his face
exactly
from the building. Is there a symbolism to that?
The symbolism is just they don't know what to do, honestly, because they need help from us.
Yeah.
And they kind of turn away from us. It's just another way to show sadness, right? It's I ask for help. You guys, I feel like you guys don't understand what's going on here. I turn my back. That's what I wanted to show, because right here you sing sadness. This whole series is about really sadness and how I can express it. Bazabana they are kids. So this series is just to let people know, hey, they are kids. They are the future of our country. Look at what's going on, and they are asking for help.
Yeah. Well, what are you trying to capture with this one?
I'm trying to express freedom. If I really gotta think about those kids having freedom, I see them fly around. This is the way I express freedom. It's flying around those cities that, in my opinion, they help build somehow, and they're flying over to just express the freedom that they are free. This is just a dreamy, it didn't happen yet, but if it happened, this is, I feel what those kids are dreaming about, that we can be so free that we can just fly. Yeah. And I wanted to kind of show it in this piece right here.
In a world increasingly dominated by rap and electronic music, the evocative rhythm of Niger's traditional drummers struggles to find an audience. The instruments and ancestral rhythms are in danger of disappearing with them. The preservation of these ancient traditions rests on the shoulders of musicians and society's recognition and importance of these ancestral values.
A succession of high and low sounds from the Nigerian musician's drum is a kind of telegram, but few today understand its message. Each beat is a syllable in the Hausa language. Umaru Adamu, or Maiduma, is one of Niger's most celebrated traditional musicians. He's a master of the duma, a typical percussion instrument which he plays with sticks and by rotating his bare foot on its goat skin membrane. He's also the guardian of a prized array of percussion, string, and wind instruments housed at the state-owned Central of Musical Training and Promotion in the capital, Niamey.
The instruments used to be stored here in very poor conditions until Spanish partners financed the construction of a new museum near here. And since then, I've inherited this old museum where I make traditional musical instruments, recycle some of them, and teach young people to play them. The ultimate aim being to prevent this cultural heritage from disappearing altogether.
Unlike neighboring Mali or Nigeria, Niger's traditional music has not opened up to other music and modernized. Artist and teacher Mahaman Sani Mati said. Since 2018, he has organized workshops for underprivileged youngsters to learn to play and make traditional instruments. Aishata Adamu is among 10 students in a classroom at the CFPM.
This training course is a great opportunity for us. At the end of our apprenticeship, we can master how to make gurmi and even sell them on the market. You see, it's a win-win situation for us.
Rapper Umaru Abdurrahman, who is among the students, seemed won over.
We imitate people who are abroad or in Paris, for example, but we have our own instruments. Why can't we work with them? But now it's time. It's time to look, to see what we can do to advance our own culture.
An estimated 130,000 people descended on Las Vegas for CES 2024. The consumer technology show that attracts big and small companies alike. VOA's Tina Trin met with some of the more than 4,000 exhibitors for a look at emerging trends in artificial intelligence, digital health, and more.
At the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas, tech companies are showing off new ways technology is becoming even more integrated into everyday life. And despite the many flashy displays, the more practical applications are less obtrusive, meant to blend into the background and be easier to integrate into daily routines. Over at EssilorLuxottica, the eyewear company has introduced a new pair of frames called Nuance Audio that have built-in hearing aids. But you wouldn't know it from looking at them, and that's the point, say company executives.
The majority of the people with mild to moderate hearing loss today, either they don't acknowledge they have the typical people that when you speak, they're going to ask, what did you say? And they're turning the head with the ear towards you. And that is exactly the population we're addressing.
The frames amplify the voice of whomever the wearer looks at, helping in crowded, noisy situations.
Where you struggle to understand your counterpart 1 meter, 2 meters far away. This is going to help you to focus and to reduce your listening effort, your listening fatigue.
And in categories where discretion is a given, devices like the O Vibrator by Odoki are getting smarter too.
So rather than having the standard vibrating motor, it brings a sonic technology to the table. This enables you to then control both the frequency and the amplitude.
The vibrator can be synchronized with music, VR content, and games, proving that even as our devices are becoming more inconspicuous and discreet, they're also staying connected. Tina Trin, VOA News, Las Vegas.
Thanks for watching VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Jackson Vunganyi. For more entertainment news, check us out at voaafrica.com. We're also on Facebook, on Instagram, and on YouTube. Don't forget to like, to share, and to subscribe. Until next time, goodbye everyone. Black entrepreneurs face significant challenges when starting and growing businesses. Many have a hard time accessing the resources they need due to what they say is discrimination and sometimes bias. However, some successful business Black entrepreneurs have found ways to overcome these obstacles. The Black Startup Series is a new documentary series about successful Black-owned business founders in America. It is produced by Ethiopian-American filmmaker Net Araya, who is currently screening the series to audiences in colleges around the country. He joined me to talk about the series and the importance of financial literacy in Black communities. Let's take a look.
Well, Jackson, I'm ready to showcase a new film and financial literacy tour called the Black Startup Series. And it's a 3-part documentary series that spotlights startup stories of successful Black-owned business founders. And the goal with this project is to be able to really shed some clarity around entrepreneurship and financial education within our global Black community.
Especially among the Black community.
Absolutely.
How did your work as an entrepreneur inform this, this project you're working on right now?
Yes, so as a filmmaker and entrepreneur, I've been blessed to have the opportunity to travel the world. So I've been to places like Ethiopia, Senegal, all over the Middle East, and I've seen that there is a surplus of talent within our global Black community, but also a scarce of access to opportunity. So as we all know, access is the cornerstone of power, and I've noticed that talent is universal, but the access to opportunity is not. So now with this documentary, we're providing access to diverse number of stories of representation that we all can see ourselves in.
I mean, I've had you on the show a couple of times, starting way back in 2019. Right. And then 2020, we caught up again, but this time we were in lockdown at the beginning of the pandemic.
Right.
You had a new venture going on. How was it starting a business during the pandemic?
It was interesting because essentially I was supposed to be a passive investor for a brick and mortar coffee business, but we changed our brick and mortar to a click and order business model where we turned Ground Zero into a supplying company.
Your company was called Ground Zero.
Ground Zero
Yes.
Coffee, East African coffee company focused on community impact through social impact. And that's what we did. We just started delivering coffee, quality coffee at people's convenience to their doorsteps. And it transitioned into being a big supply company where we supply Walmart now. We're in the Walmart marketplace to different hotels, coffee shops. And now it's able to fund and fuel a lot of my community-based initiatives.
In 2019, when we first connected, you had a documentary you were working on. Why don't you remind our listeners what that was about?
Yeah, we go way back, Jackson. When I first started in 2019 with that new documentary, it was focused on mental health within our global Black community and ways that we can be able to destigmatize mental health and be a little more comfortable talking about the silent issues that often go on inside all of us. So I went through a lot of opportunities where I was touring, sharing the film, increasing conversation awareness around mental health, and it led me now to a new project where we're now focused on entrepreneurship within our global Black community.
Right, and we'll get to that, but then you started your coffee business. We went through the pandemic. It's almost 2.5 years now. How are things looking for you?
It's amazing. The coffee business now funds and fuels the community-based initiatives, and one of them is happening right now.
Right. How did your work as an entrepreneur inform this project you're working on right now?
Yes, so as a filmmaker and entrepreneur, I've been blessed to have the opportunity to travel the world. So I've been to places like Ethiopia, Senegal, all over the Middle East, and I've seen that there is a surplus of talent within our global Black community, but also a scarce of access to opportunity. So as we all know, access is the cornerstone of power, and I've noticed that talent is universal, but the access to opportunity is not. So now with this documentary, we're providing access to diverse number of stories of representation that we all can see ourselves in.
So the documentary series, 3 parts, right? It tells the stories of Black entrepreneurs, is that correct?
Yes.
What are some of the things that you want people to learn from? What is the message, the overarching message in this series?
Yeah, I want to help aspiring entrepreneurs become successful business owners. That's one aspect. And then I also want to be able to shed light and awareness about some amazing Black-owned businesses and connect them with investors. Something interesting that I came across during my studies is that $83 trillion is invested in venture capital and private equity, but only less than 1.3% is invested in women and people of color total.
Less than
1.3%
wow.
is invested in women and
That's a very
people of
small
color.
figure.
Right.
So how do we increase that?
That's what we're here to talk about, and those are the major questions I'm wrestling with. So the goal is, with this Film and Financial Literacy Tour, to focus on ways that we can make opportunities and capital more accessible within our global Black community and make entrepreneurship more attainable. So these are the type of conversations that's listed in the documentary that we want to spark within our community.
So what is the gap? Why is there less money going towards Black entrepreneurs? Is it because they don't know how to access these resources? Is it because the owners of these resources are not willing to invest in these Black businesses?
You know, it's important that we focus on Black-owned business, not as charity, but as lucrative business opportunities for investors to really invest and grow significant profit. So I think there's an educational, there's a bit of educational gap within Black-owned businesses, because I don't think we have the access to education resources as we need to. We're good at starting business because I think we're very entrepreneurial at spirit, but scaling has its own different challenges, right? And scaling requires a significant amount of knowledge base and resources in order to kind of improve the business and bring awareness to investors, for them to really identify opportunities that really can profit.
And in this series, you feature some entrepreneurs, Black entrepreneurs. What did they tell you is the thing that made them get ahead of the game?
Black persistence, at its core. I met so many people within this documentary, and they were telling me their story of how persistent they were and consistent they were in being able to attain great business success. So these individuals were people that were very curious, that were relentlessly resourceful, and they really were able to really overcome so many challenges to get to where they are. And they have been on Vogue, they've been in New York Times, these people were in the Met Gala, doing some incredible things. So I'm really inspired and excited for the world to see it.
Did you see yourself in some of their stories?
I did. Even my story with Ground Zero Coffee, and being able to really relate to their story of being persistent, especially when you hear no's all the time. And I tell people all the time that, one yes can change the trajectory of your life. But the question is, how many no's are you willing to go through to get to that one yes that will change your life? And these people are people that are relentless to get to that one yes.
They've gotten so many no's, but that one yes has been the thing that has actually given them access to...
Absolutely. And most importantly, they said yes to themselves. They were able to see the greatness in themselves before they were able to amount to great things.
I like
and that's what I want the film, that's what I want a lot of people to see within the film, that these are amazing people and you can see yourself in them, but it's important that we say yes to ourselves, our own ideas, our own entrepreneurship business concepts, and really step out and make it happen.
Aside from access to resources, what would you say is the thing or some of the factors that impede Black entrepreneurship?
One of them, I think, is just access to education, because I think it's important for us within the ideation stage of business development to not just think about just starting a business to start a business, but really think about incrementally scaling, or eventually looking at ways for the business could be acquired or going IPO. A lot of these have gatekeepers, and it's important that we understand that how we can get access to the information early within the ideation stage of business development, so that we can be a little more strategic and sustainable as a business and community.
And who are you targeting with it? Is it the people that, is it people in the Black community? Is it the people who are the resource holders?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a little bit of both, right? Because it takes a partnership, right? I heard that, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together, right? Yes. So I think it requires investors, a community of investors, startup founders, and different people, professionals, to really get together and really look at ways to really elevate business and community.
Tell us some of these people, some of the stories of the people that you feature in these stories.
Well, the first one is Paola Mate. She's a Haitian-American entrepreneur that came from Haiti to America, and she was based in New Jersey, then moved to New York. She was managing many different restaurants and decided she wanted to launch her own luxury head wrap brand. And from there, now she's been able to transition to Austin. She has a storefront, beautiful store, and she does so many different things. She does workshops for young Black women, like head wrap workshops, and she's doing some exciting things. Another one is Kobla Tate, CEO and co-founder of Break the Box, which is a home ownership empowerment program helping Black professionals get into home ownership. And then the last person is JP, and JP has his own company called JP's Pancake Company. He launched the first gourmet pancake food truck in Austin, Texas. So these are stellar, successful entrepreneurs in 3 different industries that are dominating the game right now.
What are some of the tips that you can give, financial literacy tips, so financial tips to people who have aspirations to be entrepreneurs?
I think one of the first things that I've learned that's helped me within my financial literacy journey was to see my life as a business and to understand that you are the CEO of your life. And the way you manage your life is the way you'll manage your business. So if you understand how to really manage and budget, and I think budget has its own negative connotation within our community because we think it's full of restrictions and self-deprivation, but it's not about self-deprivation. It's about self-awareness. So because at the end of the day, you put your money where your values are. Right? And where your values are is where you're going to go in life. So I think having a budget and looking at where you get your income, where you get your expenses, where you spend your money on, really is very telling of kind of like the relationship that you have with finances. So I think creating a budget, having a good mindset about a budget, it doesn't have to be restrictive, it can actually be empowering. Second thing I would say, financial discipline. What good is financial literacy if you don't have financial discipline, right? So financial discipline is important, right? We need to really be disciplined, and if you need
You can't just keep spending and spending.
You can't keep spending, right? And with that, garner some accountability, Get with people that are around the same level, or a bit ahead of you, so that you can be able to get a network. And we all know that, your network is your net worth. So I think accountability, financial discipline, and creating a budget, understanding that you need to manage your life first before you start managing business, I think that's a huge tip.
What is the first step to being an entrepreneur? Is it having an idea? Is it acquiring the resources to start the business? Is it a self-belief? Where does one gain that confidence to say, let me do this, I want to do this?
Yeah, I've heard long ago, and I was actually reading this in a book, to start a business, it takes more courage than knowledge. To scale a business takes more knowledge than courage. So I think for entrepreneurs, it starts with our creativity. It starts with our entrepreneurial spirit. It starts with us being able to see a need, a void, and being willing to step in within that gap to really super serve our audience. So I think that's the huge step. Having that courage and understanding that you're going to fail, but your altitude of success is actually dependent on your relationship with failure. So if you have a healthy relationship with failure and you can understand that it's not about being perfect, it's just about being willing.
Failing is okay.
Failing is okay.
Economic hardship. NLC protest hunger, poverty, insecurity amidst government plea for understanding. I am Bola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. The organized labor under the leadership of Comrade Joe Ajaero on Tuesday made bold its threat to stage a protest over the continued hunger, poverty, and insecurity that have caused serious hardship on the citizenry despite the government's plea to show understanding. The Nigeria Labour Congress, together with other affiliated bodies, started the march in the early hours of Tuesday from the headquarters.
People will not forgive us if with the level of hunger in this country, we refuse to protest to tell the government of the world that there's hunger. It is important that all of us take something home, that this is not just a symbolic rally, but it is a rally to signal to the people in authority that there's problem in the land. People are dying of hunger. People are dying of banditry. All the issues we've had before, we settled out with even the Senate President. And that nothing has happened to this moment. We are here once again to tell you that hunger is like hunger in the land. A bag of rice is selling to over 70,000.
The Labour leader, on behalf of Nigerians, also made some demands, which included the full implementation of the welfare provisions as contained in Chapter 2 of the Constitution as amended, by making the provisions justiciable. In his response, the representative of the leadership of the National Assembly and Chairman Senate Committee on Labour, while assuring that the leadership of the National Assembly is aware of the hardship being faced by Nigerians, assuring them that the National Assembly will interface with the executive to address the situation.
The government has intervened on the rates. The government has intervened on transportation. If there was a measure on transportation, even before the road subsidy, where you have 3 vehicles or 2 vehicles, from one point to the other, the cost of food stuff will not be too high. When people move their food stuff from the bush to the town, they have transportation money. And with the increase in transportation, everything went high. I think governments will realize that there is a need with this. That the very moment we thought the price of petroleum products, everything in Nigeria will change. And on behalf of the leadership of the National Assembly, is to collect your matter. We understand Ms. Lee, our chairman. We feel what we feel. We want to assure you that this matter will be discussed immediately at the plenary session. The leadership of the National Assembly is what we feel.
Joining us to discuss this is the Chief Operating Officer, People's Daily Newspaper, Ahmed Bello, and Secretary, and also joining us is the former advisor to Vice President Atiku Abubakar, Frank Shuaib. Gentlemen, welcome to Plus Politics. Let me start with you, Ahmed. At least I want to believe that your position is not going to be that partisan. What is your take of Labour's march yesterday, and how successful would you say it was, and what would you want to believe would be the impression it must have left with the government?
Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be part of this program. And going by what the NLC said, they have achieved their aim in the protest which they staged on the first day, and then they felt it was not necessary for them to proceed to the second day because what they wanted to achieve in the 2-day warning protest had been achieved in 1 day. So what one understands from that is that they have been able to communicate to the authorities the pains Nigerians are going through, the harsh economic condition under which Nigerians are living in, and the demands that the labor has made on how to mitigate these conditions. Well, the ball is now in the court of the government to see whether they are going to toe the line of labor to implement some of the suggestions that labor has made. And I believe that both the government and the labor are both Nigerians, and then they want to see a situation where the country thrives. So I believe that hopefully the government will listen to the case made by labor, and then implement some of the suggestions they have made, and the ones they know they cannot implement, maybe they have to sit on the same table, with the labor, so that there will be a common ground. But so far, from what we have seen in the reports of newspapers and television and radio, labor has driven home its demands, and then the government has listened to them. So we now look forward to what action the government is going to take on the demands made by labor. But so far, so good.
Dr. Shuaib, I know it is natural for you to have a partisan slant to it, but it's almost inevitable to also want to know how you people are thinking in your camp. What's your take of not only labor's protestation, but the general circumstance that the country is in now, socioeconomically? Dr. Shuaib. Hello? Please unmute your device. You need to unmute your device.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you.
Beautiful. I said, I think it is misplaced and somewhat unprofessional, because if you feel that I'm going to be in a studio on a national TV like yours, on a big platform like yours, to offer a partisan view, then I don't think I have a reason to be in the studio. Because hunger does not understand any language. Hunger does not understand politics. Hunger does not understand partisanship. Hunger is hunger anywhere. A man who is hungry in the PDP is the same as a man who is hungry in the APC. There is no market in Nigeria that is meant for APC members and another one for the PDP members. So it becomes preposterous for anyone to believe and to state on a platform like this to say, oh, you know that my position may have a partisan slant. It has nothing to do with partisanship. I am first in Nigeria. Number two, I am not a former spokesman to the former vice president of Nigeria. I am an advisor on public communication to the former vice president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and I've held that position since 2018. So two things I'm sure I have taken care of. But I'm saying this because of the future. You know, if I'm going to be invited to discuss a national malaise, a national problem like hunger and poverty in the land that has attracted labor, the Nigerian Labour Congress, to mobilize Nigerians to go to the street, then we should discuss as Nigerians. I'm only a privilege. It's only a matter of service for me to be working for the former vice president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That said, hunger is hunger. Number one, I want to state clearly and unambiguously that in the first place, if President Tinubu does not kill Nigerians, hunger will kill Nigerians. Hunger will kill Nigerians if President Tinubu does not kill Nigerians. So, and this must be driven home. The book of Proverbs 29 verse 2 is clear and unambiguous. It says, when the righteous rule, the people rejoice. But when the wicked rule, of course, the people will groan, the people will cry, the people will gnash their teeth and all of that. So it is about bad leadership. Bad leadership. So if it is about bad leadership, what are we going to talk about? If you're saying, oh, the Nigerian Labour Congress organized a march in Lagos yesterday, and ordinarily they've driven home their point, how many times have they driven home their points? Only a few weeks ago, a document purportedly signed, a memo purportedly signed by the Secretary to the Government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, made its way into the public space, where it was succinctly captured that the Secretary to Government of the Federation, in the midst of hunger and poverty, made a request of 1 billion naira of our collective patrimony, taxpayers' money, to be released for him to organize a meeting with organized labor to discuss minimum wage. Of course, the president of my country graciously approved the release of 500 million naira for such a conduct, for such a jamboree, when the people are hungry. You understand me? So it is reckless. It is tenaciously wicked. It is bad. It is unheard of, and we can't continue like this. For a government that came into power, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu promised Nigerians. I remember sometime during the campaign when he said, "Oh, when he gets to power, he's going to recruit about 50,000 young people, to go into farming. Some of them will go into the military and all of that. And that is how he was going to check. He was going to check poverty. And one of the functions as well, he made mention clearly there too that look, he was not going to discuss his strategy to check poverty in Nigeria because he didn't want the opposition to copy his business plan and his plans for Nigerians. And some of us began to wonder. Now that he has become president, this is not time for politicking. This is time for governance. So if this is the strategy he has been keeping to his chest, that he didn't want his opponents to copy, then it becomes laughable. You don't forget too that only a few weeks ago or few months ago, a female banker committed suicide within a banking hall in Nigeria, owing to poverty and hunger. Don't forget too that the National Psychiatric Hospital in Lagos, the director, the head of that institution, was captured in the media to have said in clear and unambiguous terms that in the last 7.5 months, that is within the span of when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu took over till now, the number of psychiatric patients has risen by over 100%. Hunger can make people to go mad. So what are we talking about? Is this about politics? Is it about being partisan? The facts are clear and unambiguous. So we cannot joke with the issue of hunger. Hunger does not understand any language. Poverty is poverty anyway. A man who is hungry in Zamfara is the same as a man who is hungry in your studio in Lagos there. Would
it be proper for me to expect somebody as senior as you are in the camp of the most respected opposition leader in Nigeria to be profiling ideas for solution or the things that you people would have done differently? Would it be proper for me?
Yes, very well, very well. Only a few days ago, we counseled the president of my country. We gave him a counsel. We said, Mr. President, you took over power on 29th of May, 2003. The president of Argentina took over power on the 10th of December, 2023, 6 months after you took over power. The economy of Argentina was worse than the economy of Nigeria at the time the president of Argentina took over power. My dear brother, the president of Argentina sold all the aircrafts in the presidential fleet. He started flying on business class on commercial aircraft. But in my country, the children of my president junket on our presidential jets to attend birthday parties in different parts of the world. That is the issue. Now we run what we call the largest cabinet in the history of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He has created more ministries. He has more ministers in office. And for God's sake, you cannot say that. Hold on.
Okay, Dr. Frank
Shoaib.
Shoaib.
No.
Dr. Frank Shoaib, I'll come back to you. I want you to be thinking through these 2 points before I come back to you. One is the fact that you are factually right that the president of Argentina has taken some of the biggest cost-cutting measures in the history of governance anywhere in the world. However, some of the policies he has taken too, especially removal of subsidy, just like the removal of subsidy, has taken Argentina now down the abyss of about 200 plus inflationary trend. That's number one. But you are factually right that is dramatically cutting the cost of government. But having said that too, and I want you, this is the second point I want you to be thinking about before I get back to you. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria too has taken the courage to at least instruct the setting up of a committee for the implementation of the Oronsoye report that about 3 administrations from the time that your principal was the vice president seemed to have dilly-dallied on. But I'll come back to you on those two. But let me go to Dr. Hamid. In the interim, we also have joining us a functional National Publicity Secretary of Labour Party, Dr. Abayomi Arabambi. Dr. Arabambi, we will bring you into the picture later, but Dr. Ahmed.
Yes, please.
Are you still there?
I'm here.
I know Dr. Frank Shoaib was a bit exasperated with the fact that I said I was hoping that naturally his opinion was going to be a bit slanted partisanly. But you are my fellow journalist, and I want to believe without any partisan disposition on, in so much as it's factually right in all the allusions and references is made, I still have to cut the balance with somebody like you. What is your general take of the situation in the country, ranging from the socioeconomic sphere to security to the direction of governance to just your take?
Yeah. To begin with, the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu took a major decision economically by removing fuel subsidy, which previous governments tried to do, but they were not able to do. Not only Tinubu, even the key presidential candidates of the major parties like the PDP and the Labour Party also made promises to Nigerians that they were going to remove subsidy. And now here comes a president, Bola Tinubu, who has proceeded to actualize all those promises made by all the other candidates. But as it were, it does appear that the removal of subsidy has ushered in some complications in the economy, which the government says it is addressing by taking policy measures to mitigate the removal of subsidy. But it does appear that the removal of subsidy has, instigated or brought about the kind of hardship that we have now, coupled with the economic downturn in the devaluation of our currency, and then with the foreign exchange complications.
Dr. Hamid, Dr. Hamid, let me quickly interject. The removal of subsidy the removal of subsidy was actually canvassed by all the three major presidential candidates. But having said that, I agree with you. But having said that, on assumption of power coming to office, the incumbent president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, did not only remove subsidy, he also floated the currency. And the two policies, the two dramatic, structurally fundamental policies came into being at the same time. Would you think that the two other principal candidates in the last presidential elections would have done it the dramatic way and the seemingly let me just say the dramatic way he did it? Would you want to believe they would have done it the same way?
Well, what we do not know is that we don't know the strategy that the PDP candidate Atiku and then the Labour Party candidate Peter Obi, the strategy that they will have adopted to address the removal of subsidy. But it does appear that Tinubu is taking his time, but that time that he's taking somehow is not giving Nigerians commensurate relief as a result of the removal of the fuel subsidy. Removal of subsidy. So what people are saying is that, in fact, you under hushed tone, people are saying that government is even contemplating bringing back fuel subsidy to mitigate the harsh economic conditions that Nigerians are experiencing currently. But that does not seem to be credible because government has not spoken, on that. So it's as it is. Subsidy is gone for good. Subsidy is gone for good.
You think subsidy is gone?
We are hoping that
Dr.
in the
Hamid,
coming days, the
Dr. Hamid, I'll come back to you, but I want you to be thinking about what the submission you've just made. How can subsidy be said to have gone for good when, as a result of the depreciation of the naira, it is now obvious that the landing cost per liter of fuel is not what we are paying at the pump, because the landing cost, as we speak, for a liter of fuel is about 1,200 naira, and we are paying about 620 naira. Worst case scenario, in places like Maiduguri and some other things, they're paying about 750 naira. So the difference between 750 naira and 1,200 naira speaks to subsidy. How can you, as enlightened as you are, be telling the public that the subsidy has been removed for good? We are back where we were when this president came in. Be thinking about that. Let me bring in the third gentleman. I'll come to you to give me your retort on that. Okay. Dr. Arabambi. Hello, Dr. Arabambi. Are you there? Please unmute your device. Dr. Arabambi,
can you hear me now?
I can hear you well enough now. Thank you very much for coming on. Dr. Arabambi, I really don't know if you are competent to speak on behalf of the candidate of the Labour Party in the last presidential elections because of the factional, the seeming condemnation of your faction by the candidate and the people loyal to him in the other faction. But what is your general take of Labour's protestation yesterday regarding the fact that they claim that Nigerians are hungry? And what is your position on the socioeconomic situation of the country, inclusive of security? Your take, your opening salvo.
Well, thank you very much. Ab initio, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu came with these acronyms of a renewed hope, agenda for a renewed hope. And all of us know that a feeling of expectation or desire for a particular thing to happen is what we call hope. So he knew he's coming to renew our hope that has been damaged by the previous administration. Because nobody gave the APC that slogan, nobody gave them the acronym, but they just said, agenda for a renewed hope. So he knew ab initio that we are very hopeless, economically, financially, security-wise. Nigeria is a hopeless situation. And he came around now to say, oh, I want to renew that hope, for Nigeria. But like I said, other than what you said, regarding our issues with NLC or Peter Obi, the point is, Labour is not just laying claim, they are saying what is factual. Because Nigeria, presently, we are at a crossroad. And that renewed hope, seems to be fading away, and the president must now come out and be decisive. Even if it means to probe the Buhari administration, who was using Nigeria income, 95% of our income, to service the debt, not payment. A president who chooses to produce naira, and all of them were stashing dollar. I think the president must be decisive, because where you have, just like my brother said there, that a banker did, it was in this country that we were told it was the cousin of Mr. President that ordered the signing of naira. It was this country that a particular woman in the CBN took $300 million of Nigerian money to go and invest in a bank so that they can take over, Union Bank. We are in a very hopeless situation, even though not caused by him, but it must be decisive. Everyone that brought us to this level needs to be brought to book. This is not politics. So my brother in the PDP has said the right thing, even hello,
Dr. Arabambi, you are, putting your hand on your chest. You are telling Nigerians that you believe that is not the cause of the seemingly extenuating circumstance that we find ourselves in the backdrop of the fact that it was the one that brought into place the dramatic removal of subsidy and the dramatic floating of the naira, which spurred the lack of confidence in the market that is making the naira to be losing value as we speak. For you, it has no fault for those two policies.
No, what I mean is this. I said he came with a renewed hope agenda. He knew ab initio that Nigeria doesn't have any hope when he came in. And he said he wants to come and renew it. So he needs to now get back to the drawing board and do the needful about it. It was in their own administration. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu single-handedly sponsored President Muhammadu Buhari during their primary. Single-handedly sponsored that man into governance. And look at how President Buhari battered our economy. And he now came and said, don't worry, trust me, I can renew that hope for we Nigeria. But like I said, the hope is fading away. But Nigeria
thank you very much. Let me go back to Dr. Frank Shuaib. Dr. Shuaib, in view of the way I left you the last time you spoke, I said that you must also come to the realization that in so much as some of the allusions you made about President Milei of Argentina is true regarding his court-cutting measures, which is not so distant from what President Tinubu did with subsidy removal, you will agree with me that in the same way, President Milei's measures have taken Argentina down the abyss of 200% inflationary trend, number one. And number two, you said, rightfully so, that that President Milei has been cutting excess in governance, the cost of governance. And I said, President Tinubu has equally instituted a committee for the implementation of the Oronsoye report. How would you respond to the two in the backdrop of the points you made before I went to your colleagues to respond?
Well, as intelligent as you are, I know that what Tinubu is doing is completely different from what President Milei has done in Argentina. Number one, what he's doing is putting the cart before the horse. The president of Argentina didn't wake up to remove subsidy. He started the reforms. He took measures before starting the reforms. In our own case in Nigeria, we started reforms. He woke up one day, single-handed, announced removal of fuel subsidy. But the issue is this: has the fuel subsidy been removed? On your own, you answered that question. There is an opaque and secret diversion of monies, all in the name of removal of fuel subsidy by the present leadership of Nigeria. He cannot tell me that they have removed subsidy. And that's why I'm shocked. I'm in deep shock that that my colleague in the studio, funnily enough, you referred to him as your colleague, forgetting that I've been in the same media industry for 27 years. But that notwithstanding, of course, I agree with you that I should have a bias because I work for Atiku Abubakar. But the issue is simple. Like I said, hunger is hunger anywhere in the world. Question is this: has subsidy been removed? The answer is no. It smacks of wretched illiteracy for anybody to contemplate that the subsidy has been removed by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and that he removed it. In one moment, you on your own, you said that, look, a man cannot say he removed subsidy on petroleum products and petrol sells at a stagnated figure or oscillates between 640 and 680 naira per liter. While diesel, as I speak to you, as at yesterday, in my house, I sent monies to my team at home, and I know that they bought diesel at 1,700 naira per liter. Now, if they are buying diesel, how do you explain a situation where petrol remains at a constant or a near constant figure while the cost of diesel keeps rising? It smacks of, it's illiteracy. That is balabonomics or bulabanomics. You understand? Because I don't understand that kind of economic terminology. The CBN governor, as well as the Minister of Finance, claimed that, it was based on their sterling performance in their various fields that they were so appointed as minister and governor of the central bank, respectively. But they have not been able to do anything magical, the kind of magic they claimed they did in Lagos. The question is this: don't forget, too, that the International Monetary Fund, in their latest report, stated clearly that the amount of subsidy being paid by the current administration is far and above what Muhammadu Buhari paid while he was president of Nigeria. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is president of my country, cannot divorce himself from the administration of Muhammadu Buhari. He was the leader of that political party. He was the leader of the party.
Dr. Shoaib.
Hold on, please. Hold on. With profound respect to you, we are discussing economy.
Hello, sir. Hello. We are discussing. We are discussing economics, but the facts too must be put out rightly. Your principal,
the leader of the party of the APC.
Your principal was one of those. Yes. Your principal was in the same camp and was one of those who helped to bring about the presidency of Buhari too. We must factor that in.
No.
It's a historical fact.
You see, if you are in the studio to discuss hunger, We are not running election. My principal is not at the moment contesting election. We are talking of a man. It's just like asking. Let me ask you a question. It's just you are assisting them. What you are doing is called enablement, criminal enablement. Enablement in the sense that an Okada rider, a man who has an expertise in riding a motorcycle, decided to seize a car at gunpoint, and he doesn't know how to drive a car. How will he, when he now eventually takes the car, how will he drive it home? That is the point we are. The man is stranded. He needs help. He needs help. So you cannot begin to tell me about how my principal assisted them, the APC, to install Muhammadu Buhari at that time. No. Seeking office is different from administering a country. A complex country like Nigeria requires leadership that is constructive, leadership that is detailed, leadership that is deliberate. A man announced on the first day he was sworn in, that he has removed fuel subsidy. On your own, you have admitted in this too that there is still fuel subsidy. There is an opaque and secret diversion. If they say there is no fuel subsidy, it means that the president and his team are stealing money from Nigerians through this secret subsidy, because there is no way a president of a country, there is no country in the world that says that, look, we have removed fuel subsidy and the cost of fuel is not being determined by the market forces of demand and supply.
You keep dwelling on that. So what about... You keep dwelling on that. You made that point, and that point is well made.
I made it. You interjected. You came in. You see, you are.
No, I posed two questions to you.
Whether you work for no. You see,
I posed two questions to you. You kept dwelling on one.
You know why I will not help you to respond to those questions. I will not help you because you are practically doing the job of the APC in the studio. You started by saying, look, I'm here. You know that you cannot get a non-partisan position from me. And honestly, this is the first time I'm going to get that from Plus TV. Because I've been honoring invitations from Plus TV. I had several meetings to attend to today. But I honored this invitation because of Plus TV. But because I made my point on that. So in this matter, with profound respect to you, in this matter, you cannot approbate and reprobate at the same time. You cannot. You don't have that power. The issue is simple. In the same studio, you have said that, look, this man has not removed subsidy. So the problem is that this man is confused. You understand me? They are confused.
Dr. Shaib, calm down.
Yes.
Calm down. Let's listen to ourselves. I was the one that posed a question to one of your colleagues that if he claims that subsidy has been removed, how would he? And I'm going back to him to answer it.
You don't need to go back to him because it is public knowledge. It is public knowledge. You don't need to go back to him. Even a 3-year-old, hold on, with profound respect. Even a 3-year-old knows that a man says he has removed subsidy and the price of fuel. As you sit here, before you got to this studio, in leaving your house to get to the studio, I know how much you spent in getting fuel. The issue is simple. I know the number of messages on your phone asking for urgent 2,000 naira, urgent 1,000 naira. The number of pressure, the amount of pressure that is on you as a TV presenter, because they see you on TV, they believe you have so much money. Meanwhile, you have your own issues to deal with. We know the pressure everybody is getting in this country. The question is, this government has no direction. Till this moment, they are still struggling. So comparing them with the president of Argentina, who started this before starting his reforms, what would we have done different? We have so much we would have done different. We would have put structures in place. When Atiku proposed, then the former vice president proposed that, look, I was going to remove fuel subsidy. He put that, you can read our document, my covenant with the people. He said clearly, we will start our reforms systematically. It is going to be in stages. We're not going to just wake up and remove fuel subsidy without planning. A man who fails to plan, we has already planned to fail. This is the issue.
Okay.
We attended all debates.
Can I come in now?
But our friend who is president failed to speak to the people. So why would he not come up with what we are receiving today?
Can I come in now?
Please do.
You are free to make all the points you want to make. But I need to make two clarifications. Number one.
Please go ahead.
Number one, you are a nationally and internationally visible character as a prominent advisor of the former vice president. So if when I was introducing you and I wanted to ask you a question, I said I would rather go to a gentleman who would not be perceived to have partisan slanting. It was not because I wanted to be disrespectful. But let me make my point.
Hold on. The word perceived was not. You can play back this video after this production.
My brother,
you did not use
brother,
the word perceived.
I said,
you did not use and that gave it a different slant.
You may need. We will send you the recording. I will send you the recording because I said it could be said that you would have a partisan slant. And it does not take anything away from you because you are proud of your support of Atiku, you believe in him, so how could that be an insult? Or why are you you seem to be emotional about it as though it was said condescendingly or disrespectfully. It was not meant to be that. That's number one. Number two is that when I was trying to tell you a while ago that the point you were making regarding subsidy was logical and that you have made that point enough, I said I asked you two questions. One was the issue regarding the inconsistency in the logic of removal of subsidy and the fact that the landing cost relative to the pump price these days speaks to subsidy. But having said that, I also asked you that three previous administrations, including the one that your principal served in, toyed around the Oronsoye report. But like President Milei of Argentina, he has now instituted a committee with the view to implementing reducing the cost of governance. I said I wanted you to approach that.
My dear brother.
You went ahead to call me an APC apologist in the studio.
My dear brother, the question has answers on its own. You don't even need the services of a clairvoyant to hazard a guess to what the answers to that question should be. Here is a man.
Okay, let me come back to you on that. Let me come back to you on that because you've got colleagues and I have to give them equal opportunity. I will come back to you, my word of honor. I will come back to you. You took too much on the subsidy. You dwell too much on that subsidy issue. That I will come back. Dr. Hamid, you see the problem you put me into now. You see the problem you put me into with Dr. Frank Shuaib, who is now, lacerating me emotionally and intellectually because
Frank Shaibu is playing politics without playing politics.
Okay, Dr. Frank Shaibu reasonably believes that you've been too generous in your submission that the president has removed subsidy in the backdrop of the reality that on the one hand, the ill judgment that brought about the measure, supposedly I want to believe that was the point he was making, that the ill judgment that brought about the measure seemed to have caused the economic trauma that people are facing now, but that ironically and paradoxically, subsidy, according to IMF, which he rightly referred to, is the cost of subsidy is even higher. How would you want to respond to that point?
Well, the point I was making initially, I was beginning from a fundamental premise, which is that the three key presidential candidates of the major parties, the APC, the PDP, and the Labour Party, each one of them, adopted a position to remove fuel subsidy if they were elected. But since they were not elected, we don't have an opportunity to see how they were going to implement the aftermath of fuel subsidy. Now, we have a case in our hand now. The current president has succeeded in removing the subsidy. But we're beginning to see some complications that are playing out. But the hunger that is being talked about is affecting everybody in the country. But I am not too sure whether the hunger we're experiencing now is solely as a result of the removal of fuel subsidy. Because we have a major problem of insecurity. Farmers cannot go to their farms to produce food as a result of insecurity. We have the foreign exchange complication, which is affecting our monetary policies and are also affecting the spending power of Nigerians. You know, and then we have a whole lot of factors that are really giving rise to the economic condition which we find ourselves, which is why Nigerians are getting hungry every day. So this is the point I was trying to make, actually.
Dr. Hamid.
Maybe perhaps if Atiku had become president, we would have had an opportunity to see the pragmatic approach he was going to make to address fuel subsidy if he eventually removes it. That was the point I was trying to make.
Dr. Hamid,
yes,
I'll come back to you, but before I go to Dr. Arabambi, I want you to be thinking through the fact that, and I agree with you, that insecurity may have also complicated the cost of food because farmers have been encumbered from easily accessing their farmsteads. What I also would like, when I come back to you, for you to think through on whose table does the buck stop when it comes to fighting insecurity. However, Dr. Arabambi, I'll come back to you on that. Don't worry.
Okay, that's fine.
Right. Dr. Arabambi, we have a confluence of the many ugly factors. Dr. Frank Shuaib rightfully believes that removal of subsidy and the ill judgment in the pronouncement of the floating of the currency may have been the primary causes that have led us down this abyss. Dr. Hamid is of the opinion that notwithstanding the fact that all the three principal candidates or three major candidates promised they were going to remove subsidy, at least we can only empirically examine what the incumbent is doing. But he also came up now with a picture of insecurity, how insecurity is further complicating the socioeconomic circumstance that we find ourselves in. Dr. Arabambi, what is your take? And what will be, let's be moving in the direction of positing advice now. What will be the advice that will come from your faction of the Labour Party to ameliorating this unfortunate circumstance that we find ourselves in? And I'll be doing this around the three of you. Your take, Dr. Arabambi.
Well, thank you very much. I have advised the president to send what we call executive order, that we introduce capital punishment for fraudulent Nigerians who have decided, to consider themselves as economic predators in Nigeria. Do you know that a barrel of crude oil, once it's goes for refining, you have a residual gas there, you have kerosene, you have bitumen, you have this aviation, you have gasoline, you have diesel. But everybody will come back to Nigeria with petrol. Now, a vessel laden with maybe 50,000 liters of crude oil will not come back to Nigeria. The question is, where are the other components? And the cheapest, do you know that diesel is very cheap to refine because at their boiling point? Asphalt and bitumen, where do they deposit them to? People will just take our crude oil and they will not come back with this their narrative. Oh, the landing cost to this thing is higher than how much you gave me. It is all fraud. I agree with my two brothers in the house, but the point remains there is a demi corruption in Nigeria that must be caught. How will people be buying rice at 75,000 naira?
Dr. Arambi,
Nigeria will be committing suicide. And a government will sit down to give 1 billion to some individual to determine how much Nigeria will have. Ordinarily, the person that wrote that letter ought to have been executed in a stellar country. For you
Dr.
to ask that
Arambi,
1 billion
Dr.
be given to some
Arambi,
people?
Dr. Arambi,
No, let me
Dr. Arambi,
you have asked for honest opinion, please.
No, you are a Democrat.
No.
You are a Democrat. I want to believe that as the spokesperson of a Democratic Party.
With due respect to you, the way we are part of democracy, we are not deceiving ourselves. Except we take the Bombardon, we have a dysfunctional, a constitution where a man that thief goat in Nigeria will go to Simbat imprisonment. But go and steal 11 billion. The judge will ask you to pay 1 million or 20 million as fine. The person will be convicted, but you are going to pay 20 million. And you go scot-free. But somebody that stole a mudu of Gary will go to 6 months imprisonment.
Okay.
Except
let me give your colleagues the opportunity. Let me give your colleagues the opportunity to wrap up too. Thank you, Dr. Arambi. Dr. Frank Chouaib, you know, you are free with your opinion. I hope to you, I am an APC apologist, but having said that, I still have a duty. I have a duty to let you, you have tagged me as an APC apologist, but you know what? I still have a duty to let you respond to the comparison I did between the likely implementation of the Orasanyo report and the measure of President Milei, and whatever suggestion you may have, because at the end of the day, this is the only country that we can claim to be ours, and we all want solution. How would you want to wrap it up in about 1 minute, please?
Well, the truth of the matter is that you are the one who has canonized yourself as an apologist of the APC.
No, you called me. Don't worry. It comes to the territory. It does happen.
My brother, and I will not offer an apology on TV. You understand? The truth is this, with profound respect to you as always. You know, I commend very strongly the language of my brother from People's Daily as well as the Labour Party. But the truth is this, while even trying to look at that comparison, like I said earlier, you cannot, there are two different things. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu started work without planning. The Orasanyo reports, you understand me, ordinarily, should be the first thing a man will think of when he's trying to cut costs of governance. You say you want to remove subsidy. But the cabinet we have today, the actions he has taken thus far, is diametrically opposed to the actions he's taking now. So it makes no sense. It is just a clear display of kabu economic policy. He doesn't know what he's doing. It's just one chance. It's like he's running a government as a one chance boss. You understand me? What will we have done differently? Like my brother in the People's Daily was asking, maybe because Tinubu is in power now, that is why we don't know what Atiku would have done differently. The former vice president would have done so much differently. And I'm shocked that as a journalist, he didn't know that we had a working document. What Atiku would have done differently as it relates to subsidy is encapsulated in his working document, My Covenant with the People. And in that document, it said, look, subsidy will be removed in stages. Let me give you an example. Look at what is happening to Dangote Refinery. He's been finding it difficult. He's struggling to get the needed crude oil.
Okay.
You understand me? He had to import crude oil from the United States of America. Yet, the NNPC took a loan of $3.3 billion from Afrexim Bank and gave our crude in exchange. How do you now expect the same economy to be stable? Is it possible?
Okay.
You cannot be doing one thing and be mismanaging another sector recklessly. These people are running kabu economic policies. And we have advised them, we have spoken. You are talking about the Argentine situation.
Okay, Dr. Shuaib, you made your point.
My brother,
let me give your colleague, Dr. Hamid, the opportunity to wrap up too. The time is not time.
Before I go, I am Frank Shaibu. Today again, I will complain as well. Remove the doctor from my name because I know you have a college of 2 academics. I'm not a doctor.
Sorry. I've always, it's something about me, something about you. I've always believed that you have a PhD, but
I will get there. I'm a teacher. I don't have a PhD.
Thank you very much. Because I know at some point you were lecturing at a tertiary institution, but thank you very much for the correction.
Far back as 1996, I've been teaching.
Well taken, Dr. Hamid. You took some body shots from Shuaib, who believes that because he has left our fold as a practicing journalist, we are now his punching bag. He comes with the territory. We take it with equanimity. But how would you want to wrap it up? The 2 doctors today, they are really dealing us. The 2 politicians, they are really dealing us. But let me give you the opportunity to wrap it up in about 30 seconds.
You spoke earlier about responsibility for insecurity in the country, and then you were expecting me to run 1 or 2 comments on that. I think the security matter is principally responsibility of the federal government of Nigeria. Except now we have an opportunity where the government is trying to come up with a state police, where each of the states of the country can have a police that is run by the state government. If that comes on board, we're likely to see a synergy between police in the state and police at the center. So that perhaps may, contribute to mitigating or bringing down the level of insecurity in Nigeria.
Dr. Hamid,
I think that is what I want to
say. Dr. Hamid, the backroom boys are really hard on me. I want to say thank you to you. Dr. Arabambi, I want to say thank you for a good show. I'm a bit shocked that a Democrat could be calling for a military-like firing squad or execution, but it's your opinion. You are free to hold yours. And Frank Shuaib, one of the prominent advisors of the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, and I don't think that is anything disgraceful. I say thank you for gracing the show.
Thank you. I'm honored to be here, and I would love to return again because we left so many things unsaid. Nigeria belongs to all of us.
You will always have more opportunities. Everywhere. You will always have more opportunities. Any one of you will always have more opportunities here. Thank you. This is where we wrap it up for today. Thank you for keeping watch with us. I am Bola Oba. Have a good evening.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osayiwa Mesale. You can see I'm so excited. We have Glory in the building. Oh, Mr. Mama, how are you?
I'm fine. What can I say?
It is well. It is well. It is well. How are you? How have you been? How's work?
Work has been hectic.
I can see.
Right?
I can see. It's showing.
You
don't get body. You don't get flesh before. They now want to just finish the flesh of your body.
It's been something else. Just trying to catch up. I was away from work for a while. Then coming back, just trying to catch up. So many. So I'm just seeing things flying up and down.
Oh, wow.
I was like, okay.
Wow. But this should give you what's it called? A signal to have somebody shadow you. So even if it's as a lower pay.
Yeah. I do have someone, but obviously there are some things which I just have that needs me around. But either ways, I thank God. Everything we're fighting it and we are hanging in there and just doing
It is well. It is well. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. I think God will give you the strength beyond what you would imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Dee, how are you?
Angry.
What happened?
The rain and Lagos and the madness.
Did you see Ikeja Jerry? My sister sent me a video of Ikeja Jerry. If you see the flood in Ikeja Jerry, I could not believe it. But why is rain falling in November, I beg you?
It's climate change. I mean, the weather has changed all over the world. So
when we say climate change, people don't
understand the ramifications. Yeah.
Even with this one that they are seeing, they're still feeling like, it's not our problem. It is well. Alright, so today in partnership with Enough is Enough, we will be discussing Bayelsa, Imo, and Kogi Gubar elections. So I don't know, where are we starting from?
The very beginning.
So I think you guys should start from on my behalf, please.
Oh, okay. So this is our regular partnership in order to educate, enlighten, and empower the public about their role in governance and in moving Nigeria forward. So like you said, this is about Bayelsa, Imo, and Kogi gubernatorial elections. And so elections are the foundation of democratic governance. And as they promote political accountability, citizens' participation, and give voice and power to the people. The elections in Bayelsa, Imo, and Kogi are off-cycle elections, deviating from the regular electoral cycle of general elections in March. So, what is the role? What are the roles of the governors? So, the chief executives of the states are responsible for state administration, law enforcement, and implementation of state laws. And of course, what are the challenges that voters that mitigate against voters' participation? We have corruption, we have limited voters' education, we have voter apathy, and we have instances of violence. Okay, so let's quickly do like a comparison of 2019 versus 2023. So in 2019, now this is about Bayelsa. In 2019, there were 922,562 registered voters as compared to 2023 that gives a record of 1,862. Wow, that's very interesting. And then there was 146,999 voters votes that were cast compared to 2023, which has 1,009,895. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 800. No, I beg your pardon. That is 1,009,895 is the record for collected PVCs in 2023. We do not have a record for 2019. Now, in 2019, we have, oh, sorry, again.
I don't even think they put the votes cast for 2023 for Bielsa. That's what we. That's where you.
No, they didn't exactly. This is just going to be, you know, a new
But you can
election.
see the numbers. Yes,
Yeah,
I wish they could project it.
Are getting involved
in political cycles.
Yes, which is, I mean,
Kogi looks really interesting as well, because the margin for Kogi is quite close, and Imo State as well. Imo was 2.2 registered voters in 2019, and 2023 you had about 2.4 registered voters. So it gives us a bit of, you know, clarity.
Yeah.
Glory, you want to come in?
Yeah, for Kogi we had about, last 2019, about 1,646,350 registered voters, as against 2023, which we have about 1.9, so about 300,000 different, but that's like close, sort of. And we have for the collected PVCs, you can see we have about 1.8. There is no record for 2019, but if you look at the figure 1.8, that shows how people are interested in this.
Absolutely, compared to the registered voters and the number of people that collected.
So, and we have for uncollected PVCs, that's 100. So we have for accredited voters for 2019, that's Kogi still 636, and we have voters casted for 2019, that's 624. So we're just going to watch and see the votes being casted for this current election. So what are the key actions for citizens? So what should be expected of you? What's your civic responsibility towards this current election? We expect you to register to vote, select credible candidates, do not be biased in your choices, you know, look for the people you believe can cause a change in your various states. And vote, not fight. Please vote, do not fight. I say vote, do not fight. And protect your vote on election day. Over to you.
Absolutely, and keep them accountable. So for the Bielsa, Imo, and Kogi State, just 5 days left. So the governorship elections would happen November 11, 2023. So remember that there's the Office of the Citizen, right, chat box. You just say hello on WhatsApp to 017006381. You get to know your elected officials, your governors, senators, House of Rep members, State House of Assembly members, local government chairmen, and councillors. So, I mean, for those in Imo, Kogi, and Bielsa, I'm wishing you guys good luck. Like Glory mentioned, RSVP, register to vote, select credible candidate, make sure you read their manifesto, and watch out, see what is happening in the house. When they buy 160 million card, because we just don't do that. Read about them, learn. Of course, vote, do not be violent, don't fight, and protect your votes on election day. Stay there and keep holding them accountable. Count your votes live at the polling unit. All right, so today we want to discuss our budget. We will not let it go. And here's what we found as today's quote. It says, Abuja cannot pay its bills. We have to get to serious work. Abuja, as it is today, is choking. This was from Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo, the former Central Bank of Nigeria. So the former governor of Central Bank of Nigeria. So as I mentioned earlier, last week the president presented a supplementary budget of 2 trillion that came with controversial line items such as the presidential yacht, which I hear they have taken delivery of, even though they say that they did not buy it, so we don't know what to believe. The purchase of vehicles worth 1.5 billion naira, as well as 100 billion naira allocated to the FCT. Now, these elicited angry reactions from Nigeria, which led to dropping the yacht and increasing the student loan section to about 10 billion. That story is still a bit sketchy. However, other lineups remain, and today we're joined by Ikeme State, who will join us much later to discuss the FCT cut of the budget. And we're asking, in the largest sense, what can 100 billion do for Nigeria's economy? You know, that 100 billion that has been allocated to the FCT, what can it do for the Nigerian economy? But first, let's quickly go on a break. When we come back from that break, we want to see what we found in today's news. Hi, thanks for staying with us. Now, International Day for Preventing the exploitation of the environment in war and armed conflict is observed annually on November 6th to raise awareness about the devastating impact of war and armed conflict on the environment. This day also serves as a reminder of the importance of protecting the environment during times of conflict. Very, very important day. I hope they keep to, what's it called? You know, sometimes there are all these treaties, there are all these like silent rules that you can't go there, you can't go there. Even in the midst of war, there are some things you're supposed to just preserve.
Yeah.
So I hope it is followed through, but it's an important day. All right, so Dee, what did you find for us in today's news?
Okay, so this one is alarming for me because it says cooking gas scarcity hits Lagos, Kano, Katsina, and other states. So up until a couple of months ago, I know the 12.5 kg gas was going for like 9,000. Then it jumped to like about 10,000, and then now it's 14,000 plus. That's even if you say, you know. So I was very interested in that because gas is most of the cities in Nigeria are quite urban, so you would expect that a lot of people are using gas in homes and you know all that. And so there is a report that says that you know, the Nigerian liquefied natural gas, you know, made available about 20 metric tons of cooking gas for, you know, a price. And it's actually baffled as to why there is, you know, this scarcity. So for me, I don't know if it is artificial or just, you know, in terms of speculation, because they probably feel there's one policy coming on or just the law of markets, you know. But either way, I know that Nigerians also were very, we take things like this very literally, you know. We try to say that, okay, you know what, because there's going to be a scarcity or there is a scarcity, you think this is the time to buy gas and keep at home. That's dangerous because this is very hot season.
Or is it the end of year effect? You know, when it's
again, very possible. Very possible.
People should not remind me of my misery.
You know, for
so
me,
I'm in the middle of a project,
yeah.
Right? And hey, Father Lord, in fact, this was giving me sleepless nights. When I finish like this, I'm going to sleep. Literally, like every day you call your suppliers for this,
the price is changing. Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Honestly, you won't blame them. Even me, you are talking about story. I'm going to go and stock because I need to buy at least 3, cylinders and fill them up, you know, in preparation for the. You just have to.
Just take. No, I mean, for me, I get that. That's the way we do things because we understand that this is Nigeria. But I would just say that let us also take safety measures.
That's all you can say.
That's it. Yeah.
Glory, how about you?
Mine is about Mr. Ebu. So reports coming on today said he got one of his legs amputated. And I decided to take this story because I know all about taking care of someone with a terminal disease. I know when his story came out where he was requesting or his family was requesting for assistance and like so many were he's rich, why is he asking for that? If it's someone that's gone through that, you know, there comes a point where it's almost like no amount of money is enough. Because there are some diseases where like you just keep spending. So all I want to wish him quick recovery. So from the report it states here, as at 1 p.m. noon today, Daddy has gone through 7 successful surgeries. But to keep him alive and increase his chances of recovery, one of his legs had to be amputated. This development has been hard on us all, but we've had to accept it as Daddy's new reality to keep him alive. I just wish him quick recovery. I mean, we've lost a lot of actors and people in the entertainment industry this year. We don't want to lose any more, so he's in our prayers. And I hope
so. I'm actually really afraid for him.
Yeah.
I had my stepmom, who was diabetic, and at some point, when it gets to that place, that point where they begin to amputate, you really is a 50-50 thing chance. I really pray for him, honestly. So with diabetes, I have people that are living with diabetes around me, and I know that there's some level of what's the word now, discipline that comes with that. So there are some illnesses that you can just live your life.
You can manage it, yeah.
With diabetes specifically, there's a lot of discipline that goes with diabetic management, right? So when it gets to that point where your legs, are being amputated, it means that you have really gone to the critical stage of diabetes. So it's now a 50-50 thing. You really must pray, because I've heard so many stories of people that by the time they did that, in a few months, something happens, and, so I just pray that would not be his own situation, because he's quite on the big side. So even outside of this amputation, there has to be a lot of psychotherapy, because first of all, he's in the limelight, he's a celebrity, he's lived his life, he's done a lot of things, now coming to the reality of wanting to, now using one leg. So there will be a lot of depression, there will be a lot of fighting, there will be a lot of things that would go with that. So the funding is not just money they need a lot of partnership. So if this is the time, start reaching out to all the psychotherapists they know. All those physiotherapists, psychotherapists, all of those mental health specialists. This is the time, because if the amputation does not kill you, depression, do you understand? So there are so many things I need to battle. Then again, he needs to then speak to someone that is a nutritionist and that is also, like a fitness coach. Because you see, by the time also with diabetes, your weight also helps. If you are able to at least keep your weight under a certain, it helps. So I'm just praying and I'm wishing him, speedy recovery, and I'm hoping that he will come out of this stronger and better. All right, on that note, we'll take a break. When we come back from that break, let's discuss Abuja. Stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, thanks for staying with us. Now, according to reports, the Senate approved the President's supplementary budget, saying that the National Assembly took into cognizance the suffering of Nigerians in giving accelerated consideration to the 2.17 trillion supplementary appropriation bill. Now, in the case of the FCT, the minister noted that an amount of 100 billion was approved to support the Federal Capital Territory for urgent and immediate capital projects. Now, investing this 100 billion naira in Nigeria's economy could yield significant benefits, including improved infrastructure, enhanced cultural productivity, a more skilled workforce, better healthcare, support for small businesses, stronger social protection, and advancement in technology and innovation. Now, these investments could lead to increased economic growth, job creation, and improved living standards for Nigerians. In reference to the budget allocated to the Federal Capital Territory, today we're asking, what can 100 billion naira do for Nigeria's economy? Now, please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. So I'll bring in a care message in a second. I just want to hear your thoughts. When you hear, you see, I want to speak English that is not English. When you hear 100 billion, what comes to your mind?
It's like 1 million now in Nigeria now. Because you just call it bill.
I want to know what's the issue. Is the issue the fact that the supplementary budget called just FCT and did not call Lagos, stating 100 billion? Because I was just reading through, like, that's 2022 anyways. I know you're going to say that probably you want me to support. I'm like,
your point now.
What's our problem with 100 billion? I mean, it's 100 billion. Looking at how Nigeria is now, I mean, that's how I feel. So I was going through my little research. Last year, I think there's a data that shows FCT generated about 142 billion. So I think, like, if 100 million is billion, sorry, is going to FCT, I think it's sort of fair for, I think
states that generated. Okay.
Yeah. Or so that's what I want to understand. Is it the fact that maybe they did not mention Lagos or River States or other states, it's just FCT, so that's why they buy them? Is it Bad Bella they call it? Right now discuss. Please help me understand.
I will not help you to understand it. God will not let me to help you to understand. Let me hear your thoughts.
I don't know. This thing is quite dicey, really. FCT is a state, and well, people live in FCT. It's the capital in Nigeria, so it is expected that certain, they will have certain privileges. But if again, I like what Glory said, that really what's the issue. Is it the fact that because of the state of the economy of the nation, or is it because we are privy to the line that says that 100 billion is for, the state capital? Do we know how much other states are getting? Maybe if we know how much other states are getting, it will be so ridiculous that people will, there'll be a riot. Or because in actual sense, what if, really, 100 billion is needed for infrastructure.
Can you see my bombastic side?
I know that you are rolling your eyes, but I'm just trying to, because people live in Abuja.
Really? People do not live in Lagos. People do not live in Kaduna. People do not live in Delta states that is bringing almost all the entire Niger Delta, that is bringing almost all the wealth that comes from your country. People don't live there.
But okay, so are you saying that those states are not getting anything?
I don't know.
Okay, so Kemesit is there.
It's a legal practitioner. It's a legal practitioner, job, political analyst, research consultant, and communications professional and public affairs commentator. He's currently the head of research at SVM Intelligence, an African-focused risk consultancy and Nigeria's foremost geopolitical intelligence firm based in Lagos, where he manages a diverse research team that spans all Nigeria's 36 states, as well as Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Cameroon, and South Africa. He's had a long career in political blogging and has acted as an outside consultant to 4 Nigerian governorship races, and has managed regulatory and compliance affairs, as well as strategic communication for a number of Nigerian and international multinationals. Thank you so much, Ikemesit. They're asking me a question that I do not know. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for having me. Ikemesit, this is not Bad Belle. Let me just give this to people my criminally good practice. This is not Bad Belle. You said they give me hand on your cheek, you don't go walk. But literally, right, in all honesty, what does the FCT generate that would warrant 100 billion naira? And Diola asked a very pertinent, important question, and I think Glory touched on it as well. What are the other states being given? You understand? What are the allocations that goes to other states? So maybe that would help us rationalize, because it's not making sense to me, right? If you talk about one of the states that is well, in terms of infrastructure that you mentioned, that is well developed and everything, FCT still has one of the best infrastructure in Nigeria, right? There are other states that are really, really suffering. But I don't understand why 100 billion will be allocated to the FCT. And the conversation that I read, I've not read more, but they said they want to make FCT to be at par with other cities of the world. Ikemesit, over to you.
So it's a difficult conversation. I think the first thing I should say is that just in terms of number sizes, the FCT budgetary allocation is big, and it has been big for a while, right? So let's compare what the 2023 budget, the full budget, right? And for the current the current minister of the FCT, right, Nyesom Wike's last portfolio as governor of Rivers State and what sort of the original budget for the FCT was. So the 2023 state budget for Rivers State is 555.6 billion naira, right? The budget for the FCT, the full 2023 budget for the FCT is 579.69 billion naira. So already off the bat, the FCT's budget is bigger than, and Rivers State is not a small state. This is by federal allocations, Rivers receives the most money of any state in the country. By IGR, I think it's second or third on any given year, give or take, right? So it's not a small state. It's home to multinational oil operations. It's a very commercial state. There are other, foreign and domestic direct investments that are housed in the state. So, in Nigerian terms, I know it doesn't feel that way on the ground, but in Nigerian terms, it's a rich state. And the FCT's budget is slightly bigger than it. So in that sense, 100 billion naira is not very remarkable, and actually the FCT is officially asking for more. This is just, I believe, either a first tranche. So one of the challenges with the reporting around this issue is that it's not clear if this is a supplement on the 579 billion naira that was originally earmarked for the FCT, or if this is a part of it. And the media reporting around this is not clear. Certainly the minister and his office have also not been clear on whether this is part of the bigger pot or if this is in addition right to that. So, and I think the final thing that I should say about Abuja is that by population, it's what Nigeria's third or fourth biggest city, biggest metropolitan area. So it's got a lot of significant needs, right?
So I get him. He's saying that it has a lot of significant needs. He was trying to say infrastructure, based on the size of the city. There's no wala. Kemesit, are you back? Hello? Okay. So, I mean, it's actually unclear what the real issue is. But for me, I feel like maybe a lot of people are agitated off of the back of the 160 million per vehicle times 360 vehicles that they claim that they want to buy for the National Assembly, right? I feel like a lot of things seemed lopsided when the issue of the yard came up. So this is like an accumulated concern that a lot of people are just wondering, is it that these people don't care or it's just being insensitive? Then you now move 10 billion to education, student loans, right? So you say you are the extra 5 million on the yacht, you're moving it to the students, student loan. Only for us to hear over the weekend that yacht was, they delivered it into our waters, like literally. So I think it's the shroudiness around the budget.
Can you hear me?
Oh yes, we can hear you now. So Ekebe, you were saying that you feel like because Abuja is a city and it would have a lot of infrastructural needs, that was where we lost your audio.
Oh, okay. I'm still trying to get my video on. Yes. So the point is that Abuja is big. I think that's the long and short, right, of the story. It would have been nice to have more clarity on whether this is an additional supplement to, the 500 plus billion naira that was already allocated, or if this is, part of that pot. But Abuja has significant needs, let's be very clear. And
oh shoot.
But what are those significant needs? Other states, don't they have significant needs too?
But other states have governors. Abuja doesn't have a governor. So it falls to the federal government, so to speak.
By default, to generate revenue.
Exactly. I think, I'm not very sure, but again, I mean, it's the capital city of civil service. in the country. So that means that there are people there, and those people will need infrastructure in terms of healthcare, in terms of roads. Although, like Uwa said, I mean, Abuja has one of the best roads in the country.
Okay, let's even bring it back to our question. What can 100 billion do?
Let me break it down.
Let me assume like 1 million Nigerian youth. That's like saying 100,000 per person. What can it really do in this time and age in Nigeria now in terms of maybe business? Or so, because even breaking down the supplementary budget, I saw where there was also, I think, about 400 billion cash to vulnerable households. So I keep wondering how sustainable some of these palliatives, and I think, so it's also, I also saw a part where the government borrowed to be able to fund this. How sustainable is this? Isn't it wiser, that's my own point of view, to invest in things which probably will I say, increases business activities, empowering the youth, and also talking about, there was also the appropriation to agriculture. What about manufacturing? So I don't see, like, we have, like, real challenges. We have challenges in manufacturing. The reason why USD is going up crazy and everything is because we are importing a lot, and there's huge. So it's come to that time where we really need to promote manufacturing. But when this supplementary budget is coming out, we don't still see it speaking to those aspects of the economy. So, like, what can 100 billion naira really do to we Nigerians?
It can do a lot, right? So for me, I think that it is, so I always say that sometimes I see a lot of our leaders major in the minor and minor in the major. Okay, let's take a break. When we come back from that break, we'll try to reconnect with Kemesit, but it is well. Stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
All right, thanks for staying with us. Now, if you just tuned in, we're having a conversation around the supplementary budget, and we're discussing this 100 billion that is allocated to FCT. And the Kemesit is still with us. Please, let's share what you have to. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 1-803-4663. So let me come to you, Dee. I'm sure you have a question for Kemesit.
Okay, I don't even know where to start from, honestly. So I like, his line of thought about the reporting around it, and also, that the reporting does not give clear information as to, what this fund is really for. So, I'm going to ask Kemesit, if we want to get that kind of information, where do we get it from? And then, are Nigerians being unnecessarily sentimental, as in, are we being typical Nigerians by raising the ruckus to say, 100 billion, or is it really just a trivial matter? Let's just move on.
So I don't know that I don't know that discussions around government allocations or what government wants to do with money is a trivial matter. I think it absolutely makes sense for Nigerians.
Oh, sugar.
The network.
And the conversation is focused on the right things, right? So for me, I don't think the question should be why is the FCT getting 100 billion. Or maybe if it's a question, I don't think it should be a major one. I think the question for me is, and these are the real concerns I have with the FCT and a lot of other Nigerian states, is what do you plan to do with the monies? And what have you done with budgetary allocations that you've had in the past, right? And to the point you made while you were asking the questions here about where do you find the information? That's precisely the point, and that's precisely the problem. And a lot of our questioning and our demand for accountability of government officials has to circle around that. There is no website right now, right? It's certainly not on the Federal Capital Territory Administration's website or the FCT Ministry's website, although it doesn't really have a separate website, or any other government repository, or even with the NBS, what these budgetary allocations, especially for the FCT, is used for, right? Even civic organizations like Budget, which releases, a flagship State of the State report where they basically measure how well governments are using budgetary allocations and resources and what the level of their debt is. I was at the report launched, I think, 3 or so weeks ago in Abuja. They don't track data for the FCT because it's very hard to find data. Almost always, the only paper trail, right, of the fiscal allocations for the FCT is when announcements are made about the budget. There are no budget implementation reports. Under our fiscal appropriation, laws, the Fiscal Appropriation Act, for example, the Fiscal Responsibility Act as well, every state as well as federal government is supposed to, right, at the end of every financial year, release a budget, prepare and release a budget implementation report, which will show what they plan to spend money on and what they actually spent money on, and what sort of debt or outstanding commitments that they have. Very few states, relatively, I think the last I checked, you can only find data for about 16, 17 states release budget implementation reports. Even fewer states, right, consistently release budget implementation reports. So there are very few states, and major less, but they prepared 2023 budgets. They are asking for supplementary budgets, right, in many cases. Right. And so for me, that's the big question, is that from a transparency and an accountability standpoint, the FCT is actually one of the worst performers, right? It is easier for me to find information about my home state of Akwa Ibom, or about Gombe, or about Kogi, or about Oyo, or about Rivers, than it is to find about the FCT. And where does that responsibility lie? Partly it lies, well, a lot of it lies, obviously, with the FCT ministry, but also a big part of it also lies with the federal government, because the federal government has legislative and administrative oversight, right, for the FCT. So it is the National Assembly that makes laws for the Federal Capital Territory. It is the National Assembly that approves the budget for the FCT, as against the states where it's the governor and the state houses of assembly that engage. So we have a situation where the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the National Assembly, and by extension, everyone that works in the FCT Civil Service Ministry is not only responsible for federal projects and issues around the country, but they're specifically responsible for the FCT. So the question around fiscal transparency for the FCT is also a larger question about Nigeria, because, the logical conclusion one is to draw from this is, if the federal government is not fiscally responsible in how accountable it is to Nigerians who live in the FCT, how can they be for the rest of us?
That's such a profound question.
My one question, though, right, is, should we even, because FCT already has, isn't FCT over bloated? I say this because, like you rightly alluded, the National Assembly is there, the President is there, his vice is there, like literally, and there is really, so except you can point to me what IGR FCT is generating. You can easily say, okay, River State, they have oil. This is what the IGR is. Okay, maybe yes, properties, right? They can generate money from real estate, lands, and all of that. But in the real sense of it, right, it is an already over-bloated state. Because when we talk about borrowing to pay salary, that is the capital where the salary, most of those salaries are consumed, because they are the ones that are like over-bloated, and all of that. So do we still need to continue this trajectory of having a minister for the FCT? Because we already have leaders everywhere. Why do we still need that person that stands there and I really can't tell, okay, maybe market and all of that, a lot of things that they are doing, but you can just have somebody that oversees the state? Because I feel like this is just an unnecessary waste of money. But help me out, because maybe I'm just over conservative or something, or maybe I'm too dumb to see the picture.
No, so it's a very good question, right, that you asked, because for at least 15 years, there's been a spirited argument within, FCT and policy and legislative and legal circles about whether a minister for the FCT is the appropriate mechanism for governing the federal capital, right? And whether we shouldn't abolish, that role, which is, not directly accountable to FCT voters, for example, right? Because they do not elect, right, the FCT minister, and whether the FCT should have a mayor-style a mayor-style governing process, as many federal capitals right across the world, and many other cities and capitals right across the world, right, do, because in that case, the mayor is elected by the residents of the federal capital, and so is directly responsible. If people are upset with the performance of the FCT minister, there's no way you can get rid of it, except the only way the FCT minister changes is if the president wakes up one day and he does not like the person appointed to that role and wants to change it. With the mayor, at the very least, you have 4 years within which, give or take, you can get rid of him. In terms of IGR, the FCT makes a fairly decent amount. Now, it's in overall terms, it is not amazing or incredible. Don't get me wrong, but you have a situation where because of the land rates, for example, I think 2022 numbers, I'm just looking at my notes, right? So 2022 tax revenue for the FCT, according to the NBS, was 124, right, billion naira, right? So there are many banks have a preponderance of branches in the FCT. There are companies that set up in the FCT, but a very, very big revenue generating item, right, in the FCT is property permits and property taxes, right? If for anyone who has ever tried to acquire property in Abuja, you understand that it is quite the process. I'm sure why you have a home in Abuja, so you understand what I'm talking about. But yeah, so that's a big revenue generating pot, right, for the FCT. The current FCT minister, right, self-confessed himself, I think it was in the middle of last month, that the monthly wage bill alone for public sector workers in the FCT is 8 billion naira a month. So there are lots of, the FCT is, probably the largest construction site, right, in Nigeria. There are multiple capital projects, including stalled projects that ideally any reasonable policymaker would want to pick up. Things like the light rail, project, for example. There are developments in new districts and areas that, that still needs to happen. There are skyscrapers and things, right, that are also being constructed. So in that sense, the FCT has a lot of things that it needs money to do. The concern for me, and I think the concern that every Nigerian should have about this conversation and why this should bother all of us, is if we don't have a sense of where the money is going to or how it is being used, it is very hard for us to even gauge whether the federal government is doing a good enough job. You know, when it comes to democracy, you cannot just use the eye test. You cannot just use what you see or anecdotes or what people tell you over coffee or you know over dinner or when you hang out, right? You need data. You need figures. In fact, one of the stakeholders that actually needs proper accountability in this space is the FCT itself. You know, the Federal Capital Territory Administration. They need to understand where they are putting money in. You know, what sort of returns they are getting, and if they should try something else, or you know, what sort of investment they should be prioritizing. But because nobody's really watching the money, and we only have these conversations when these budgetary announcements, happen, its accountability and transparency is nearly impossible. So the anger and the confusion that's surrounding this conversation right now is, I wouldn't say it's misdirected, but it's not focused. And because it's not focused, you know, policymakers and political people will just ride out this wave of discontent. And when we move on to the next thing, to be upset or worried about, we will move there. And, you know, the people who asked for, you know, first the 570 plus billion naira, then the 100 billion naira, will just quietly, I don't want to cast aspersions, but they will quietly utilize those resources in ways in which they deem fit and not ways in which the actual public, needs. And again, just to rehash the point, the person in Edo State, the person in Katsina, and the person in Gobi should be worried because the FCT is getting more money from the federal government than many Nigerian states, So in theory, if the FCT is not efficiently using financial resources, those are financial resources that are automatically denied to other parts of the country. Now, we can have a separate conversation about whether, you know, state governments in all of, you know, these state capitals are judiciously using the resources that they get, but there's still a coherent argument to be made, about whether by this black hole, that is the FCT's finances, the FCT is unwittingly shortchanging other Nigerian states and other projects in other parts of the country that we need to invest in.
I was just going to ask Ikemesit that why don't we even try to fight for every state, even including the FCT, since you say you need money, why don't you just generate your IGR? So let's stop this cap in hand situation. But states will not want to do that. They'll still want to go get federal allocations, you know, but it's because literally, if we start to run our states the way the US, for instance, they are running their state, where every state, so that's why if you go to Atlanta, taxes in Atlanta can be different.
It's different, absolutely.
It depends on how you, which you meet. Even when you order some things, they'll ask you where you shipping to because they need to factor in their taxes. I mean, if we start to think creatively to say, okay, every state generates your IGR, maybe all these issues will just fizzle out. But the question for today was, what would 100 billion do for Nigeria's economy? Do you have an idea? If we were to pump in 100 billion to the Nigeria's economy, what would it do?
A lot, right? So a couple of low-hanging fruits, right? The national housing deficit is, depending on who you ask, either 17 million to 21 million homes. So basically, Nigeria right now, let's forget about the Nigerians for a minute, about the Nigerians who are being added to our fold every day, through life in this country. The Nigerians that we have now, we need to provide between 17 to 21 million homes, for them. 100 billion naira will go a long way. Not all the way, but a long way towards addressing that. If you're talking about education, so the federal allocation for education, in Nigeria is like 2 or 3 times 100 billion naira. So basically 100 billion naira is somewhere between, a third to almost half of what we have determined. And there are many experts who will tell you that what we allocate towards education is not enough. 100 billion naira will go a long way. And specifically with respect to education, I think 100 billion naira will sufficiently and significantly go a long way towards addressing primary and secondary education, because I have a very interesting view on education. I think we prioritize tertiary education to the detriment of primary and secondary education.
Absolutely.
For a functioning economy, the most basic requirement is that you need people who can read and who can write. Right? And according to the 2019 multi-cluster indication survey, the number of Nigerians that can read, write, and count in any language, not in English, is like 24%, which is an unforgivable number of Nigerians. 100 billion will significantly go a long way towards addressing healthcare. The health budget also is about 2 or 3 times 100 billion naira. So the same principles with education apply towards health. Nigeria has a primary healthcare gap. There are lots of things that are doing very well in primary healthcare, but Nigeria has a primary healthcare gap. It is uncomfortable if the primary touch point that most Nigerians have with the health system is not a primary healthcare center but a pharmacy. It speaks to the lack of infrastructural support and expertise and admin support that primary health has in this country, that people feel a pharmacy is fine for me. Let me not go through the stress of going to the hospital. So those are some of the key things, right, that we can sort of do. I think the final thing I'll say is, if you're more socially inclined, about 100 billion naira is what we budgeted shortly after COVID to invest into, what we call social investments, right? So remember that, Nigeria, I don't know what it was, whether it was a social register. So sort of the poorest Nigerian homes, what are we going to give them to support them, financially? What we budgeted for our domestic humanitarian interventions was about 100 billion. So basically, we're giving the equivalent of what we think we're going to spend on supporting the poorest Nigerians to one part of the country. And we don't know how that money is going to be used. That's very concerning.
Wow, let's take comments.
This is from our regular fan, Daniel Ilo. He said, "Good evening, my beautiful sisters of What Are You Saying? What can 100 billion do for Nigeria's economy? The plain truth is that the Nigerian economy has really suffered generally. If they are allocating and budgeting that amount for our economy, then it is something to be happy about. And dear beautiful sister D mentioned investing in infrastructure, good roads, and so many things that needs attention. So to me, I think we're getting somewhere. In a nutshell, life has to be restored to Nigeria's economy. Your guest made mention of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, needing funds to do some things, which I agree. So nice to have my dear beautiful sister Glory. Thank you. Really miss you a lot. God bless you.
Amen. Thank you, Daniel.
Yeah. Okay, so this one is saying that the money is too small for Nigerian economic. Let's see the exchange rate in Nigeria. To me, let the government bring enough money to make our manufacturing industry work. Let the government make Nigeria a productive country.
Yeah, so it says, someone else says 100 billion cannot do anything for the Nigerian economy. It's just like saying what it will 100 naira do for a family of 2. No, now. But listen to what Ikemesit has said. Do you understand? If you had listened, you would know that, based on the 3 touch points he touched on, education, healthcare, and Ikemesit, what was the third one now? But education and healthcare, you would see that...
Humanitarian.
And humanitarian, yes. So you would see that money can actually go a long way. So to the point of why we even had this conversation in the first place is when the federal government, they are drawing up these budgets, always remember that, you see, what I believe in is, can this give impact to more people? So if the answer is yes, then that is your way. That's your solution, right? If they say 100 billion naira now being pumped into primary and and secondary education, and it would significantly transform, a good number of Nigerians, from that illiteracy level to a literate state, then that is where the money should be channeled, not the other way around.
Absolutely.
But thank you so much, Ikemesit. I think it's always fun having you. We will bring back the conversation because we still have yet to talk about. We have a lot of things to talk about. We want to talk about what's it called? Even the student loans. We want to talk about agriculture as well. We will need to bring you back. Thank you so much, Ikemesit, for your time. You always honor us. Thank you so much. All right, thank you, Dee. Thank you, Glory. Welcome back. Even if it's briefly, we love it. Now, before we go, ensure you follow us across all our social media handles at Ways Show Africa. You can interact with us further. Drop your comments, and most importantly, follow all our engagements on social media. Like, share, and invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. Now, if you missed our quote for today, here it is again. Abuja cannot pay its bills. We have to get to serious work. Abuja, as it is today, is choking. This was from Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo.
What is choking?
The former Central Bank of Nigeria. Now, the governor. Now, we'll see you guys tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Ciao. Yeah.
My name is Adejokela Sisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. At Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to like weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
Hello Nigeria and hello Nigerians. It's that time again of True Nigerians, Heroes of Our Time, a program where we bring to you distinguished Nigerians who are worth emulating, Nigerians that have done us well, Nigerians that are role models worth emulating. My guest today on the program is no one else than Chief Executive Officer of Brick Properties Nigeria Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time on True Nigerians, Heroes of Our Time, I have Dr. Bright Chimezie.
Good afternoon.
My pleasure to have you, sir.
Just mine.
Personally, this is my personal opinion now. I'm really impressed with what I've seen. I remember the story of how we got here. You know, I went somewhere, you know, the program has a lot of followership and people, we have fans, and someone just started blasting me systematically. You're bringing me like, why you've not even had people like Dr. Bright Chimezie who is doing it. So I was like, which Bright Chimezie? Bright Chimezie, it's the same music we are doing now. He said, not that Bright. Bright Chimezie, the property banker. I said, what is property banking? He said, don't see what this man is doing. He's making, you know, properties affordable for in fact, it became an argument. I had to come and try by all means to bring you on this program. But before I ask my first question, I must say, well done, sir. Thank you so much for your contribution to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Okay, our first and traditional question. I can't wait. I have so many questions. In your own definition, how would you describe a true Nigerian?
Wow, a true Nigerian is that person that is born in Nigeria and that is devoid from corruption. Someone that has a purpose in life and that follows and runs to make sure the purpose comes to pass. You know, so the essence is that, you know, there's no purpose. Is when purpose is not known, abuse becomes inevitable. So I would say true Nigerian is that person that have a drive that he wants to achieve, and trying to achieve that drive, you touch lives. That is a true Nigerian.
Especially looking for a goal that will affect other people positively, just like you are doing.
Thank you.
Well, there are so many questions in my head. I'm following the script, but okay, let me just chip in. You know, even from the way you are seated, it's obvious you are a very humble man. So I'm wondering, it's not part of my question, but I want to know how you are very successful in everything you've done, and you are, in fact, I know that you have a lot of money, sir, but with all this achievement, you are still very humble. I also see the way you relate with your staffs. You know, I was in the field, you know, we really wanted to do some inspections and know whether what we are saying is true. So I actually went to some of your sites, you know, to see, and I see how you relate. The first time I came here, you came downstairs to talk to me because you saw me on. Your humility, has it always been like this? I've been after you get money, you come humble.
You know, you see, humility is, for me, just my person. That's me. You know, sometimes my staff will say, sir, no, you know, you don't have to do this. No. Because I was once a nobody. And today, you know, God has brought me this height. So why would I not turn back and now begin to spite on those? No, I don't do that. So I have to, like, because I understand that one day, someday, you know, yeah. So just me. It's not,
not many people reason that way, sir. Most people, they say if you want to know a real man, give him money. Most people are only humble now because they don't have money. Once they have money, but I'm very happy that we are talking to you because this is the essence of the program, you know, so that those who are coming behind would also see these role models and emulate. Okay, Brit Properties Nigerian Limited. How did you all start? How many branches do you have now? What's your staff capacity? Tell us a bit about Brit Properties Nigerian Limited.
Yes, Brit Property is a company that's been there for over a decade plus now. And I remember vividly how the company came into existence. I went for a meeting in Ekpe to do an agreement for some chiefs and king in Ekpe. So at that meeting, they brought up a lot of issues and they were asking me questions. So I told them the truth. I didn't want to dodge anything for those old men. I told them what to do. You know, how to share the land and all that. I advised them. I would do agreement for them. And the way I explained, they were all happy. You know, say, this is the first time I'm getting somebody that is opening this thing up to us. We all understood what he was saying. You know, so we discussed. After that, the meeting ended. So we went to check there's one thing we went to check, another land we went to check at the back. So it delayed us. So while driving out, the one old man was flagging me down. I said, the law, flagging me down. And I didn't have money in my pocket, truly. So I was just thinking that, you know, all this old man sometimes, maybe he's asking for money or something. That's what he wants. So I didn't want to listen to him. So I just, you know, but along the line, someone just spoke to me and said, why don't you just wait and hear him out? I said, okay. So I stepped on my brake and I reversed. He said, I've been calling you. I said, yes, I know. I was just thinking. So I greeted the papa. He said, He said, the way you spoke to us in that meeting, I knew that there's something in you that said. So he said, don't worry. See this land. He just spotted one land at the right hand side. He said, from here, down, what to sale. He said, it's your own. What? I looked at him and like, I don't understand. I don't have money to give anybody. You know, he said, don't worry. Just go and look for small money and bring. I will take to the owner of the family. We will discuss. I will stand for you. Don't worry. And as I was driving home, I was restless. You know, because I never had any mind to fruit any real estate business before. I don't know any business. I don't know anything about real estate. So, but I see people do it. I don't understand what it is. So when I go home that night, I couldn't sleep. I was restless in my spirit. So I told my wife, I said, look at what happened today, and I don't have money.
What were you doing at that time?
I went to do agreements for them, you know, and they now came up, you know, with all kinds of questions for me. So, and I answered the questions. I was there like for like 45 minutes, asking questions. You know, and I answered other questions one by one. And they were so happy and pleased the way I answered the question. And that was how the whole thing started. You know, so I go home, I couldn't sleep, and I spoke to my wife about it. He said, well, whatever you want to do, pray about it. If God says to go ahead, go ahead. So I got to the office the next day. I went to meet my banker, a friend of mine. She was the head of then Diamond Bank in the Kota Shopping Complex. I went to meet the lady, young lady, fair lady, and I told her, this is my problem. I need some money. Can you loan me some few money, like 5 million naira? I said, right. Before then, all I had in my account was like 5,000 naira.
What?
I need 5 million naira. So I told her, she said, but where do you get 5 million naira from? You know, so you have to take a loan. What do you have? I said, well, all I have is just the property I have. I built. My house. He said, well, go and bring the document. Let me see how I can help you. You know, so I don't have to tell my wife that I need 5 million naira and I have to use the land, the house that we have to go and take a loan from the bank.
That was risky.
You know, so I was thinking, my wife will say, no, it's not a good business, so think very well, and all that. So when I go home, I told her, I said, well, if God has put it in your mind, I will support you. And I said, go and give them. I said, So when she told me, I went to where the document is, I took the agreement, the deed of agreement, I went and put it in my car in case if she woke up in the morning and changed her mind. You know, women, they can sleep.
Yeah, exactly.
I slept, I had a dream.
Yes.
And my mind was made up that I want to do this business. You know, so I drove to the office. I parked the car. When I parked the car, I had a voice, sir. And the voice told me, said, why don't you start with people that you know? I turned back. Maybe somebody's in my car. There was nobody. I looked, maybe somebody was standing beside me where I parked the car, and they were talking. There was nobody. It was early in the morning, you know. So I paused. Why don't you start with people that you know? I've never had that kind of voice before in my life. So immediately it just hits me that you've done marketing, you've sold insurance in your life for over 15 years. You've met people, you know people. Why don't you go and start with those that you know? I said, yeah, that's true. It meant that I left my car, I ran out of my car. I went to meet one of my colleagues. She was a client of mine, you know, that also bought insurance for me. And I went to meet the woman in her shop. So then when I got there, I saw another the company, they came with a flyer. So I took the flyer, looked at the flyer. So I told the woman she has a IT person in her shop. So I told the guy, can you help me design this flyer? I said, of course I can do it. So I design. So he gave me, I gave him my name, I gave him everything, the address, and he designed the flyer for me and forwarded it to my WhatsApp. So I told the woman, I said, I have a land in the Bajuleki, I want to sell. If you buy 5 plots, I will give you 1 free.
Wow.
And then it was for 400,000 naira. So buy 5, we'll give you 1 free. He said, Bright, hold on. I know you're very good in insurance. This is property. You don't know anything, leave property. If you continue with insurance, we laughed. So while we were talking, her friend called from US and she told her friend, I don't say, actually, I'm interested though. Wow. You know. So what the guy did, the flyer, I just put the flyer.
Your friend called while you were talking?
Yes. Wow. I was talking, the friend from US, the woman called her. He said, see my friend, I told this my insurance. He said he has land though. But you like 400,000. I was like, 400,000. I'm interested. You want to buy? She says interested. You know, that was how the whole thing started. Sir, within that first week, I had over 5 million in my account. Within the first week of this, my own money was still there. My 5K, nobody untouched. But you know, that was how the company started. So we started with that simple plot of land. In fact, let me even shock you what happened. I put the flyer on my DM, and a friend of mine from another church saw it, picked it, put it in her own DM. Her pastor saw it, picked it, put it in her own DM. Somebody in US saw it and called and asked the pastor and the wife to go and check the land out that he wants to buy 1 acre.
Wow. And
they all came. When they came, so when I came, after 2 days, I brought them to the site to see the place. It was still bushy. Seriously. Even me, I was scared when we were coming. But when they go, they say, they like the place. That's dry land. They're interested. You know. So when the Baba saw, the Baba was so happy. So he was taking me to go and show me the land, show me the boundary and all that. So when I turned my back, I saw the pastor and the wife and 3 prayer warriors. They heard that and they were praying. And right there, I had a voice in my spirit said, this is what you would have done the first day I gave you this property. You didn't claim it. I have to send my son to come and help you claim it on your behalf. It's like I had goosebumps all over my body. From that day, that's how I started this business. From that day to today, I've never owed, we never took any loan from any bank. And today we have about 40-something estates all around Nigeria. We're in Lagos, we're in Owerri, we're in Enugu, we're in Asaba, we're in Abuja, we're in Ogun State, we're in Ibadan. So this is how we, in fact, we're going to Nasarawa very soon. And this is how we've been, you know, by God's leading.
Nasarawa, the governor is my friend. Please, let me know, let me introduce you. And then, you know, I'm also very happy that your employment capacity with the unemployment in Nigeria, it's over 2,000 people. That's huge.
In Lagos alone, we are over 1,000. In Lagos alone, we have in Abuja, we have in Enugu, we have in Asaba, we have just spread like that. People say, we don't know this company, we don't even know you. Why are you not advertising? Why are you not? And I told them, the money I'm going to use is making noise all around. We don't make noise. So that money I'm going to use in, I'm not saying it's not good to advertise, but that money I'm going to use in going out to go and do billboard and start making noise. We need to expand our operation. So we're expanding, you know, under the ground, we're expanding. We're just going from state to state and all that, we're expanding. You know, very soon we're going to go to outside Nigeria, we're going to Kenya, we're going to Cote d'Ivoire, we're going to, so we already have talks with those countries that are coming on board, by God's grace.
You know, talking to you now, I have automatically seen the future of your company since it's backed by God. From day one, God has been the one directing you.
Seriously. If I tell you that, yes, I have this idea, I had this concept, I had this, I'm lying. I'm lying to you. So I wonder when people are saying that, God exists. I'm telling you, sir, from my own experience.
That old man, do you still talk?
Yeah, it's my friend. I bought him a car. I gave him a car.
Would you mind if we have him on this program sometime?
Yeah, I will ask. I will call him. He's old now, so I'll ask him if he has that strength to come. He'll come. Yeah.
Man, this story, I'm weak already. This is, wow. No wonder. I say you need to see the way they were blasting. Hey, you are Peter. Well, look at people like Bright. Go and meet Dr. Bright. Okay, now I know why a lot of people have been insisting we come talk to you.
And let me add a little bit again. Our workforce really is different from the way the normal real estate workforce is. They hire the marketers. Our marketers they're in-house. We employ them fresh. We train them.
Okay.
We build them to become. They will now grow.
Okay.
That's what we do. So we have in-house. I'm talking about over 1,000 in-house marketers. They stay. I'm not talking about people that you go and borrow. So they say, no. This one sell for us alone. They are tied to us alone. So it's a different ball game.
I've met some of them, but I didn't know they are tied to you alone.
Tied to you can't see them selling other estates. No, they are tied to us alone. Some of them have been with us for 4 years, 5 years, 6 years.
And most of them are young people.
They're all young. I wish you would just come upstairs and do a video on Monday morning. See the crowd, you'll be shocked, run away.
I personally have also been duped like 5 times in Abuja. I know I've bought like 5 duplexes in Abuja. I've lost 2 now. They refunded half of the money. I didn't see the remaining money. The other one, I don't want to mention the names of this company. The other one, they gave me a land now in the estate where the other ones were still in court. So, there's a lot, especially in Nigeria, there's a lot land and property scam in Nigeria. Now, how do you, anyway, I know you have a God background, but what do you do to check and verify that a property or a land is genuine, before going into it? Okay. So that eventually after investment and everything, you won't have issues and all that.
Okay. Well, property business in Lagos, it's like, how is the word now? It's like a hawk, that comes to pick. So you have to be very, very strong. One, the government policy is so stiff. The bureaucratic neck in terms of how to get out documentations for your lands are so difficult, and they made it so. You have to pay PR, settle this, settle that, just to get out the document. After paying the money level, you now come to government. It's a tug of war. Apart from even paying to get a document itself again, so now to go and face the government
bureaucracy.
Civil servants, so now wahala again on its own. You have to settle this person. Each department you get to, you have to settle. You have to settle this. So I think it's a very big problem. If we really want to have a modern city in Nigeria, government have to say they can help us break all these monopolies, so it can be freer for us to do business.
I'm happy you said it because it was already enlisted as one of my questions.
Yeah, so it's been tough. I won't lie to you. Secondly, dealing with homelessness again is another problem. But because we buy large quantity, so we don't deal with one family, we deal with the community. So what I do mostly is that I like to tie it to the king or to the ballet. And I want to make sure that the ballet that I'm talking to is registered with Lagos State government. Okay. So if the registered ballet, you don't want to do because of his register, even though they will delist him. So if we go report him, they will delist them. So they don't want that. And they will try all they can to make sure they make peace and give you your land at the end of the day. So these are people I like dealing with. So I deal with the king or I deal with the registered ballet by government.
That way you are assured.
That's way we are sure that what we're doing at the end of the day, we're not going to have a problem. I'm not saying that 100% we've not had a problem. We have the problem here and there and that, but we settled. Yeah, settled. And we are just there.
This government stiff neck or these government policies that are making you uncomfortable, is it with state or federal?
It's states. The problem we have on land, because the land use as states, is that all land in Lagos is owned by the state governor. So it's states. The federal government doesn't have the power in terms of land in the state official. It's governors. They are the highest body. Any state you go to is the state governor that's in charge of the land of that state. So anything you want to do, that's they give CFO. The governor is the person that signs the CFO for that state, not for that government.
Okay, aside these issues you are talking about is only with Lagos State. Other states are more flexible, yeah?
Yeah, a little bit, but Lagos State has been a little bit so difficult, and everything there is in money. I can't lie to you. So those big governments will come and help us. We want to help government solve the NDG goals that says that they want housing for all their citizens, and we are here to help government. Government cannot do it alone. So we're here to help government, and they must help us build policies that also help us, help them achieve those NDG goals that they want to achieve.
Okay, a lot of people have been in this business before you, sir, and what do you think, apart from God, what do you think you are doing differently? Because Brit Properties Nigeria Limited is obviously very successful. What are you doing differently that others are not doing? What do you think is your catch point or like your method?
Yeah, like I said, our main, how do I use the word now, is just being truthful, fidelity. When you say something, make sure you stand by your word. So that's what we're doing. So we told our client that all our estate, we try all we can to make sure we get the CFO on our estate. We are doing that. We are buying the form for you. So to get a CFO document for Lagos government, you have to buy the form for CFO from civil servants. In land, yeah, we have to buy the certificate, the form. So it's supposed to be free, but we have to buy it. The form, I want to have a CFO for my land. When you get it, you say you have to pay for the form, which is supposed to be free. So they're still going to pay, they're still going to charge you based on the number of property that you have. So they charge per plot. They're still going to give me bill. So why should I buy the form? So these are all the issues we have, To get the form sent is another top of war, to get it out and all that, But the good thing here is that once that works for us is that we talk about affordability. So our aim is to make sure that everyone has access to property, to landed property. So what we do is we do affordability. So we bring our customers on board and we allow them to spread payments. One of the things there is that people don't have the mind to give you that money back. But if you give them the flexibility, it's okay, you can pay us in 6 months, you can pay us in 1 year and all that. They will, okay, I can do 1 year, or I can do 6 months.
What ranges are we talking about? What's the lowest? What's the
lowest? What we have is about 750,000. So
750.
Yes, per plot.
Wow. After the program, let's talk. That's good.
Yeah, we have Ikorodu, we have Ekpe, we have Ogun State, we have plots that you can afford, that you can pay. So what we do basically is that we go to a particular area, we open the area up. Clear it open, fence the land, do road network, and people come in there and start building.
Have you had situations where you do all these things, in agreement with the government, and they come and suddenly change their mind? That's one question. Before I forget the second question, whereby a situation whereby a client has paid. So he's paying bit by bit and he has gone halfway and something happens, you can't pay anymore. What happens? You refund this money?
Yes, we do refund. We do refund. And some that what we noticed that before we're doing 1 year, so we had a lot of people owing us money. So we've sold a lot of lands, but people are owing us. Like as I'm talking to you now, our money outside is over 1 billion.
Wow.
People are owing us money. So they promise they're going to pay as at when due, and as at when they will not pay. And you need, this is land. You can't force, you can't put knife on their neck. They must pay. And you can't threaten them. So they'll tell you that I may want to buy land. So when I have the money, I will pay you. So and we try to see how we can be able to like. So whatever money is hanging out there now today, they are not paying. And if you don't pay that money in, how do we not go to the estates to develop the lands? Because we have to develop the lands. So if those people don't come in as at when due, there's a land we sold over 6 years. Up to now, still owing us 400,000 naira. As at then, up to now, still owing us. They're not finished paying. They're not fully paid.
So whereby the land, the value has changed.
Yes.
Because that 400,000 may not be. It may be like 2 million now.
Yeah.
So what happens?
But the one that we started with the man said today is 5 million.
The 400,000.
The one was said for the years. That's at then. Today is 5 million naira. We're working on Sea of Wonderland. If the Sea of finally comes out, that place will be about 5 to 10 million naira per plot.
So the person who has paid 400,000 since and you haven't seen him, well, how do you now handle it?
We've written to them several times that we might be able to revoke and take it somewhere else.
Okay.
So you can't use your money. So we'll not take it to another estate and give you where we think we can.
This country needs unity. We need peace.
I'm all for renegotiating the terms of our coexistence. We have to renegotiate it.
The youth have been misguided, unfortunately.
I like my country. I like the land and people.
Hey, look, I have 40% shares in this company. So if I had known that you...
Judges are either corrupted or they are afraid of giving judgment.
There's no stopping now. No stopping.
But government requires more revenue to make sure that these initiatives...
Give us a better Nigeria! Give us a better...
Youth are the vehicles of change. The youth are the answer.
On Plus TV News Now tonight, President Bola Tinubu commissions Red Line Rail in Lagos, transforming cities' commute. As residents block Kaduna-Abuja highway over bandit attack on community, as bandits strike mosque worshippers kidnapped in Zamfara. Prosecutors say child opposition leader Yaya Dilo killed in shooting. And Russia's President Vladimir Putin warns West sending troops to Ukraine risks global nuclear war. Good evening to you. I am Justin Akademi, and this is the news now on Plus TV Africa. We begin with security matters. Residents of Gonigoro in Chikun local government area of Kaduna State have blocked the Abuja-Kaduna highway following the attack on their community by bandits. During the attack, which occurred on Wednesday night, several members of the community were reportedly kidnapped with several others injured. 2 people, including a member of the Civilian Joint Task Force, were reportedly killed in the attack. The latest attack on the Gonogera community comes barely a week after soldiers killed a notorious bandit kingpin, Bodere Isiako, and some of his fighters in the same Chikun local government area. Meanwhile, the Kaduna State Security Council has warned against blockage of public roads, harassment of innocent citizens by groups of individuals conducting protests.
In the early hours of today, we have an incident at Angon outer axis of Gonongora, where a number of citizens were kidnapped, and we also have an unfortunate situation where a citizen was also shot dead instantly at that location. And members of the armed forces, supported by other security agencies, actually moved to the location immediately, and they were able to come in contact with the said bandit. It may also interest you to know that in the course of the contact, we were able to rescue some citizens, but some citizens are also missing. We cannot account for them. But as we speak, troops supported by other security agencies are trailing them.
Meantime, bandits have abducted scores of worshippers in one of the mosques in Safi town, a local government area of Zamfara state. An indigene of the area said the bandits invaded the mosque around 5 a.m. today when the people were about to start the morning prayer. According to reports, the number of abducted worshippers could be more than 30. Safi local government is one of the local government areas in the state worst hit by banditry over the years. Now, in line with its fight against terrorism in the country, the armed forces said it neutralized 974 terrorists and arrested 621 suspected terrorists and kidnappers across the country in February. While briefing journalists in Abuja, Director of Defense Media Operations, Major General Edward Buba, said several arms and ammunition were also recovered, while 466 kidnapped victims were rescued in the months under review. He advised terrorists to repent and come to the table for peace, as armed forces will continue to punish unrepentant criminals with overwhelming military force.
It is important also to state that in the month of February, troops recorded the following. We neutralized 974 terrorists. We arrested 621 of them, and we rescued 466 kidnapped hostages during the month of February. Troops also denied the oil theft of close to 9 million liters of crude oil, over 1 million liters of AGO, over 18,000 liters of DPK, and over 45,000 liters of PMS during the month of February.
Now, the Plateau State Commissioner of Police, Steve Yapanet, has outlined the achievements of the police command in fighting crime in the state. He made this known during the press briefing at the police headquarters in Jos. Upon assumption of office, the CP said he diligently assessed the prevailing security challenges, personally visiting areas afflicted by insecurity such as Mangu, Bokus, Bassa, Riyam, and Barakin Ladi to devise effective operational strategies. He announced significant progress resulting from the implementation of new operational templates, leading to the apprehension of numerous criminal suspects across the state.
1st of February 2024, at about 1 p.m., some unknown gunmen, numbering about seven persons, invaded the house and premises of St. Vincent de Paul Parish, Bia District in Pashin, and kidnapped 2 parish priests, namely Reverend Father Kenneth M. Kanwa and Reverend Father George Onwachuku, to unknown destination. Upon the receipt of the report, the Commissioner of Police Plateau State directed the OC anti-kidnapping unit Jos to make a local circulation to all police media platforms, which led to the arrest of one of the suspects, Christopher Yaro, aka Monaka, in faraway Ogun State, where he has escaped to. Investigation is ongoing to arrest the other suspect at large. The suspect will soon be charged to court.
A group of vigilantes and hunters in Taraba State have rescued 40 hostages who had been languishing in a kidnapper's den in Agandio. The rescued hostages were kidnapped from rural communities in Yoro and Zing local government areas of the state. Our correspondent Jude Nuhu Gundali's report is presented from our studio. This would be a major breakthrough by David Iloyanomon, who was recently posted to Taraba State as a Commissioner of Police by the Inspector General. The battle to make Taraba State crime-free has been taken to the kidnappers' den, located atop Gongomaliki Mountain, by the hunters and vigilantes who were on a rescue mission. Briefing newsmen on the development, the State Commissioner of Police, David Iloyanomon, said the rescued hostages were taken to the police clinic for examination and treatment after they regained freedom. He disclosed that one of the rescued hostages had one eye plucked out, while another had gunshot injury and is still in the hospital.
And accordingly, we engaged the local hunters and the vigilante. So they all went there, and the ones I am going to relate to you now is the one that happened at Gomaliki Mountains and beyond, where 40 kidnapped victims were rescued from the kidnappers' dens. The victims have various degrees of injuries and ailments, including one Musa Mashi, who has two gunshot injuries, while the right eye of one Sunday was plucked out by the kidnappers. May I conclude by applauding the unflinching support of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Taraba State, Dr. Agbo Kefas.
The CP also paraded 10 suspected kidnappers who were apprehended at different locations in Arodokola local government area of the state. He informs that the State Police Command will continue to collaborate with local security apparatus to ensure the state is safe.
The police has also arrested 10 suspects. Those ones you are seeing behind me, these are suspected kidnappers. These were arrested at Mulum and Kaswanla, the area of Arodokola local government, while they were escaping from hot zone. Remember I told you the hunters were on the hills chasing them. While they were escaping from the hot zone, they were coming down the mountain and going to the communities.
Meanwhile, some rescued victims and community members share their views.
The kidnappers are taking many people from our community, about almost 71 people.
we are very happy with the intervention of the vigilante people that went there and rescued our people in the bush.
Some hunters, vigilantes paid the supreme price as their members lost their lives in the raid to the kidnappers den in Taraba State, and it is expected that government will immortalize them in a view to encouraging others. Now, the Nigerian Naval Dockyard has entered into an agreement with the Benin Republic for the docking and repair of ships. This collaboration aims to enhance maritime capabilities and maintenance of naval vessels. It signifies a commitment to joint efforts in ensuring the operational readiness of their respective fleets. That the agreement aligns with the broader maritime cooperation observed between the two nations, including joint patrols and efforts to combat maritime crimes in the Gulf of Guinea.
This will enhance and strengthen the existing relations between Nigeria and the Benin Republic. I wish you all the best and successful operation.
Est encore le début d'ouverture d'autres chantiers qui nous attendent. Par exemple, en termes de formation du personnel, en termes d'opérations conjointes, et etc.
The signature of this contract today is the starting point of other major projects that will be conducted together. For instance, in terms of personnel training, joint operations, and so on.
Today is a historic day in the history of the Nigerian Navy and Benin Republic Navy. Today we were able to sign the contract for the repairs of 6 numbers patrol vessels belonging to the Benin Republic Navy. It is a very important occasion because this talks about regional cooperation among navies of the region. It talks about enhancing operational efficiency among the navies of the region, and it also talks about enhancing friendship, cooperation among the navies of the region. The Naval Dockyard will be playing a key role in the execution of this contract. All arrangements have been put in place. Some of the ships will go to Nigeria on their own steam, as in they will sail to Nigeria, and some will have to be brought to Nigeria by some other means, and then all the repairs will take place in the Naval Dockyard.
And away from security matters now to transportation, President Bola Tinubu says his administration will continue the fight against corruption without looking back, and that the current economic challenges are temporary. The president who stated this during the commissioning of the first phase of the iconic Lagos Rail Mass Transit Red Line project asked Nigerians to pray and work, reassuring that the country will soon get out of the present economic woes. Our correspondent Love Ikuku Eyedokun tells us more in this report.
The Lagos Rail Mass Transit Red Line runs from Agbado in Ogun State to Oyingbo in Lagos mainland local government. The Red Rail Line spans 37 kilometers, boasting 13 stations, and integrates major bus terminals at Oyingbo, Yaba, Oshodi, Ikeja, Ebute-Metta, Iju, and Ido, with a direct link to the international and domestic wings of the Murtala Mohammed Airport. The official commissioning of the project saw government functionaries, political party supporters, friends, well-wishers waiting patiently to witness yet another epoch-making event. The president was welcomed on arrival by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, his wife, Ibijoke, the deputy governor, Obafemi Hamzat, state commissioners, political leaders, and aides. In his address, President Tinubu shared insights into the transformative vision for Lagos State. He commended Governor Sanwo-Olu and the Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, LAMATA, for their commitment and well-guided initiatives. President Tinubu said the rail project shows the validation of dreams and what could happen with the right people in leadership positions. As expected, President Tinubu touched on the present economic challenges and efforts at ensuring that Nigeria is corruption-free. He also went hard on the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, for incessant mass protests.
The Labour Union should understand that no matter how much we cling to our freedom and rights, to call for strike within 9 months of an administration is unacceptable. If you want to participate in the electoral process, wait on the 2027. If not, maintain peace. They are not the only voice of Nigerians.
Earlier in a speech, Governor Sanwo-Olu commended the visionary leadership of President Tinubu for creating the Transportation Master Plan for Lagos State, as he thanked former President Goodluck Jonathan for approving the rail track sharing agreement that enabled the commencement of the project.
I uniquely was privileged to be part of your administration that birthed Lamata 20 years ago. On that, you've allowed a seamless movement of people and fuel economic growth and development of our state. I stand here very proud to say that the Lagos State Strategic Transport Master Plan that outlines what those integrated rail system stood for, which are 6 rail corridors, 1 monorail, 14 BRT corridors, and over 20 water routes on vast network of what is today the tiniest, smallest state in our country called Lagos State.
Among the distinguished guests at the commissioning were Governors Usman Ododo of Kogi State, Abiodun Oyebanji of Ekiti State, Dapo Abiodun Ogun, former Lagos State Governor Akinwumi Ambode, and other notable dignitaries. Love Ikuku Oyedokun, Plus TV News.
Now, the senators directed the Police Service Commission and the Nigeria Police Force to recruit a minimum of 10 candidates from each of the 774 local government councils in the country. Now, the directive, according to the upper chamber, should form part of its annual recruitment processes. Now, the resolution was reached as a result of a motion moved by Senator Emmanuel Udende Menga, representing Benue North East, on the need for the Police Service Commission and the Nigeria Police Force to adhere to the federal character principle in the recruitment of constables in the Nigerian Police Force. Now, the upper chamber also directed the committees on police affairs and legislative compliance to ensure compliance. Now, this is as a bill for an act to establish the National Assembly Budget and Research Office killed second reading today. Now, former Group Managing Director of the FBN Holdings, Urum Eke, has rejected his nomination as a member of the Board of Directors of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. Eke, an Executive Director at the Fools Bank, was one of 5 others nominated and screened as CBN Directors by the Senate Committee on Banking, headed by Senator Adetokunbo Abiru. In his presentation of the report for the confirmation of the appointment of other nominees, Senator Abiru said all of them demonstrated a comprehensive grasp of economic knowledge and policies, and that there was no petition against any of them.
Recommendations. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the Committee on Banking, Insurance and Other Financial Institutions, after robust engagement with the nominees and being satisfied with their experiences, performances, and academic qualifications, hereby recommend as follows: that the Senate do confirm the nomination of all the underlisted as members of the Board of Directors for the Central Bank, as members of the Board of Directors of Central Bank. 1, Mr. Robert Agbede. 2, Mr. Ado Yakubu Wanka. 3, Professor Muritala Sabo Sagagi. 4, Mrs. Muslimat Olanike Aliyu, as all as directors.
Providing explanation for AK's absence during the screening, Senator Oju Uzor-Kalu told his colleagues that the nominee had informed him that taking the job will be in conflict with his current engagement. He explained further that the nominee is currently a consultant to the World Bank and other global business entities, hence his reason to decline the offer.
Mr. Orumkal Eke is my constituent, and he made a call to me, and he told me that there's a conflict between the new job he's doing and the central bank, sitting in the central bank, because he's a consultant to the World Bank, to some businesses, private and government. So he informed the governor of central bank that he might be declined not to do the job. So this is the reason it did not come. So I support the 4 candidates nominated by Mr. President because they are very credible people. They are people of high reputation. Nigerians and the central bank needs them at this moment of our economy.
After Kalu's explanation, the Senate went ahead to confirm the appointment of 4 others as directors on the CBN board. The Red Chamber accordingly confirmed the appointments when put to a voice vote by the Deputy President of the Senate, Senator Jibrin Barau, who presided over the session.
We go straight to the approval. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Mr. Robert Agbede for appointment as a member of the Board of Directors of the Central Bank of Nigeria? Those in favor, please say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Mr. Ado Yakubu Wanka for appointment as a member of the Board of Directors of the Central Bank of Nigeria? Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Professor Murtala Sabo Sagagi for appointment as a member of the Board of Directors of the Central Bank of Nigeria? Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Mrs. Muslimat Olanike Aliyu for appointment as a member of the Board of Directors of the Central Bank of Nigeria? Those in favor, please say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it.
A bill seeking to establish the National Assembly Budget and Research Office has killed second reading on the floor of the Senate. The legislation, which provides the National Assembly with objective, timely, and non-partisan analysis for economic and budget decisions, was sponsored by Deputy President of the Senate, Jibrin Barau. In a debate, the lawmakers argued that the bill, which has suffered rejection in previous assemblies over the last 20 years, remains critical in strengthening legislative efficiency and ensuring the budget passed by the executive is thoroughly scrutinized.
There's more power in terms of approvals for expenditures in the National Assembly than probably any other power. The power or the purse. And if we have that power, we must use it properly and appropriately. How do we do that? We must base our decisions to approve financial requests or on issues of economy from position of knowledge, understanding, and enlightenment. And NABRO is that outfit, that institution that will give us that cutting edge power that we need.
Mr. President, this bill is not targeted at confronting or challenging the executive on their budget proposal or budget estimates, but it serves as an independent office that will give us a first-hand information about the budgetary document as that will be presented to us by the executive.
The bill, however, did not get a smooth passage as Senator Adams Oshiomhole warned against the establishment of any agency when the federal government is trying to match some existing ones. He said the bill will create additional financial burden on the federal government, especially at the time the country is experiencing economic hardship.
Just this week, Mr. President, the President of Nigeria, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, decided to scale down this order on the basis of, collapse some agencies in order to reduce the cost of governance. Why the executive is doing that, regardless of what anybody will say, for us to rise from these chambers to say that we have created another new institution, I think on the face of it, we will be seen as expanding where the executive is reducing. Number two, I believe in research. There is no question. Just this week, Mr. President.
But despite his appeal, the bill was passed and forwarded to the Senate Committee on Appropriation to report back in 4 weeks. In his concluding remarks, the Deputy Senate President expressed hope that the President would give assent to the bill when it eventually passed in the interest of democracy.
So what they tell us is what we use as a source of information. But when we have this office, we also have our own information, our reservoir information that can be used to check whatever is given to us by anybody, by any MDA. No ministry will come and tell you this is happening or that is happening. You check against your own data. So that will help the country, and every member of the National Assembly can go in there and have whatever anybody wants in terms of data, in terms of statistics, in terms of information, or anybody. So it is a very important office, and we need to put that in place here in order to go with international best practice.
Staying with the National Assembly, the Senate has rejected a move to include Anambra State in the membership of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC. This was as the move and rejection led to bickering between Senators Toyin Nwoye and Jibrin Issa. Now, Senator Nwoye had in his lead debate on the bill seeking for the amendment of the NDDC Act for inclusion of Anambra State, being an oil-producing state, argued that Anambra deserved membership of the Commission since it has been collecting 13% derivation since 2021 on account of appreciable volume of oil production on a yearly basis. But most of the senators who made contributions on the bill kicked against his argument on the grounds that states like Lagos, or state like Kogi and Lagos rather, are not covered by the NDDC operations despite being oil-producing ones. In a high move, the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, said if the argument of Senator Nwoye on proposed membership of Anambra State in the NDDC is to be accepted by the Senate, then Lagos State, which has 2 oil wells in Badagry, will also clamor for membership of SAID.
What happens in Kogi State is entirely it's not a business. I am telling you that information getting to me shows that Kogi has been receiving. If that information, sorry please, if that information is wrong, if that information is wrong, I will get back to Kogi and get the correct information. But that is not what we are saying now. What we are saying now, that is not what we are saying.
No, give you a copy until wait, allow me, sir. With due respect, sir. I want to correct an impression, sir, on the issue of boundary.
That letter you have is addressed to you, yes, based on Anambra, not on Kogi. Okay, let the senator from Kogi also write, like you wrote. You are not hearing what I'm saying, Tony. I would like us to also do justice to other states that are receiving their 13% derivation. I'm aware that Lagos has since been producing oil, both offshore and onshore, but the onshore oil gets 13%, but the offshore is beyond 200 meters isobath required by law, and so they couldn't get 13% on that. The Niger Delta is a geographical expression encompassing the creeks and areas and states that are part of the Niger Delta region. I don't think it will be correct for us because Kogi is producing oil and or Zamfara produces oil tomorrow. Bauchi, we have already found oil. Then we put all of them under Niger Delta. I think we will need a more holistic approach to the law. Even it might mean changing the long title of the act.
He accordingly put passage of the bill for second reading with nays from senators against it, overwhelming those in favor of it.
I don't think we should be in a hurry to redefine Niger Delta to include Anambra, Gombe, and all that, but be that as it may, let us put the question. Distinguished colleagues, those who are in support of the argument that this bill be now read a second time to go for second reading, say aye. Those against say nay. The nays have it.
The executive chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Zach Adedeji, says the collection of revenue by over 60 government agencies is a major cause of leakage of funds. He said this during a budget defense at the House of Representatives Committee on Finance. Adedeji says the service has embarked on various internal restructuring to ensure that revenue collection is left solely in the hands of the Federal Inland Revenue Service in order to ensure greater accountability in the system.
I'm not saying it's bad, but it's not the duty of Federal Inland Revenue to be approving payment for road. I don't have people that will monitor whether that road is done or not. Yeah. So my duty is to assess, to collect, and to account for all revenue due to federation. So any other job, it may be good, it may be laudable, but that is not my core duty. So the same thing happens to when you see a lot of other agencies collecting revenue, and that is what you see in leakage. Because even to calculate, you ask some people, I don't want to be specific about agent, but when you see that the base for collection is constitution, is law, is a percentage, it has nothing to do with that agency. For example, and I'm saying it openly, what does the FOP have to do with NIMASA?
Chairman, House Committee on Finance, Honorable James Faleke, however, questioned how effective the suggestion is in line of revenue generation by major revenue collectors like the Customs, NIMASA, the NPA, and all the major revenue collectors.
You have the president who has given you the authority and, of course, back you with that political will to reform our tax system. What you have to do is to look inward and ensure that you have directors and staffers who will not go and negotiate you out. And we have documents to show that we have operators of our revenue collection who also negotiate, okay, you can pay this, we will do this.
In another development, the House Committee on Delegated Legislation has called for the unwavering commitment of MDAs under its purview to discharge their duties to Nigerians.
It has to come back to the National Assembly. It has a cycle. It comes back to the National Assembly, to the office of the Speaker, to the Committee on Delegated Legislation, and we would help you through the Ministry of Justice to actually make it a total act. That is when the entire process is complete. And this is why you have issues and crises with Nigerians, particularly when it comes to payment of taxes. We engage NIMASA. They are running through a whole lot of processes because they have delegated legislation that help them, particularly when it comes to collection of taxes or whatever tariffs from individuals or from citizens.
It is no secret that the economy of the country is in dire straits. Nigerians are speaking on how they have been coping with economic hardship and what the government can do to assist the people. But that's on Street Views. Take a listen.
It's really sad, actually, because, I mean, the cost of things are very crazy. You know, you buy something for a particular amount on Monday, you go back to the market on Tuesday, just barely 24 hours after, and it's almost triple the price. And some people can barely afford, you know, that kind of lifestyle. So really the hardship presently is difficult. The country is almost impossible and unbearable for people to live.
It has not been easy, you know. The way things are expensive, it has warranted us to be trekking. Like you see the way I'm sweating, because the cost of transportation is high. So I have to trek down here so that the chip need to be cheap for me. Going to the market and things are expensive, you know, cost of transportation, cost of living is high and all that. They are supposed to know what to do. They can improve on it. They should step up their game in their administration.
Governments have a lot of things to do, and we personally as Nigerians, we have a lot of things to do. We know that governments are making policies that are not economically favorable for Nigerians, especially people at grassroots. That one, number one. Then number two is that we ourselves, we are doing ourselves. In what sense is that there are some commodities that we purchase in this country that are not dollar monetary value, but we just like once we hear there is a rise in dollar, sure you understand, everybody thinks to even local made products, people thinks to like, oh okay, even what you are not buying with dollar, people tends to like, okay, base the price of dollar.
It's about time for them to wake up, because this is not what they promised us. We suffer, we're in the sun, in the rain, voting for them. At the end of the day, this is what they are giving us. We don't like it. We don't like it. They should see to it. The hardship everywhere. Even yesterday, I saw it at the social media, where a father shot his son because the son did not give him permission before he cooked the last meal, and the guy died. You understand? This is not good. The government, they are really treating us bad. Nigeria government, Baba Jagaban, this is not what you promised us. What is happening?
Government has to do a lot of things. The migration issue is another thing, you know, because the economy is biting, and I think the government should look at it. Look at the economic performance of people, the purchasing power of individuals, that it is actually low. They have to do something on it. One, they should bring down prices of goods, open up the borders. Since our agricultural sector is zero, we are not farming as a result of Boko Haram, terrorism and kidnapping. So I think they have to open up the border and allow people and allow the inflow of food. Let people eat first. When we eat, we can have the strength to do the next thing. But the basic things of life, food, shelter, and clothing. Food is lacking, shelter is even lacking. Is it clothing? Everything is very expensive. So they should open up the border. For now, that's one of the economic advices and advisories I will give the government. Forget about every other thing you're doing. Open the border and allow people to feed.
Still ahead on News Now, Senegalese President Macky Sall insists he will step down, rejecting term extension. The details when we return to join us again.
Sometimes, it's not just the distance we travel. It's the gaps we close. It's not the things we buy. It's the memories we create. Sometimes, it's beyond the places we go. It's the connections we make. Not just the things we taste. It's the taste of things to come. And it's never a question of if, but when. Because life is always just a bit better with American Express. Introducing the Access Bank American Express Gold Card and the Metal Platinum Card. Now available through Access Bank.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 Naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
Welcome back to News Now Plus TV Africa. To other parts of the continent, officials say a leading critic of Chad's military leader Mohamed Deby has been killed in a shootout with security forces. Yaya Diallo's death comes after the government blamed him for a deadly attack on the country's security agencies, which he denied. Now, on Wednesday, heavy gunfire was heard near his party's headquarters in the capital, N'Djamena. Mr. Diallo was also a cousin of President Deby, who has been in power since 2021. Deby was named by the army to succeed his father, who was killed by rebels after 3 decades in power. The unrest in the Central African country follows the announcement that the residential or presidential election will be held on the 6th of May. Meantime, Senegal's president has confirmed that he will stand down when his term expires on the 2nd of April. In a post on X, formerly known as Twitter, President Sall noted that the National Dialogue had called for the election to be held on the 2nd of June. This date has not been confirmed. It is unclear who would lead the country after Mr. Sall steps down. The election was due on the 25th of February, but the president tried to delay it until December so that dispute over the eligibility of other candidates could be resolved. Now, a boat carrying around 300 irregular migrants heading for Spain has capsized off the coast of northern Senegal, leaving 26 people dead. The fishing boat, which was destined for the Canary Islands, sank around 10 a.m. local time near the beaches of St. Louis, about 320 kilometers north of the capital, Dakar. Among those on board were people from Senegal as well as Guinea, Mauritania, and the Gambia. An investigation into the incident has been launched. In recent years, there has been a significant increase in illegal sea migration from Senegal to Europe. Outside Africa now, President Vladimir Putin has told Western countries that they risk provoking a nuclear war if they send troops to fight in Ukraine, warning that Moscow had the weapons to strike targets in the West. The war in Ukraine has triggered the worst crisis in Moscow's relations with the West since the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis. Putin has previously spoken of the dangers of a direct confrontation between NATO and Russia, but his nuclear warning on Thursday was one of his most explicit. Now, bodies and the injured have been brought to a hospital in Gaza City after Israeli troops fired on a crowd of Palestinians waiting for aid. Health officials say more than 100 people were killed, bringing the death toll since the start of the Israel-Hamas war to more than 30,000. Footage from Shifa Hospital showed men being treated on the facility's floor. Among them was Kamal Abu Nahal, who described being shot as he went to collect some of the aid shipment. Mourners also prayed over the wrapped bodies of the victims on the floor outside the hospital. Up next, the news now. Manufacturers Association of Nigeria urges federal government to boost forex liquidity, transparency in official window. And that's in business news after the short break.
name is Adejokela Sisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. At Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste spin. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to like weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
Welcome to Business News. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria has urged the federal government to maintain all measures to boost the level of liquidity and degree of transparency in the official forex window, even as the backlog of $7 billion forex obligations is being cleared. Government was also advised to manage the floating exchange rate system within an acceptable lower and upper bound, pending the actualization of a net exporting economic aspirations. President of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Francis Meshoye, gave this advice during the presidential launching and MAN 2023 Reporter of the Year. Meshoye also said the Apex Bank should allow Forex access for importation of vital industrial inputs that are currently not available locally and subject them to backward integration policy that gives priority to a predictable sunset clause. Meanwhile, speaking on the recent ban on the sale of alcoholic beverages in sachets in PET bottles less than 200 ml, the Director General of the Association, Segun Ajayi Kader, is of the opinion that the issue raised by NAFDAC for its decision is unfounded.
There's no way you clear your goods at the high interest rate and you not factor into your price. So what will happen is that the little amount you have will go on and will not have other money, or you don't buy at the federal close. So if we are looking at why are we closing shops, ask custom, are you not guilty of the manufacturers leaving our country? Then you are counterproductive. You are sending manufacturers here away and you are calling them to come and invest. Gentlemen, how does this sound to each one of us? Awkward, right? Is it not awkward? We have the answer. So please help us telling government in our advocacy that please, this institution, this agency should be supportive of you and I rather than ruining the future of Nigeria.
The issues they raised was the issue of underage drinking and abuse, which is totally unfounded, it's unscientific. And what we said is that NAFDAC is a science-driven agency of government that should rely on facts and data. And there's a history to it. Even though our members signed agreement 2018 that it will be, there will be ban, so to say, or discontinuation of production in 2024. But what has happened since then? During this interlude, if I may use the word, we were working together with NAFDAC. We conducted a study endorsed by NAFDAC, and the result came out that a ban will be counterproductive, that you only open the market or leave the market for illicit, and that people should resort to other unwholesome alcoholic beverages.
In its latest move to resolve challenges around power supply in the country, the federal government said it has bought over a total of 10 mobile power stations. The Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabo, revealed this when he met with the Forum of Commissioners of Energy in Nigeria in a bid to strengthen collaboration between the federal and state governments towards achieving regular power supply. He said the ministry has done enough diagnostics, identified the cause of the problem, and are now in the implementation stage in making sure that electricity shortage is a thing of the past. Investors in the Nigerian stock market lost about 1.5 trillion naira of their investment in the stock market following the massive adjustments in the Central Bank of Nigeria's monetary policy rate at the Monetary Policy Committee, MPC. You do recall that the meeting raised the MPR by an unprecedented 400 basis points to an equally unprecedented MPR height of 22.75% from 18.75%. On Tuesday, when the governor of the CBN, Yemi Cardoso, announced the new MPR, the stock market went down with investors losing 773 billion naira, and on Wednesday, it dropped further by 720 billion naira. Telecommunications companies say no extension exists for the National Identity Number and Subscribers Identification Model Linkage deadline. Benga Adebayo, chairman of the Association of Licensed Telecom Operators of Nigeria, noted that telcos have a regulatory directive from the Nigerian Communications Commission to withdraw services from subscribers who are yet to link their SIM to their NIN. The regulators had said the move was necessary to tame rising insecurity in the country. And that's it on Business News. The news continues. I am Shade Uwe.
And away from business report, we'll now join our entertainment news desk for more stories.
Nigerian singer J1 has insisted that rapper Odomodo Black's music is not all that. J1 had, in a recent interview with Teju Babyface, slammed Odomodo Black for schooling Burna Boy's controversial statement that nobody paved the way for him in the Nigerian music industry, stressing that the rapper should not be saying all that, especially as his music is not all that. His comment elicited a swift reaction from Odomodo Black, who took to his X handle to lambast J1 for downplaying his music. However, reacting to Odomodo Black's outburst, J1 insisted that the rapper was being arrogant and should humble himself to accept advice sometimes, stressing that it is common knowledge that the Declan Rice crooner's music is lacking. 6 suspects were arrested over the murder of popular South African rapper Keenan Forbes, better known as AKA. Recall that AKA was shot dead alongside his friend outside a restaurant in the coastal city of Durban in February 2023. AKA and his best friend Tebelo Tebs Moshawane were shot dead at close range by 2 armed men while walking to their car. However, given an update in a press briefing on Tuesday night, the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Police Commissioner, Nhlanhla Makwanazi, said that the suspects would appear in court on Thursday. In a viral clip on the internet, Makwanazi, a lieutenant general, explained how the suspects were arrested and the roles that they played in the rapper's death.
And finally, it's now time for sports news.
Hello and welcome to Sports News on Plus TV Africa. The governor of Nasarawa State, Engineer Abdullahi Sule, on Wednesday announced an undisclosed amount of money for 2023 Africa Cup of Nations silver-winning goalkeeper coach of Nigeria's Super Eagles, Olatunji Barua, at a brief reception held at the government house in Lafia. The governor said he was overjoyed to learn that Osun State-born Barua is equally the goalkeeper coach at the Nasarawa State-owned men's football club, Nasarawa United. According to him, he had recently had the pleasure of accompanying the Vice President of Nigeria, His Excellency Kashim Shettima, to the final of the Africa Cup of Nations match between Nigeria and host nation Ivory Coast, with the hope of seeing the team bring home the cup. He noted that it was his earnest desire to see Nasarawa United back to the Premier League in Nigeria, emphasizing that his administration is doing everything humanly possible for the club to have full ownership of players in order to properly invest in them. He congratulated Nasarawa United and the entire staff for their efforts so far in the Nigerian National League, assuring that he would have a more relaxed and rewarding private moment with the team when they are back in the elite league. Overwhelmed by the gesture, Coach Olatunji Barua appreciated the governor for honoring him. Presentation of customized jerseys of the Super Eagles and Nasarawa United FC, as well as the AFCON silver medal to the governor, formed part of the high points of the event. Now, the Nigeria Football Federation, NFF, are in discussion with Jose Pizarro over a new contract. The NFF are going to report, however, only willing to pay the Portuguese the same 50,000 euros monthly that he currently receives. Pizarro previously earned 70,000 euros monthly, but agreed to a pay cut to lead the Super Eagles to the 2023 Africa Cup of Nations. The 63-year-old's last contract ended at the end of the AFCON 2023 finals. The former Saudi Arabia and Venezuela coach guided the Super Eagles to a second-place finish at the competition. Pizarro has been linked to several coaching jobs since the end of the AFCON. The Algeria Football Federation are said to have strong interest in him. The Portuguese revealed this week that he has received at least 7 offers from different national teams and clubs. However, Pizarro said he will decide his future in the coming days. And that's all the sports news we have for you for now. Join us next time. My name is Mikhail Tinubu. Do have a good night.
And sports news wraps it for us on the news now. Just before we go, the main news again. We told you that President Bola Tinubu has commissioned the Red Line Rail in Lagos, transforming the city's commute. Residents have blocked Abuja-Kaduna highway over bandit attack and community as bandits struck mosque worshippers kidnapped in Zamfara. Prosecutors said Chad opposition leader Yaya Dilo has been killed in shooting. Russia's President Vladimir Putin has warned the West about sending troops to Ukraine, risking global nuclear war. That's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, on X and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from LimeX on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
I was just calm. I just kept calm, like, okay, let's see what's going to happen next. And they were there that night till at about 11 or 12 late in the night. And then they brought a bus. So they packed all of us. The bus was empty, like they had removed everything inside the bus. They made us sit. We sat in the bus and we drove. So we drove for a couple of hours. I can't remember how many hours, but like close to 7 hours. So on daybreak, I saw where we got to was like a house, very big house, gated, fenced and all that. And they just dropped us there and turned back. So I was surprised, like, So for the first time, and I had to ask the 4 ladies, the 3 other ladies that we left together, please, do you guys really know where exactly we are going to? Like, this whole thing is really looking blurry to me and I don't understand anything anymore. And they're like, even them too, they are even confused though. And to crown it up, they asked us not to talk to each other. They asked us not to say anything to each other. I don't understand. So I just looked everywhere and saw that, okay, there are batches and batches of people seated at different corners. Okay, so I really need to ask questions. So at that point, one Alhaji came out, like he's one in charge of that house, and then he did say, okay, let's look for something to eat. All through this while we are not eating, and he said we should fix something to eat, and they made one spaghetti that didn't have salt, and it was so very funny. Like, so I just summoned courage. I went to meet the Alhaji. I said, please, sir, I need you to just be open and tell me what exactly is going on. Where am I, first of all? He said, Duruku. I said, where is Duruku? He now said, how do I expect him to be able to explain that? That Duruku, that is what he knows, this place is Duruku. I said, okay, do you know where exactly I'm going to? Or do you know the person that brought me here? He was like, maybe Libya you they go. I said, Libya. I said, I'm not going to Libya. He said, I still say you be Johnny just come. Like, he said, you don't reach here. The only thing now for you make you they go the place where then they carry you, they go say they go come carry you tomorrow night. And he refused to say anything afterwards. So I went to sit down and relayed what he said to the other ladies. And everybody became very, very, very like upset and curious, like, okay, let's even find out. So just at that time, there was a lady in the particular room that had like 5 big bags, Ghana must go bags, big ones. So she said she was going back to Kano, that she stays in Kano. She sells gold and clothes. She speaks Yoruba. So she was explaining to one of the ladies. So that was the first instance where I started hearing information. And I just didn't want to believe. Honestly, I didn't believe at that point that maybe that is what we are in. But what she explained to the lady was that we are either being transported to Libya for prostitution or Italy. And then the lady said, she told her that no, the person that took us said we are going to Malaysia. And the lady now laughed and said that is what they will tell you, and that this is her 5th time going through this route. That was the same way she was deceived, but she ran away and was able to find someone who helped her, and eventually that was the person she got married to, and now they are doing like illegal business. She goes there, buys stuff and goes back to Kano to go sell. So I said, no, it cannot be possible. Like, we all agreed that it cannot be possible, because that was not what they told us. Looking at what the first guy told us, what the magician guy told us, what the lady told us, that it cannot be possible, that maybe hers is a different kind of connection. So fast forward from there, they came to pick us the next night in a Hilux, arranged us, and we drove for like 3 days non-stop. Okay, we had 2 stopovers. The first stopover was in a very cold, white place. Like, I have never seen that kind of cold in my life before. I was shivering to the brain. Like, I just couldn't imagine why I was going through this. Like, if these people really want to help me, this is not a way to help someone. you cannot be helping someone and the person is in pain. So, but I couldn't really say much because I was already in it. So we drove for days, and on the third day where we stopped was really looking like, I didn't know what to call the place. There were thousands of people, young ladies, guys, and they were calling it ghetto. This is ghetto. They were calling the particular ghetto. The ghetto had a name, and they said, okay, now we can go and have our bath. So for the first time after 7 days, 8 days, we're going to have our bath and have change of clothes. So first of all, my concern was to even just let me even have a bath first and find something tangible to eat. So they made rice, we ate. In the midst of eating, I started hearing conversations. So I said, okay, since they said we should not talk to anybody, no problem. I'm going to find out everything I need to find out, and if possible, go back from here. So during conversations, I heard people saying, they will tell you everything possible, that here it is Libya they're taking you to. You either go and work as a housemaid, or you go and work in connection house, all manner of things. And at that point, it really dawned on me that what that lady had said earlier was very true. So the other 3 ladies, 2 of them now came to meet me when I was sitting down. I like, see what I am hearing. I said, okay, even me too. I heard the same thing. And we're like, are we sure we want to continue this journey? So at that point, I was really upset with myself not to have verified whatever information I got. I started crying. I was in pain. Like, why will I be going through this? Like, no. Even if, for crying out loud, this is not help. This is like putting me in a pit where I can't talk, I can't communicate. Now there is no communication, nothing. So I looked around. We were there till the next day, and then there was this particular guy, Mohammed, that was giving out clothes, was calling out names and all. So I walked up to him and said, please, at this junction, I don't think I want to continue this journey. Can you help me? I want to go back home. And then he said, that what I just asked is very dangerous. That if it was yesterday when I came that I said that it would have been, maybe you can manage or think of how to go about it. That already the person that I'm being taken to knows I'm here. Whatever makes me not get to her, he has to be the one to pay for me. I'm like, pay for me as how? He said, somebody paid for you to be brought to her, and pay transit, they pay additional money just to be sure that the person is being carried along. And I was like, okay, so how much does it cost to get up to this point? And if I'm to go back from here, I can actually call them, tell them I don't want to continue this journey and I want to go back home. He said it's either of 2 things. It's either you get home or you don't get home. They might tell you to go. They'll either kidnap you and sell you to a place where you'll never be able to come out from, or they might even kill you. That he would advise me to just go and face my fate, but I should pray that whoever I'm going to go and meet is not a bad person. And I asked that, why did he say so? He said he cannot say anything more. That I'm here, and the only way forward is to move forward. I was like, okay. I was broken. I couldn't even tell the other ladies what he had said. I summoned courage to eventually see. So that night, they put us in a hilux. We're about 36 or 32 of us. And they made us sit in rows in the hilux. So we drove for like 3 days. We had a couple of stopovers, but I was really choked up because I was seated back in the hilux. So everybody's weight was resting on me, and it was hell for me. I couldn't breathe at some point. My legs were dead. I couldn't move. Even when we stopped, I took like minutes. Most of us took like minutes to even be able to stand up. And I was like, no. But even if I were to travel by road, he did say it was going to be at some point. At least by now, the traveling by road should have stopped. And that was so I remembered what the other guy said at the where we were, that there's no flight, anything. They deceived you. Everything they told you was just to cajole you to decide to go, that there is no flight anywhere. You're going by road to wherever you're going to. So at that point, I was just concerned with one thing, which is surviving and coming back home at all cost. So after the first stopover, I became sick a little bit. I started having too many issues. So I decided not to sit in the hillocks again. And then I had to sit at the edge on top of the tire box. And then I had a stick in between my legs. So they made ladies sit inside the hillocks, and then the guys would sit around the hillocks. But because of my previous experience, I had difficulties breathing. I said I wasn't going to sit inside the hillocks again, that I was going to sit at the edge. So I did sit on the edge of the hillocks and had a stick to hold on to, and we drove for another couple of days. The experience in the desert was, it's not sometimes when I think about it, I just smile. My smiling is not that, okay, I'm happy, but I wonder how I was able to pull through. I wonder how I was able to manage my health. I wonder how I was able to cope up mentally, emotionally, thinking about everything I had left back at home, everyone. I kept them in the dark. I didn't really say much. And then thinking about the people who deceived me, like, if you want to help someone, you should help someone and not even put them into more problems. So a lot of things were racing through my mind. I got so discouraged at my own life. I felt really bad that I was impatient. I didn't ask questions. Of all places, why would I be going to Libya to do what? Like, I wasn't even, I couldn't really define the feelings I had then. But at each point, what I always did was to just pray to God that, God, I know that I have done wrong not to have even, look out for my own self. But I'm asking for just one thing. Wherever I'm going to, make sure you take me back home, healed and healthy. So we had another stopover. I got beaten along the way by Arab men. I was trying to save someone from getting beaten wrongly, and I got the beating. Difficulty, there was no food, there was no water, the weather was, the sun would be shining and scorching, and the cold was extremely cold. Like, I couldn't really, there was no definition of everything that was going on. I was just bleak and blank. At the point, I was regretting every step from my friend. I started cursing, like, so she knew about this. That was why at the point she disappeared. She didn't really see anything. And even when I asked her about it, she pretended not to know anything about traveling. That this guy didn't tell her anything about traveling. But I'm like, but you introduced me to this guy, so it's not possible for him to come tell me something about traveling and you didn't know. I thought so far and wide to the point where I felt, okay, I know I'm not going to die. I know I'm not going to die. I know I will go back home, and I'm so going to fish these people out and really find out the reason why they ever did such to me. At some point, I became very ill. I had very bad cough because I refused to sit again at that point. We had sat for like 3 days. So all my ties were burnt and peeled from the sitting. And the hillocks, the speed at which the hillocks was moving was really high. It wouldn't stop. At a point, a guy fell off the hillocks and they didn't wait. They didn't wait. The drivers were so mean. We don't understand their language. They don't understand our language. So even when you're beckoning on them to say, oh, something is going on. There was a time a guy was throwing up. He was feeling, okay, I think it was about throwing up. So we're like, okay, maybe if he stops. We tried beckoning on them, and if they come out, the next thing they do is to maybe hit you with something, saying all manner of languages we didn't understand. We couldn't speak to them. They couldn't speak to us. It was hell for me. So because my laps were peeled, I couldn't sit again. So I now stood behind the pavement of the main Hilux box. And then that journey was for 5 days. 5 days of cold, 5 days, as in I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. Like at some point, I would just cry and scream out loud. Like I wish the sky could even feel my pain. Like there was no definition to what I was going through. And I just kept crying and crying and crying. After crying, I'll console myself. You're just crying. You see, everybody here, they also have one reason to cry. So they cannot shoulder you and tell you sorry. So you alone will have to shoulder your pain. And that hurt me so bad. Sometimes when people see me talk about the story and I'm not really showing so much emotions, they feel, oh, we're not too sure you went through this. I have said it like 1,000,001 times. It's something I went through, and I can imagine how I had to just tell myself that, come, you have a child back home that you love. You need to be alive to come back to her. That was my source of strength. And the life I really wanted for myself ever before embarking on that journey just kept me going, that I know one day I am going to eventually come back and say this story to people. So at that point, remembering and recalling everything, one question kept popping in my head: why will people not have any other thing to do other than to do a business where you transport people to an unknown country, you lie to them, you deceive them, you promise them heaven and earth, and then put them on a dangerous path where is either they make it or they don't make it, and you will not even tell them any of this. So I was bent on making it to wherever it is. I said to myself, no matter how wicked whoever it is I'm going to go and meet is, I'm going to come back home and know the reason why people really did this problem, this business. On getting to Sabah, Sabah is halfway into Libya. On getting to Sabah, we had a connection house where they put us. We met about 60 ladies in the room, and then the guys also had their room. And they kept adding us. They kept adding. And at a point, I counted, we were about 80 in that room, the ladies' room. The guys were about 40-something. The food was really bad. You know, having to make banku. Now, this is not even the original banku. This is the banku made with flour. Having to make flour like fufu. And then maybe they'll serve like 20 plates down. And then everybody will now line up. By the time you're eating, it's as though you're eating stone, you're swallowing stone. The soup was so watery that you won't even, you're not. The very first day I was asking myself, like, I know I had challenges back at home, but my challenges were not so bad that I couldn't even eat a good meal. Like, this is not a meal. So the first day we had that in the night. The next day we had rice, very small portion of the rice was dried. You can imagine when you boil rice and then you open it, you put it in a plate and you just open it down. And because the weather is very cold, so anything you don't keep properly dries up. So by the time you're eating the rice and like it's like you're eating rubber. So at some point we just sit there crying out that no, this is not life. This is not, why are we having to go through this? So if said a burger is the person that paid for you to be transported from Nigeria. So we're like, is that the reason why we are being given bad food? Like when you're given something to swallow and it's already hurting your throat, like practically almost everybody had sore throat from that banku. And it was like, okay, he doesn't know anything about the way the food was being prepared, but that this place is just a transit, and the reason why we are here is because the road is bad, there is war, and they cannot transport us. It's very risky, and that we might meet rebels on the way, and rebels, they either rape, kill, abduct, and we're like, okay, so for how long are we going to be here? He said, doesn't know until the war is over. So if it takes 1 month, if it takes 2 months, but just know that for every food you are eating, for every extra thing you collect here, your money is piling up. It is your burger that is paying, and when you get to wherever you're going to, you have to work to pay your burger back. So we now, 5 of us volunteered to be cooking our food by ourselves, and we were there for extra 2 weeks and some days. In total, we were there for 3 weeks and 5 days. And then we started the journey to Libya. That was where I had a near-death experience. So we were somewhere, we were kept in a particular house where they locked us. There was no light, nothing. And then we were pressed. We had traveled, we had drove for like 2 days, and they put us there. So, but before we entered, we were already beckoning on this people that we want to ease, we want to ease. They didn't even want to listen. They were just pushing us like, how can you people just be pushing somebody like animals? We don't even know where we're going. Like, this is very unthinkable. So I held that urine for good 2 days. So the next morning when they came, now see they begging that, please, we want to wee. So the man was, arrogantly, he was talking, and he went to get a gallon, like this aluminum gallon. We now looked at it that, how a guy can pee in this, but how can a lady pee in this? And from the descriptions he was giving us, he meant that we shouldn't allow the pee to spill on the floor. So we said, okay, all the guys should pee first and the ladies would take turns to pee, which was what happened. And somehow pee actually spilled. So by the time he was coming back, when he opened the door, so the pee, pee wouldn't, and you can imagine pee that stayed, the smell, it was awful. He was angry. He went back, he went to get a stick, and he was holding like 3 different things. So I was wondering, what does this guy want to do? At that point, everybody had their heart in their mouth, because the moment you see them holding anything, they can hit you anywhere. They can hit you anywhere. So he was now asking who spilled pee on the floor. They were pointing to the wrong person. So I was just watching initially. They were pointing to and he was going to start beating her. So I was not like trying to say, no, she wasn't the one. You see, when that spring landed on my head, this spring they use in water closet. Very strong and thick. And all I knew that was going on was that I was screaming at the top of my voice with both hands on my head, because it actually hit me on my head. And when I gave birth, like 8 months, when I was 8 months pregnant, I fell in the bathtub and had a slit on my head from the tiles in the bathroom. So sometimes that part of the head still hurts. So when he hit that spring on my head, it was exactly on that spot, and he did it like 3 times. He kept hitting the spring on me. I remember crying till I didn't know what was going on. And for the first time, when they say people have transition, I always wonder. I knew I was just lost somewhere. I knew something was going on to my body. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know what. I was just blank. But I could hear myself crying. And I was just crying, as in, bitter tears. You cry bitter tears, and you just have to still be the one to tell yourself, you have to stop. So by the time I woke up, the other ladies were like, you need to see the way they were rejoicing, because they said they didn't believe I was going to still come back to life. The head was actually bleeding at that point. And at that point when I woke up, they had cleaned it, they had tried everything. I remember when they were pouring water on me. I remember when somebody was tapping me and everything. And I was like, they started explaining what actually happened. That the moment he hit that spring on my head the second time, I started screaming, and they noticed I was bleeding, and I cried and I just went mute. And they were telling him that she's not talking, and the man just told them, bara, 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 and they went away. He said they were praying, they were begging God that this girl must not die. She has been like a source of strength to us. If she dies here, what's going to happen and all that. It actually took me 4 to 5 hours before I woke up. And at that point, I had lost strength, I had lost everything. So there was a lady we met in that place that had a phone. So that was the first time I had to beg her. I'm sure it was because as a result of what had happened, she did not allow any other person use her phone. They would normally not allow you use their phones. So I couldn't even tell my mom what I was going through because there's no how she would hear my voice like that and not panic. And I know the kind of mother I have. So I called my boss that I had worked with in the FRSC and told him, this is what has happened to me. And I don't even know where. Yeah, we were in Trauna at that time. And he said, but why didn't you say anything before leaving? And then I told him that they told us not to say anything. The moment they say don't say anything, you should have known it was trafficking. I know that you're naive and you do not know anything, but you should have told me. Because he was now like a father to me. Even after I had stopped working with the FRSC then, he was like a father to me. He said he was going to try his best to see what he can do, but that still being on transit, there is probably little or nothing he can do at that point. So I'm sure he tried calling back because the lady kept cutting a particular call. I wouldn't know, and I didn't want to disturb her. So at that point, I really cried. I cried. That was the only thing I could do. I just cried. Like, I have never suffered like this in my life before. Even if I'm to suffer anything, it shouldn't be suffering from a decision to have a better life. So long and short was, we got into Libya and they kept hiding us. They lay us in hillocks, cover us with tarpaulin, hiding, running, making sure you're not seen, number of choking, you have to be there, sometimes 3 hours, 2 hours, you won't be able to breathe, you can practically feel life leaving you, you're sniffing each other's air, and in the midst of all of this, some people will be fighting and quarreling and beating themselves. I just couldn't imagine why. And even in that, some people decided they wanted to go do this thing, like they wanted to travel this way. I didn't know anything like this existed. I didn't know anything of such even happens. Finding myself in it was like the biggest dream I never wished to have again. So, found ourselves in Libya, and the first thing they did, seeing Nigerian girls and women, I was like, okay, so finally, we have gotten to our destination. So, what's next? Entering that house, I knew this is going to be a big problem for me. Because already, I was upset. I was ready to yell at anybody. And then the first thing they made us do was to strip ourselves. I was like, okay. So I did remember at some point in the journey where a particular guy, we met him somewhere, and he also gave us a hint of how it actually goes. He said they're taking you to the garage. And then I now asked, what is the garage? He said the garage is a place where they take Nigerian girls to. And that's the most common place that they take them to. And they're going to take you to the connection house. And what they do normally in the connection house is sex trade. So I said, no, I'm not going to do that one. He said, you will not have a choice. He said, they'll make life hell for you. You will not have a choice. So he now said that if eventually I get there, and that is what it is, that I have an option to run away. But that is very risky. And then he did give me his number and said that I must not write that number anywhere. That if they see that number with me, they will beat the living daylight out of me. Because they will know that I have contacted the burger as well. So he made me cram that number. Two of us, we crammed that number to be sure that we didn't forget the number. But you see all the experiences we went through afterwards. At a point, I couldn't even remember the number anymore. And then I remember what he said. He said, you just have to help yourself remain strong. And while they asked us to strip ourselves, I was like, for whatever reason I'm coming to work for someone, why would you ask me to strip myself? So they said this. They were searching, maybe you have a number written somewhere in form of a tattoo, or maybe you wrote the number somewhere and you hid it in your clothes, or anything. They just wanted to be sure you didn't have any information whatsoever. They collected my phone, went through my phone, and that night they called us one after the other. So, what were you doing in Nigeria? And then I explained, and the man said, okay, now this is the woman and her husband. The man said, okay, I can see. And then the first question he asked me was, what are you doing here? And I'm like, I was dumb, like, he said, you have something good doing. What are you doing here? I said, it was a friend though, that said there's traveling opportunity, and said, there's no need to explain. You are here, you are here. Oh, no choice near. Your own is to make sure you work on time and pay and get out of here. So the wife now asked, what did they tell you that you're coming here to do? I said, first of all, this is not where they told me I'm coming to, and they told me I'm going to be working in a hair factory and a restaurant. Then she laughed and said, that is not it. That this is what they do here. That did I see all those other girls outside? I said, yes. He said, what do you think they are doing? I said, I don't really know, but I saw a couple of girls sitting down. He said, they're working for their money. He said, that is the same thing you're going to do. And I was like, I don't understand. He said, yes, that's the same thing you're going to do. So the earlier the better for you. I bluntly refused, because this is that wasn't what I was told in Nigeria. And for no reason, why would I leave Nigeria to come to Libya, to come and prostitute with my body to make money? How much money do I want to make? So I felt I was doing myself good by trying to be as open as possible. I was very plain and blunt, and then she just kept laughing. I was like, but yeah, nobody will tell you. So she said, okay. And the same thing with every other girls, because we had agreed that, okay, if eventually we find out that that is what we're actually being taken there to do, that we are not going to agree to it, because that was not the agreement. And for whatever reason, we cannot just decide to leave Nigeria and go and prostitute somewhere. So she was like, she knows that girls that they just bring from Nigeria are very stubborn, that she will give us 3 days to go and decide. But in that 3 days, we should be watching at the other girls to see how they actually go about what they do. And the first day went by, second day went by. I vowed to myself, I said, nowhere in heaven's name will I live this kind of a life. Like, it was so absurd. I was grieved, I was bitter, I was angry, all manner of words, because looking at all the experience in the journey, I almost died, and then all for what? To come here and come and use my body to work to pay someone. I'm like, it didn't make sense. I cried every minute I remembered. And on the third day, she did call us to ask us if we were ready. I told her that she has to look for another job for me. And then she said, okay, since I don't want to take it easy, since I don't want to take it the easy way, that they'll show me how they also go the hard way. So that night, we didn't even know what she meant. That night, a girl was brought in, and we watched more than 5 people beat that girl black and blue. Wow. She had also refused the connection house where she was taken to. She had also refused to do the same connection house job. It was actually a burger that brought her, but they took her somewhere else. So they said she was being stubborn where she is, or where she was, and then they brought her back to the Bogada. Madam, come and take your girl, give us back our money. She said she know they work. They beat that girl to stupor. They beat her to the point where I sat where I was and I told myself, I said it out, like, these people are not humans. Like, why? On seeing the way they beat that lady, I was like, so I will also come to this point where they will have to beat me to say, yes, I will do it. I said I would rather die. Because at the point when they beat her, she was like, okay, Manshe, I will do it, I will work, I will do it. I was like, so this is what I will go through. So for some reasons, I didn't know, they took the other 3 ladies out of where I was. It was now left with only me in that house that came together. So after a week, she then asked me that, what else can I do? I said, I cook. She was like, okay. She gave me pepper and oil. Said, go and make stew with it. I made the stew. She told them to teach me how to make banku. I made the banku. She was like, okay, not bad for a start. So first of all, your first job here is you're going to be cooking for everybody. My heart was like, okay, finally she has agreed to give me something else. So another week went by and she said, Orobo, I don't know where one day she just called me by that name and said, for her, that is what she will be calling me. Although she gave me another name, Success. So everybody calls me Success, but she calls me Orobo. And then she looked at me and said, Orobo, are you ready to work now? I was dumbfounded and I couldn't say anything. And in my head, I was like, if it is to die here, I think I'm ready to do that. But to use my body here, I will not. So 3 weeks went down. And all of these weeks, nobody even came in one day to say, this person, how she be, who she be, and all. So after the 3rd week, a man came in, a matured Nigerian man, a Yoruba man. He came in and did ask to take me home. And at first she refused, that she wasn't going to let him take me home, but he begged and all of that. So when we got home, he sat me down and said, I didn't bring you here to come and sleep with you. I brought you here to teach you one lesson that will help you if you must live where you are. He said he noticed the way I was being questioned, the way I was being bullied and all that. That is the way the woman does. And that I'm even still seeing the better side of her. That she's a really, really hard person. And when she's ready to go hard, she goes all the way. He said, you see where you are, there's no shortcut. There is no way out other than for you to actually make money, pay them before you leave. And if you are not even careful, you'll be done paying them, you will not know, you'll still be there playing a fool, working for them. So you have to be smart. I see that you are innocent, but then yet you are smart. So I need you to wake up that smart instinct in you and know what to do to live there as soon as possible. He said he was going to be going to Italy in 3 weeks. From that time, that was the reason why the woman refused to give me to him initially, because normally that is the way some men will come there, take girls and they run away with them and they don't eventually get their money. So he said, but he's going to teach me how to make it fast. That if I work with my body to pay them, they'll split that money in 2. But if I'm doing something extra to pay them, they would record the money just the way it is. Say, for example, I sleep with someone and the man pays me 5,000 naira. They're not recording 5,000 naira. They're recording 2,500. But if maybe I sell something or I save up money and I give them that same 5,000 naira cash at hand, they'll record the 5,000 naira for me. So the best for me is to think of something I can start doing to get extra money, which is begging. So when these guys come, I have to beg them for extra penny. Or if they ask for anything beyond what I'm supposed to give them, like in normal duty, then I should ask for extra cash. Those extra cash are the extra stipends I'm supposed to be saving up to give them. I cried my ass out that night. So he said, you see, she's even giving you grace. He said, it's because she likes you. That this woman, she's naturally not the patient type, and the moment you're proving hard, she'll go hard with you and you give up. So the earlier the better for you. But I felt that he should just reach out to me and teach me something that would help me. So I eventually spent 2 years and 9 months in Libya altogether. I spent a year and 8 months in the Connection House, and that a year and 8 months was hell for me. So after 7 months, I tried reaching out. So at the point they released a phone for the girls in the house to call their customers, to know when they're coming, to know if you're having someone who is coming to come and sleep with you over, or someone who is going to come and take you out and all. So I begged one of the girls in charge one day to allow me buy airtime on the phone to call. So I did call my dad, and my dad was really bitter, and he said the only way he knows I can get out of that place is for me to find my way to the Nigerian embassy and tell them that I want to come back home. So I waited for 3 days to actually get that report, because he didn't know what to do at that point. He said, okay, can I call you back? So I said, I don't know, but I'll try and talk to the person in charge of this phone so that whenever you call, they give me the call to answer, which was what actually happened. And somehow, I don't know how they got to know, but they found out that I called the Nigerian embassy, and they beat hell out of my life. They beat hell, everybody in the house. Plus, at that time, my burger wasn't in Libya at that time. She was in Nigeria. It was the husband that was at home then. The husband beat me. All the girls in the house beat me. So I wanted to run away. Oh, I'm trying to be smart. And this and that. After all, they knew that from the very first day I came, the woman was calling me a virus because she knows that I'm kind of smart. I will try to play smart. So from that time, they locked me out from phone. They stopped allowing me go out. It was I can't start recounting experiences, day-to-day activities, how I felt. At some point, I would just practically pray that, God, please, when I sleep this night, don't allow me to wake up in the morning. I slept very late, and I'm always the first to wake up. So after a while, I started gaining confidence, no, even if I foolishly allowed myself into this, I should be able to still bring myself out of it. So I changed my attitude and started being very smart. I called up as much information as I could. I got to, I became very nice. I always learned lessons, and, I was trying my possible best to see beyond the problem I was in and was already thinking of a way out. So I had a couple of guys who would just naturally like me, and they would tell me, you see, when you're ready to leave this place. Some guys went as far as asking, okay, madam, how much is this girl's money? Let's pay. She would intentionally double the money and make them run away. So when she did that the first time, the second time, I just knew that, okay, so this woman is actually being wicked. But not to worry, I'm actually still going to live here. So when it was about a year and 5 months, I sat down one day and calculated how much I had paid, minus all the subtraction. If you do anything, she'll beat you and subtract your money. Maybe 50 dinars, maybe 100. If you quarrel with anybody, maybe 200 dinars. If you fight, maybe 500 dinars and all. So by the time I calculated and I saw that the money had gotten up to 5,000 dinars, which was actually what that man told me. He said normally it's supposed to be 2,500 dinars, but burgers are always wicked. They want to collect even double of that. So sometimes you have to pay up to like 5,000 to 6,000 dinars before they will let you go. And some will still not let you go except you fight for your freedom. So when I calculated, and I had calculated about 7,000 dinars, I was like, okay, I think my time here is up. And then I started asking for freedom. She initially refused and said that I was not done paying her. So I said, okay. So in 2016, when she was going to come to Nigeria in September, she gave me freedom in August. That was a year and 8 months. She said, okay, that now I am free to work for my own money. But whatever money you're working, the same way they were splitting in two, it's just that this other half now, instead of them collecting it, they'll give it to you. Sometimes they may not even give it to you, they'll tell you to keep it with them. Maybe you want to send some money to Nigeria. So I said, okay, no, that I didn't want to keep it with them, that I actually wanted to live there. She said, I cannot live there until she comes back. I have to wait for her to come back to Libya because she had had a new child and she wanted to come home. I said, okay. So throughout that month, that September, I kept having dreams that if I don't leave that place, I probably might not have my life again. The dream came like about 5 to 6 times, and then I just summoned courage to open up to the husband, to tell him that I think I'm very sick and I want to go take care of myself. This is about a year and 9 months now. From the day one up until now, I worked every day and slept nothing more than 3 to 4 hours that I needed to take care of myself. And he understood with me because several times in between, I had fallen sick, like so bad that at some point it took drips to like resuscitate me back and all. And the man also knew that I was very, very hardworking. Like at the point, he would always tell the wife, stop beating this girl. Like, you need to stop, even if you're beating every other person, but you see this one, stop beating her. And the next thing is, she will say, oh, okay, so now you're sleeping with my husband. My husband is fighting for you. This, that. I know you are hardworking, but you must be sleeping with my husband for him to be fighting me to stop beating you. And then she will intensify whatever thing she was doing. So, but I kept bearing them up. At that point, I made up my mind. So there's this Ghanaian guy who had already told me that whenever I'm ready, that he had an apartment he doesn't really stay in, that he goes to the village to work. Sometimes he doesn't come home 2-3 months, that he could give his space up for me to stay there, take care of myself. So when I did mention to him that I wanted to go and that I was sick, he did say, okay, that I should call the wife and tell her, which I did. And then she was like, so I cannot wait for her to come back. I told her that no, I can't wait, that I'm very, very sick and I needed to go take care of myself. She said, okay, I should hand over the account to the husband and I can leave, which I did. That was in October 2016. I did that in October 2016. In November, sorry, that was November 2016. I did that in November 2016. I had barely stayed a month in the new house where I was staying. I'd stayed a month and I was taking treatment, eating well and all that. And I heard she came back. She did actually call me to come and cook for her, but I refused going. And then on the 2nd of January in 2017, there was a massacre in the garage. The massacre was bloody. I think they were counting 300 bodies and they were still counting as at the time we got the news. The bombing and from where I was, it's not so far a distance, it's a bit far. We could hear the bombs, we could hear the gunshots. Part of the things we face like every day, you don't sleep, like gunshots. There are some bombs that you practically feel like the house is going to be uprooted from the ground. There was a day that we were running and a stray bullet passed by my side, brushed my leg. Like, I don't know how I escaped. I don't know how I escaped, but you know, it was just God that was just protecting me all through. And at that point in January, when that massacre happened, like 6 girls in that house actually died. And for me, I felt, oh, this is God just saving me. I guess this is what God was talking to me about. 2 months out of there, I called a friend and told her that if there was a way she could help me find money, I needed to come back home. And she was the one that told me about the voluntary return, that I needed to find my way to the UN's office or whichever way and all that. So I remembered contacting the Nigerian embassy. So I did keep the number. So I then asked questions because I was now going to a church. I then asked questions and they said, okay, that I needed to get to the IOM office. I had challenges locating them in the first place, but eventually I got to the IOM office and then they gave me a date to come back to visit. I did drop all my information and then they said, okay, that in 2 weeks' time I should go to the Nigerian embassy to go get a travel document. And after getting a travel document, they will not let me know when to come back and I'll be ready to go to Nigeria. So that was all. And up until then, I just kept managing, kept believing God that it was going to work well. And eventually it did work well, and that was how I came back to Nigeria. August 28th in 2017. And for me, that was the best decision I could make. Though it was painful that I just went to suffer my life out for almost 3 years and no gain, nothing, and then I'm back, having to come back empty-handed. And up until today, both the travel agent, both the guy that introduced me to the travel agent and the lady, none of them has been found. And life hasn't been easy getting back to my feet. Like, I was in bad depression for like almost 2 years. It was really bad coming back to see that, okay, first of all, I have lost money, I have lost friends, I have lost business, and then having to resume my motherly duties almost immediately because children wouldn't hear, oh, I had a bad experience. And then having to reintegrate back into the community, it was really difficult. Like, it just took the grace of God and it took my kind of strong personality to just keep resuscitating me, and I just kept believing that I'll definitely be who I really wanted to be. I didn't really need to think about the pain, but then the lesson can never be forgotten. The experience can never be forgotten. The trauma, the pain and everything can never be forgotten. But then one thing can be done, which is moving ahead and making use of all the experiences. And then I did find answers to my quest as to why people did trafficking as a business. And I think that apart from poor economy, some people are just ignorant and they don't really care. They just can do anything just to make money.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I was pushed to the point that I had to start something not numb. And I'm a big risk taker and I enjoy doing things that nobody really does. I wanted something different from every other art form that has been pushed out there. I didn't have that fulfillment in what I was doing, and I really wanted to express myself more as an artist, and I decided to resign and go into practicing art full time. I loved subjects that had illustrations or drawings in them. I just kept pushing it and went to the extent of studying art in school. So it's been art all my life for me. I try to conceptualize what I want to create in my head. Even in as much as scattered as it might be, I create it in my head first, then I put it on paper. I sketch, then I try to pick colors, and I proceed to the main piece. A friend of mine told me, like, there's really nothing that could be achieved with graffiti here. The piece behind me is titled Bold Steps. So I'm just trying to put my own as an abstract journey of African fashion has come so far. The word there is Ikeakpa. Ikeakpa is a Bini word for movement. So we are it's just a movement, and we have the shoes here, which shows the flow and the storm which the movement creates, while working. I'm Osa 7. I'm an African urban artist and design consultant.
This is TW Conversations. Today's woman just having fun, sharing her ideas and all those things that bother her. And no holds barred, no sides, just any of these ladies that you think is being crazy, that you think is being lovely, great, you just identify with them. And today my friends and I are going to be talking about finding purpose and the journey it takes to get there. Aren't we ready for the show today? Yes, we are. Oh, everybody seems like, aren't we ready for the show today?
Yes, we are.
So if you stay tuned, we're back with our conversations, and I will sit down right this time. I had to find a comfortable position. Yeah, but we're back shortly. Okay, before we start, I think I would like to switch.
Woke up on Sunday morning.
You come this way.
Told my daddy I'm leaving home.
Yeah. You guys,
going off to
you know the song by Darius Alawi?
Tomorrow, even though I don't know where to go. Daddy says, son, don't be a fool.
Don't be a fool.
This life in the city.
You need to bring the song down. I mean, I had to start with that song. Ladies, you guys know Darius Alawi's Pray For Me. Mm-hmm. It's like when you're setting on a journey to purpose, really, you need prayers as much as possible. What do you think? As I say, welcome back, we're getting into the groove immediately. And I'm going to start with Rosie, because she's right next to me. Getting on the journey to purpose, you can understand what Darius Alawi did in that song, asking Daddy, I'm going to the city, you need to pray for me, because I don't know where I'm going. Is that kind of like what happens to us in life?
I think in life we're often challenged at different times, and we keep asking ourselves, why are we here on earth? Mm-hmm. Why have we been put on here? What is your impact? What are you going to leave behind? And we question ourselves, but our purpose changes, I believe, as we travel through life on this journey. So based on experiences, based on things that impact us, we start questioning and reaffirming.
We do that early? Do you think people do that really from like Chisom's age? Do they start to question, or they just get on with it? They just live?
I think that almost happened to me, because I remember after NYSC. Well, at some point, when I finished, there was a phase that I had to go through that. Maybe I should put it that way. Because I know when I finished NYSC, it was my sister's wedding, so we all went back to Calabar. After
Older
that,
sister.
older sister's wedding. And then I realized that, okay, everybody had gone after the wedding. What's next? I was trying to get a job, and I'm like, you know what? This Calabar is not working for me. I just carried my bags and I went to Lagos. And my dad was like, you're just going to Lagos. What's going to happen there? Because I just left and I just went. And somehow, in a few months, I got a job, and here I am. But that exact thing happens to me.
I wonder it was
yes.
purpose that was driving you, though.
I just know that I shouldn't have been there. I don't know. I just felt like
I should
that's
have
how...
been in the Efuk land.
Any longer than that. I was like, you know what, maybe just try. And I guess that as I've grown older, I've also realized that, you know what, just be doing something. Somehow it will fall into place.
I don't know about purpose. One thing I know for sure is that first how that we talk in this place, she will first listen to all of us before she comes in. You're the gentle one in the house.
Well, I don't know. The thing for me about purpose is I don't think... I've never seen myself like, okay, this is what I want to do, this is why I'm here. Because I just feel as if I'm questioning God. Because there's no way God is going to talk to me and say, oh, Sauda, this is my vision for you. So sometimes, even in my business and in my life, in my marriage, I always try to be a bit flexible. I don't want to be the one saying, God, this is what I want, and this is exactly what you're going to give me.
Does it have anything to do with religion? I don't know. Does it have anything to do with your faith?
I won't be able to answer that question because I think about it in the religion. I'm biased in one way because everything is about religion. So me praying to God and say, God, I'm like coming here, I'm like, I have to do this, this thing must work. I'm like, what's wrong with you? God is the best of planners. He sees everything.
So submit to his will.
So you cannot actually say, this is my purpose. He never told you that. You assumed it, you took it, and you're telling God to bless you.
Do you agree, though? But you're young. I keep saying this, but don't worry. You know, ignore me. Because you are at the point where we assume that the young ones have no purpose.
We haven't realized it.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, some of us haven't identified what our purpose is. On the other hand, some of us have. I think I'm one of those people that I'm on my right journey to purpose. I think it's one of it's majorly from the experiences that I've had before that is enlightening me more on the path to go.
What are those experiences that made you so wise? So wise and so sure.
Till 90,
I know.
And you turn. You know, I found out that in phases, life
like Rosie
so
already said.
Rosie said, purpose differs, they change at a point. I think the assignments under the purpose actually changes, not the purpose itself. So I think your purpose, I think my purpose in life has to do with humanity, and it could differ at some point in time. I could do humanity.
No, I think humanity is broad. If you ask me,
yes.
There's so many.
Yes. So, like she said, yes, like Rosie said, purpose actually differs. No, the assignments under the purpose differs, but not the purpose itself.
Is that what you're saying?
I think ultimately you must be at a place of balance, of peace.
But what's the purpose then?
So when you are achieving your purpose, that is when all is aligned. Because you're at peace with yourself, you're able to impact, you're able to drive change. But your soul is at one, literally, with the universe. So if it is around, and I notice you do stuff
backwards.
Okay.
Okay, purpose, yes. Instead of searching for purpose, there's a saying that goes that when the purpose of a thing is not known, abuse is inevitable.
Absolutely.
So if you say to yourself, okay, if I don't know what my purpose is, I may stumble on it accidentally and abuse it, even myself. So that should drive you to try to discover what it is so that you don't misuse the opportunities.
Well, I think purpose
themselves.
could come from identity. Identity is very important. A lot of us have misplaced priorities because we haven't identified who we are as a person.
I keep hearing this.
If we have
this little rat telling me that a lot of us have. How does a 20-year-old know what their identity is? Very early, you know, at her age, I was going to disco and things. You know, and it was just nice fun.
Yes, I didn't really do anything in my own way. Like I like to chill in my own way. I don't.
What is the thing that gives you peace, like Rosie said? What's the thing that gives you peace and makes you feel is not paying the bills? Because a lot of people have said that my purpose is to do humanity.
Are you sure you're Efuk and you're not
Ibro? My husband has rubbed off on me.
No, but I wonder if purpose is necessarily where we drive our financial
revenue from,
independence from.
Yeah.
Okay.
you would have someone who is aligned and the purpose and that drive is generating an income. But there are others who may use their income to drive that purpose.
Yes.
So I think we could look at it in different ways. But ultimately, are you doing something that fulfills you and causes you to feel that I am having an impact in this world? I am giving something to this world and I'm leaving my presence in the sands of time.
Okay, ladies, let me just say this. We're talking abstract now, so maybe we should define purpose as we understand it. Okay. And I'll start with Saudat, because I don't know how easy it is for your purpose to be disconnected from your faith. Because I, as a Christian, I believe, when I ask myself, what drives me is love of God and love of man. So everything else I do is centered around that. And it's only with age I got to that point. At 17, I was telling God I want to be able to wear jeans at 40. You know what I mean? You know?
Yes, I can relate. I can relate because I have to ask, when I pray, I will just pray for clarity. Why am I here? Sometimes I go like, use me. What I'm doing, I want to use it to serve you. So I define my life, my marriage, my business and everything. It's always as if I'm serving God. So my purpose as a Muslim, I tell myself that I'm a Muslim. I'm now a Muslim by choice. I'm a Muslim by birth, but it got to a point where I became a Muslim by choice because I could understand it. I had read the Quran. I knew what was, what it said. From what you meant as a child. I could relate it to what I'm going to do. So when people say, "Oh, this is why God put me here," I'm like, I never am able to relate because you get people that have done something for so many years, and maybe because someone had an accident. Because of what happened at that point, it changes them and they start focusing on something else.
Absolutely. Like people who end up having children with disability, for example.
Yes.
And they start a new life path.
They start an NGO, they start something that is totally different,
That sometimes in the middle of your pain, you actually find your purpose.
Or your experience, not necessarily pain.
But
the joy.
A lot of,
but does it come out of pain most times? I think it's pain that actually kicks you in the butt.
Yes, because I can't relate with a woman who is believing God for a child because I had babies easily. But a woman who has spent 10 years waiting on God for a child can sit with somebody who has spent 5 years and is, discouraged, and she understands the path.
If you look at it differently, some of us stumble upon it.
Okay.
Sometimes it gets pointed out to you.
Yeah.
You don't even know that's what you're about. Then someone says, you know what? I went through an experience when I lived in South Africa. And because they're very akin to why did we go through this? And I found out at a point, a friend said, you know what? We all wouldn't be here if it wasn't you as always connecting people.
What was the experience?
My experience was one of being almost like the fulcrum.
And it was too much
different types of... At the end of my stay in South Africa, one of the things that motivated me leaving South Africa was I felt spent. Emotionally, I had been drained. That's how I felt.
You were everybody's
I was always in the middle of it, but in for positive things. But ultimately, I was done. And I wanted to come home.
As a Christian, there's something that has been, a lot of people have preached about it, and it's always like, don't waste your pain.
For your father, your parents were pastors, and so have you become a Christian
by
choice?
My mother's pastor, I grew up in, I didn't have a choice, as in,
so but now it's a choice.
Now it is a choice. I've come to realize that I understand the religion better, like she was saying, and I believe that I now know why I'm a Christian.
And that's
and I feel like my
we have in
purpose...
common. Because my father was a bishop in the Methodist.
Oh, really?
Oh, wow. So I grew up
initially
in a
you're compelled to go to church.
Initially.
Yeah. So yeah, but I feel like don't waste your pain is one message that has really touched me, because I feel that everything you go through, that's the way everything you go through is for a reason. So when you go through some sort of pain or when you go through some sort of experience, how can I pass it on? How can I pay forward?
I wonder though what kind of pain you could have experienced that made you so wise. Because I mean, you're here worried about humanity, worried about this. Something must have happened to you that made you worried.
Yes, growing up, I think the society painted a picture of how...
You are still growing up.
I'm still growing up. I'm still growing up.
Sorry.
Okay, yeah. So anyways, growing up... So growing up, the society painted a picture of how a woman should be, how a a woman should grow up and become. And there was a lot of issues about self-esteem, bullying, self-confidence.
Were you bullied?
Yes, I was.
But you went to an all-girls school, if I know.
Well, yes, I did.
That was high school or...
That was high school. But then bullying doesn't only have to be physical. It could be very emotional.
Wow.
Yes, especially when people just look at you and think that everything is all right. Nobody knows what's going on in your mind. Nobody knows the words people say to you actually means a lot.
Okay, I guess that's why your purpose became talking to the younger ones to help them build up a self-esteem.
Yes, one of the major reasons.
Okay, so it's on a phase. I must take a break. I'll take a break and... okay, no. Let me let her land, right?
Sure.
So, so because this bullying, you didn't tell me quite if the bullying was from your fellow classmates or the bullying was from society. Just being in the world. You keep saying society.
Yes, school was one. I mean, they did not have to, like I said earlier, it wasn't physical, but through their words and through their actions.
Let me just make it easy for you. This girl had to drop one class.
Yes, I had to repeat.
Absolutely, she had to, and that changed her.
Yes.
Okay.
I had to repeat.
Schools have been.
And that period where I had to repeat, a lot happened. It was a moment for me to decide if I wanted to keep seeing myself as a failure or if I was going to move ahead. And I think the point where I had to repeat was not just it. It was things that came with it. You know, the fact that your juniors became your mates and your mates became your seniors.
Yes.
You know, and people who used to be your friends just sort of looked at you like, hello, dumb, you know.
So how did you get out of that? I mean,
that's a lot to deal with.
You know, she said something. She said, everything happens for a good reason. That's how most of the...
I don't know which one. Okay.
And, you know, because I believe that strongly. So when I'm in pain or when stuff happens, I try not to go too deep into that pain. I go like, okay, cry as much as you want to cry and now ask yourself. I believe strongly that when something happens, you need to have clarity and go like, what is this for?
Did you ever feel that kind of pain that made you change?
Every pain is change.
Pain of childbirth.
But
you still went back to the labor room.
You don't want me to tell you a story of that. I did because I knew I didn't want one. But my mom was with me in the first one, and I looked at her. My mom had 5 kids, and I'm like, why did you do this 5 times?
So she was asking me why I did it 6 times.
You all know that story, Auntie. But, you know, I was so upset. I could only do it twice. Honestly. But every pain, you know, so that you made a statement, I can't quote you, but, you know, it's like, don't waste your pain. There is something. There's always something. You fall down, you have an accident, your child dies. Yes, we all have to, but you have to find out, you know, sometimes there's a hole there. If you do not acknowledge the hole there, you fall every day. So you must know whether you have to fill it up or whether you have to go around.
Perfect point to take a break. Anybody who's wise will know they have to put an advert in this magazine, in this show, Abby?
Yes.
Okay, I'll take a break so that we can put those commercials in it. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to our lounge. We've been having a lot of fun during this break, but then we want to bring another angle to it. What's the place of your skills when we talk about purpose? Is it very important? How important is it?
Well, whether there's a difference between skills and passion is what I should be asking, really. Because, I mean, you, for example, clearly you had computing or web design skills, and you decided to use that to do the business that you're doing. But is your business related to purpose?
I don't want to talk about purpose. I just want to talk about the passion I have. Because this purpose thing, it can change tomorrow. So today is the passion I have for women. I just don't like hearing that, you know, women can do this or men can do that. And the only thing disturbing women is because they have to take care of the home. It's something you can outsource. So for me, my passion is, you know, making sure that the woman can go to work.
Can be who she is.
Can be who she wants to be without the excuse of, oh, I had to go to the market to shop. So the skills I had when I started was to design a website. But by the time I found out in the business, I found out it was way beyond just putting a website up. You are managing women, and you know how we are. You have to manage.
How are we?
You know, everybody has their own life. We might eat eba, and we might make eba in our own. Everybody has one special something. You know, they want to talk to you. They want to, you know, you just have. So many skills have to come in apart from
along the way. You develop more skills to make it easy.
Your passion, you have to train. If you want your passion, if you want to follow your passion to maybe start a business, there are some skills you need to have to run that business. So it's not passion you're going to use to run business.
Is passion and purpose the same?
For me, not necessarily. I think I'm more passionate than purpose. I'm passionate about people, especially women. So things that pertain to us, I like to, when we had a confectionery company, people will come to pick their wedding cakes. So a couple will come. So we'd end up spending 2 hours to counsel. Because even picking the color of the cake, my family wants red, his family wants blue. Then she'll look at him, what do you mean they want blue? Okay, so I'll say, calm down. Couples always left finding out something that they didn't know about each other. So we helped to even them out. We told them what it was going to be like when they tried to merge both their lives together.
As for you, it was
so I found out that I could talk to people easily, you know, and so I still do now. I counsel sometimes from my experiences and from other things that I've learned and read about over time. People find it easy to talk with me about them, and I can do that.
I can see how to...
Yeah, for me, I think they're interrelated. Passion, purpose, and skills. I mean, what's the essence of you doing what you're doing? What's the essence of you trying to counsel someone? That's because you're passionate about what you do, about your cake business and all. But the reason why you're counseling and the reason why you're going an extra mile, it's because of your uniqueness. And that uniqueness comes with your purpose. You don't want to have bad cakes. You don't want to give people bad
service.
Or even if it's what you do now,
yes.
which is script
So you don't want
writing.
to, you don't want to give people bad service, and that's the purpose of why you're passionate about it. And the only way you can do it better is when you improve on your skills. So you're probably doing more things to get better.
I see skill or natural ability.
No, but you see,
sometimes your skills are your natural ability.
Sometimes.
No, but you hone it.
Yes, you hone it. You have to train it. Yes, you have to train it. Yes.
True. I mean, I admire people who are doing things that are their purpose. When I, read up stuff on Chisholm and I find that she engages with these younger women and brings them up to, questions them, challenges them, guides them, then I think, why can't I do stuff like that? But to each one, their own.
Yes.
So how do you... Passion and purpose, I think, are related. Now, what is it driving me to do? I look at my skills, and I think I'm fortunate that I have an opportunity to engage with people as employees, and I have a role to play.
As an HR...
As an HR head. But then the fortunate thing is that I am all about unlocking people's potential. And that's what drives me. And so my purpose is opening the door, helping that person open that door and walk through it.
Even if
it
becomes spent in the process.
even I can't hold myself back. So I'll be the one who'd be overworked. But I'll be like, yeah, but we can do this. But I get the energy from it as well.
Let me try and come in there. You mentioned something. You said you like what she does, and you think, why can't I do that? You see, that's what happens when we copy. A lot of people copy. You see someone doing something, and you go like, I can do that. But you see, what sustains her is something I learned in Vital Voices. I'm an alumni of Vital Voices. It's called driving force, which you mentioned. You're running a business, and someone wants to copy your business. There's a driving force that comes to play when challenges come. And that is the only thing, and your driving force, your purpose, your passion, is going to sustain you through all the crises. Yeah. So if someone copies your business, the person cannot run it the way you're running it, because what drives you, the driving force about that business is what's going to sustain you when
I will come in here. That's if there are conversations, there are no conversations like the ones you find here. It's true. I mean, if you are sure of what you want to give, even if the money is not there, you must agree with me. You do it anyway for the fun, for the value it brings to others. But are we women? Do we understand this, and how early? She understands it. Is she lucky to understand this?
Yes, she is. She is at her age. She's lucky. My daughter has found her purpose. She's 21.
What's her purpose?
She's a fine art student, and then she did some work with an NGO in the summer, helping young children in a remand home express their emotions through art. So she said to Mommy, snap, art therapy. I want to start a social enterprise. I want to teach people how to express their emotions through drawing.
So how do we recognize
this?
It
takes courage.
It takes courage,
I honestly give it to anybody that has left. I see people that have left paid employment and the structure that comes with it. You know that at the end of the month, you have a structure, you have a family to feed, you have all that.
25th your salary
I'm
is
telling
waiting.
you, but to leave and go and start something takes a lot of courage, and I give it to everyone that's doing it.
Can we just round up with saying, on the journey to purpose, right, there are certain things that you just have to suffer or enjoy.
Endure.
Okay, on the journey to,
Better.
okay, for you, on the journey to purpose, you must learn to
be patient. It works itself out.
For me, it's courage. Do the things that you actually think you should be doing. It's hard to, but try.
And then for you?
For me, it's just know yourself. Know who you are.
Okay.
It's not what you don't have that limits you, it's what you have but don't know how to use.
It's not what you have that limits you, it's what you have that you don't know how to use. What do you think?
I think listen to your inner self.
Okay, so, I mean, we're all coming to the same conclusions here. I mean, are we all thinking alike? Have I done this thing different, wrong or something? I'm happy to find out that even at 20, you understand that that's what you're at 20, at 30, at 40, at 50, or even 60, getting close to 60, you find out that if you find the purpose, if you're courageous, if you're patient, if you know who you are, if you don't limit yourself, and if, what did you say?
Listen to your inner self.
Okay, listen to your inner self, then it's a no-go. So, have we made any sense today, guys?
Yes, I think we have. We
okay.
hope so.
Okay, if we have made sense, I think you should just
we've learned from each other, which is amazing. I think for me, that's walking away knowing that, oh my God, another part of my brain has opened up. And I want to sit and reflect. I want to sit and reflect purpose, passion, skill, self-limiting beliefs.
Yeah.
Looking at know yourself.
And being courageous.
Being courageous.
And something about admiring, you can admire, but like she said,
Don't be a copycat.
it comes two ways. Admire because you are actually getting motivation and inspiration from whatever it is. It's more or less like a block for you a path for you to go through, not for you to bring down or just to want to be like someone else is.
So are you saying that when we tell our children have a role model, is that positive now, or is it limiting them if they pick someone that doesn't exactly fit where their purpose is?
It starts with the mind.
Yeah.
Why you're doing it. You know, yes, I think it's important for you to have a role model, but you should have it for positive reasons, for the right reasons.
Who decides what's
not
positive?
Because
Who decides what's positive? So I think at the end of the day, it's a function of maybe not one role model, maybe two, maybe three.
Yes,
But
no
find
heroes.
yourself.
No heroes.
Whatever the case is, don't hero worship.
Yes.
And we find that we're doing that a lot around here these days,
Yes.
right? And we do a lot of copy.
Yes.
But the truth, whether you copy or you hero worship, what it is that you are, you're only limited by the limit you set to yourself.
Exactly.
Once you're courageous enough and you're patient and you know who you are and you pursue the purpose, you shall endure. So like Dari telling Daddy, pray for me. Pray for yourself. And at the end of the day, know that this journey may be tough, but the journey to purpose, when it's merged with passion, takes us there. It may not give us cash. We'll see you next week.
Yes. Such a
gang. You love a song, yeah?
I'm going to find it.
Oh my God, that was a very...
Are you content?
So you can get up and before we're finished now.
I want to do...
Look, Mr. Deep Minded.
Want to play? Okay, do
I must take a double portion of her anointing. Sam. I always say to an minute. It's 10 years time that you say, I said this. Yes, so I was my mentor, mentee.
I bless you. I mean, it's so much more fun. Just enjoy this. Can you imagine this game? What's his name? Come down. Come down. Don't mind that.
Always like this.
Your small camera. You can't see us well, Jerry. What are you recording in this small camera?
How can you really bully somebody?
We are
Not even
friends.
fear now.
You know they hold you like
Good morning and thanks for joining us on The Breakfast. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Today is the last day of February in this leap year. So we say happy birthday to all the leaplings, as they call people who were born on the 29th of February of any year. We also say congratulations to those people who are celebrating marriage anniversary or one form of achievement or the other that was achieved on the 29th of February. You get to wait 4 years before you can do this celebration. So congratulations to all of you, and we wish you well. Okay, today is the final day of February. Some people have said that February is very fast. It's always very fast, but January was also fast. So maybe our lives are also moving on the fast lane to better and greener pastures. And I say amen to that, even if you don't say that. But Nigeria will survive this. It will pass. All this suffering that we are experiencing now will pass. We need a little bit more patience. As we call on the government to do what they need to do, we also call on ourselves, the citizenry, to do what we need to do. We are the ones who will put those people in government on their toes to do the needful. We are also the people who will help that needful to be successful. So do your bit where you are. Like Two-Face said, you do your own thing, I do my own thing. So let us all do our little things, and together we will build a very great Nigeria. Today we'll be looking at some very salient issues. It is a Thursday. We like to talk business, but something very worrisome that we need to look at is on health, and that Nigerian teenagers diagnosed with depression or other mental health problems. We'll be looking at that. And also, we also have the story that Nestle Nigeria posts 104 billion naira loss for 2023. It's very scary for investors to see this. And of course, we're going to have the Off the Press, where we look at the national dailies, the headlines on some of our national dailies. But we need to set the tone for today, and that is to take the quote for the day. And after that, the program continues. Stay with us. Business is all about relationships. How well you build them determines how well they build your business. That's according to Brad Sugars, chairman and founder of Action Coach. Business is all about relationships. How well you build them determines how well they build your business. Okay, a wonderful quote there. Businesses depend on how well you build the relationships. You know, relationships are built with people, not with machines and all that. Yeah, you build relationships with machines, you take care of them so well and all that. But let's know that how you treat the people who you do business with, including your workers, will also determine how well your business will flourish. You have people working under you. You don't take advantage of them. You have people working under you. You don't feel entitled that because you're paying them, they have to worship you like a god, because if they are not there, you cannot survive. Imagine a place where everybody's a millionaire. Nobody gets to work for the other person, and that means all of us are poor at the same time. So whatever you're doing, whatever someone else is doing to you and for you, is a privilege that you're having, and so you should appreciate them. So if you build good relationships with your business partners, with the people who are working for you and with you, then your business will flourish. And that means relationships is key to everything that you are doing. We go straight to our top trending issues this morning. Top trendings are issues that caught our attention in the course of the last 24 hours. Senate summons Wike FCT Police Commissioner over insecurity is the first top trending. The Senate has summoned the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory and the Commissioner of Police in the FCT to brief the Senate in a closed-door session. The briefing will be on security in the FCT against the backdrop of recent Galadima abduction incident. The Senate announced the resolution after a motion moved by Senator Ned Nwoko representing Delta North on the need to urgently enhance security measures in the FCT during plenary on Wednesday. Among other resolutions taken by the Senate include calls on the Inspector General of Police to urgently increase security patrols and surveillance within Abuja and across the nation to proactively combat and prevent further kidnappings. They also mandated the Inspector General of Police to see to the installation of CCTV cameras in strategic locations within and around Abuja highways and other major capital cities to bolster surveillance and deter criminal activities. The lawmakers also observed a 1-minute silence in honor of those killed during the cruelty of these bandits. We do hope that a solution will be found for this insecurity in the capital territory, because if there is no security in the FCT, where else can we have security? That is supposed to be the most fortified location in the country, but we're finding pockets of insecurity here and there, and in fact it has become an alarming thing. But the thing is, I'd like to call on everybody who is responsible, or the stakeholders in this matter, to sit up. We hear that the Boko Haram started as a protest to the government of the day, and some people wanted to make the government ungovernable. Maybe that is true, maybe it is not true, but those are the rumors. If that is true, see where Boko Haram has led us today. So if you start something because you don't like Wike, that is, if that is what is happening, because you don't like Wike and you're doing a lot of things to make sure he fails, then see into the future and see where this might lead us. But if it is not some people who just want to show Wike in bad light, trying to do some of the things that are happening, because I can't say everything that is happening is because of political opponents or divergent views and all that. But if that's not the case, then everybody has to be concerned about what is happening. Like the police will say, if you see something, say something. And whoever can proffer some solutions should do so that our federal capital will be secure and everybody else will know that at least there will be a ripple effect, that if that is secure, every other place, there's a possibility that we all will be secure in our country. The next one is that NCC orders MTN, Glo, others to block SIMs without NIN. The Nigerian Communications Commission has reiterated its directive to telecom operators to bar telephone subscribers not linked to their national identification numbers on or before February 28, 2024. That was yesterday. The Executive Vice Chairman, National Communication Commission, Dr. Aminu Maida, spoke at the NCC Special Day during the ongoing 45th Kaduna International Trade Fair on Wednesday. Maida, who was represented by Mr. Ruben Moka, NCC's Director of Public Affairs, insisted that as a matter of critical national security, telecom consumers must link their NIN to their SIM. He reaffirmed that the February 28 deadline given to telecom operators to bar subscribers who fail to link their NIN to SIM stood. This, the Executive Vice Chairman said, was apt, as the theme resonated with the principles and objectives of the Commission in promoting local content development in the telecom industry. Maida also said the NCC was committed to protecting consumers' rights while ensuring their satisfaction, and noting that the Commission has created a universally acceptable environment to access affordable and equitable service and supports the nation's economic growth. For instance, he continued that the Telecom Consumer Assistance Resolution and Inquiries (Telcare) desk at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, was set up to further provide an additional platform to make inquiries on customer issues, receive and facilitate the resolution of telecom consumer complaints. He explained that by working together, a more vibrant telecommunication industry that contributes significantly to the economic recovery and growth of the country can be created. According to him, as of 2023, the telecoms industry's contribution to the nation's GDP stood at 13.5%, which is validated by the Nigerian Gross Domestic Product Report November 2023, which is published by the National Bureau of Statistics. He further said the country must address the challenges faced by consumers and promised NCC's commitment to protecting their rights while ensuring their satisfaction. The NCC boss therefore urged telecoms firms to prioritize customer satisfaction and uphold the highest standards of service delivery, noting that the Commission has implemented measures to safeguard the interests of consumers and businesses alike. One such measure, he said, was the NCC's directive on May 17, 2023, that all licensed mobile network operators commence implementation of approved harmonized shortcodes for providing services to Nigerian telecom consumers. Well, this is very interesting. All the provisions, all the things that were said about the reason these things should be done, we didn't hear security anymore. When the NIN was coming up and the linking of these SIMs to the NIN was a thing, all we were hearing was that it was going to help in security as well. Now we see bandits using cell phones, collecting ransoms, doing all this and that, and then this NIN is not able to help. The linking of the lines to NIN is not helping, or maybe this is part of the reason why they're insisting that it must be done at this point. But then 28th of February has passed. We saw the long queues in these offices where the people, Nigerians, were supposed to do this linkage of their lines to the NIN, and I'm not sure that they were able to finish. Yes, you might say it's a fire brigade approach that Nigerians like to have, but when this law was given, when this directive was given, did they find out, the people who gave the directive, did they find out if the infrastructure to be able to contain the number of people that may want to go and do this registration, if the infrastructure was on ground? Because the infrastructure was the problem when people were trying to register when the first directive was given. The same infrastructure was the problem when people were trying to go cashless, which is a very, very laudable policy, if you ask me. If the infrastructure were there and you could do your transfers anytime you wanted and with minimal cost, then a lot of people wouldn't have had any need to carry money around. I mean, what are you buying with 100,000 when you can walk to anywhere and you know that you can do some transfers easily, or you use the POS and all that? Now the POS is competing with loan sharks, as they call them, because you go to a POS vendor to give you some cash. Some are charging 200 naira for every 5,000 naira that you collect. Some are charging 150 for every 5,000 naira that you collect and all that. And it is worrisome. So if you collect 100,000, that is 200 naira times 20, you see. You might say it's small money, but for some people, that is a whole family's income for a week, or if not more. And then you're saying it's small money. It is not. So if the infrastructure is there and the cost is friendly, a lot of Nigerians will go and do what they're supposed to do. And then again, you go to the NIN office or the telecom service providers, and there are people who are cutting corners and collecting money to do what they're supposed to do for free for the citizenry. So have all the things been put in place to make sure these things don't happen and people can have a free way if they want to do whatever they need to do? I'm just asking. But today is already the 29th. That means the day has passed. So whoever has the lines that are not linked to NIN may not be able to use them anymore. So what is the way forward? That's a question I'm asking. What's the way forward now for those people, especially those in the hinterlands that may not even have heard that this directive has been given? They just wake up one day and they find out they cannot make calls anymore and they're just worried. What are you going to do about it? If I take an example from a location like my village, for instance, to the nearest place where you can do your NIN or your linkage to your SIM, if that is what it's supposed to be, you will pay like 5,000 to 6,000 naira to get there. But if you are going to do it on your phone, and it is possible to do it on your phone, how many people are, let's say, learned enough? Let me use that word because you don't really need to go to all the big schools, but how many people can do it on their phone? So maybe there's one person in the community that will be doing for everybody. When he travels, nobody gets to do it anymore and all that. I'm just saying, but I hope that every Nigerian will be on that grid, will be linked to NIN, will have their numbers linked to NIN so that we can forestall some of the things that we can with that exercise, security-wise, data-wise, and everything that we need to use that information to do. I wish everybody well. All right, now we are going to take a short break, look at the weather, and then when we return, we'll be looking at the papers. Hopefully, we'll be joined by Professor Chris Mustapha Nwokobia, Jr., convener of Country Fest. Stay with us. Okay, it's time to lift off the press some headlines that our national dailies or some of our national dailies have this morning. And we're glad to be joined by Professor Chris Mustapha Nwokobia Jr., convener, Country First Movement. Good morning and welcome to the program, Prof.
Good morning, the pleasure is mine.
You have been going around the country. You have been speaking to people and trying to make our country better. Thank you for that. We're beginning with the Guardian newspaper this morning, and the leading headlines on the Guardian newspaper is Nigeria spends about 50% of oil earnings on production cost. It just caught me that we're spending almost everything that we are getting from oil production on the cost of production.
It's a worrisome information. Sometimes when I look at this information, when I hear the NNPC Limited and their subsidiaries talk, I wonder whether they think that they're talking to people who are not informed or people who cannot ask questions. You can just simply go to the internet to find out what, are we saying that we do not have partners who are involved in the drilling of crude oil? Because almost always the fact is clear before us that we do not basically refine. We have our refining capacity is very, very minimal. And so most often what we export is crude oil. And then that's why we have the subsidy regime that we're talking about and asking the government to come plain before the Nigerian people and actually tell us how much million liters of fuel we consume daily. So when the NNPC Limited tells us that they spend about 50% of oil earnings on production, you ask production of what? Is it the production of the same crude that they have facilities and they collaborate with other multinationals to drill? Who do they pay those monies to and for what reason? You know, and I think that the time has come for us as a nation to engage in a holistic forensic analysis of what obtains in the oil sector, particularly now that we have an economic downturn that is strangulating and making Nigerians worry so much. I dispute the figures, and the internet is there to tell us exactly how fallacious it is.
Okay, well, let's say that human resources gets up to 38%, logistics 19%, handling costs 13%, direct lifting 9%, security cost is there, regulatory and other auxiliary costs are there, and all that. That's why they got that. That's what gobs that amount of money. But do you think that the new directive that the central bank should be in charge of the monies coming from oil exportation and all that is a solution to these problems that we are facing?
No, it will do a lot. I tell you, fundamentally, if the central bank is, if the NNPC Limited and its subsidiaries are made to pay every earnings and claims to the central bank, they will have to raise a voucher or a payment document for the charges or the cost of production. So I think that fundamentally it will help. But above all, and that perhaps is why most of the headlines of the papers today are exciting for me. Above all is the need for a holistic overhaul of how we do business in this country, how government does business, and how we manage our resources as a people. You ask yourself, human resource for production of crude oil, because we barely, like I said, we barely refine. And human resource stands at about 38%. You ask yourself, are you paying for your partner companies that are involved in the drilling of crude? Are you paying Mobil? Are you paying Shell? Are you paying Emzo? Are you paying, who are you paying all that? The NNPC staffs who largely are redundant? I think that the time has come for us to ask very strong questions. You cannot be complaining about economic downturn, and then you have your resources being wasted in the name of production cost of what you truly know how these things come about.
Okay, well, perhaps this other story, which is in the Punch, we're not leaving Guardian yet, but a story on the Punch newspaper says subsidy removal, petrol import crashes by 990 million liters monthly. And you were disputing the facts on the figures on the Guardian when they were talking about all these things. Do you believe in these figures being quoted by the Punch, 990 million liters monthly as the crash?
You know, let me make you laugh, my brother. And Nigerians are, like I said in my opening remark, we're not in a country of nitwits. We're not a country of people who do not think. And that is why the media is doing a great job of putting these things before us. Let me tell you clearly, which is fundamentally important here. We have almost as much as 7 different figures of how much liters of crude oil or fuel we consume daily in Nigeria. The NNPC will tell you it's 46 million liters. The DPR will tell you is 58 million liters. You have as many as 8 different figures. I'll try to get it at the cost of this interview. And you ask yourself, you're subsidizing what you do not exactly know the amount of liters you consume per day, and by extension, monthly. You know, the figures are so widely apart that some will tell you, oh, Nigeria consumes about 48 million liters. Some will tell you, oh, it has come down by 19 million liters. Some will tell you the figure is 58 million liters, and some will tell you it's 42 million liters. If you check what you spend on subsidy per liter, and you have a gap of as much as 15, 18 million liters, then you know how much criminality, how much fraud, and how much wickedness obtains at that level. I think that the time, like I said, the time has come for a holistic forensic of what truly obtains in our oil sector. We cannot keep looking the other way, whereas big businesses milk this country and leave the Nigerian people poor, bare-chested, and hungry.
Okay, still on oil and in the Guardian newspaper, Nigeria OK's $17.64 billion oil development plan as rigs jump to 30. What's your take?
I think also that when you live in a country where the challenge over the years, and this has been the message since 1999, has been a call for the diversification. You want to diversify your cost of revenue earner. You want to major on other sources of income. When I think that there's something about the NNPC Limited and its subsidiaries that are clearly being orchestrated to either divert attention from. Remember that a few weeks ago, Serap came up with a litigation asking the NNPC to open its books. A few months ago, the whistleblower Ubo raised up issues about several millions of barrels of crude oil allegedly stolen and sold in China. A few months ago, it was Femi Falana who talked about 52 million barrels of crude oil that was allegedly stolen and sold in Pennsylvania in the United States of America. So there is a lot of under-table dealings there. So maybe they're trying to gaslight us with issues about readiness to produce more. But we must know first what we actually produce. We must also know what we actually earn. We also must know how much fuel we consume daily in this country. It's not rocket science. It's everywhere there. You can get the tankers and the facilities that there are chips you can put on them, and you can get to the filling stations across the country. They have an association, and then you know exactly, you can make a very reasonable average of what happens in that sector. But the fact is that those who should pretend our country and our economy have refused to come bare, come straight, come open before the Nigerian people. Everything about figures of monies that they want to spend at the level of the NNPC and its subsidiaries comes to me with a huge bag of caution. because they have been consistently less than transparent to the Nigerian people and the Nigerian state.
Okay, so now the next thing is, I don't know, because I don't understand it much. It's talking about the interest rate hike. Yesterday we were talking about the fact that the Monetary Policy Committee raised the interest rate to about 22.75 or so percent. And this was supposed to curb inflation. Now the story is saying interest rate hike takes toll on stock market as investors lose 1.4 trillion naira. I mean, I don't understand. Is it helping us or it's killing us?
I am not an economist, but I have listened to quite a few of the opinion of experts on it. You know, tied to inflation, it's perhaps too much money in circulation. Tied to inflation is too much money in the market and little or nothing to buy. And a few of them that I listened to who are eggheads said that the tendency of the hike in interest rate helping the economy is high because it might reduce the sum of monies that are perhaps not necessary in the public space. Some of them have also said that it means that only those who are anxious and interested, who are ready, willing, and able to invest, will go borrowing, will go in search of funds. So I think that what it will do, according to Bismarck Marijuana, will be to recalibrate the economy, and yes, that it will get bad or worse for a bit, and then pick up in about 5-6 months. That it is a necessary step. It is a worthy cause. I really think that fundamentally, as a layman in economics, what I know is that the time has come for government to effectively look the way of agriculture. You have foods and grains that you can grow in 3-4 months. Nigeria, you can grow crops 3 times a year. So rather than begin to mouth platitudes, it will get better, it will soon get better. Let us get to work and ensure that farmers are protected, which is very important. You know, when you talk about food security, you talk about security of farmers, you talk about national security. So these are fundamental things that I think that the state must and should begin to think of.
Yeah, I agree with you. Farming is very important. There even are varieties of rice that will take 2 months to mature from the time you broadcast it to the harvesting time. And then vegetables takes like 6 weeks, or 3 weeks, sorry, and so many other things that you can plant and harvest more than 3 times in a year even. Okay, but right now, let's say the hardship in the country is tied to bad policies of previous governments and all that. And there's this headline which says, probe panel on Buhari's government, 30 trillion naira loan sits next week to summon CBN officials. They have said that a lot of things went on in the administration or during the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari, and now they're trying to probe. And Nigerians are just trying to see whether they should just forget about this or wait and see. This is another probe. Do you think it will see the light of day, even if it is done and recommendations are made?
Let me say that repeatedly, I have always said that beyond this language, I'm not comfortable with a language probe, because the immediate past administration as well as the present administration are of the same party, of the same stock. You know, the chairman of the party allegedly at some point was caught on camera in Kano State, oversetting, you know, now we have a cliché, Gandola, and then nothing happened. He was elevated to become the chairman of the party. So I think that Nigerians have the sufficient reason to be skeptical. But above that, what is important for me is, you know, a few years ago, if you remember, I wrote an opinion as to how to revive economies, you know, and that proposal, not less than 4 months after, it went into practice in Saudi Arabia, where the crown prince called all his brothers, nephews, cousins, and all that and said, oh, we need to rejig our economy. We need to bring the kingdom back to its leadership as in the Arab economy. And all of us have sinned. So I want everybody to open their banks, bring out all that you have stolen one way or the other, and let us flood this into the economy and rebuild our economy. Saudi Arabia did that. So many of the crown princes sold their estates in France, in the United Kingdom, brought back the money home. And today you see Saudi Arabia attracting several businesses and innovation. There are other countries that have followed suit. I think that we will be deceiving ourselves. We'll be hiding behind one finger to say, when we say that we have to probe Buhari's government. Buhari's government was chief in larceny, chief in corruption, chief in thieving, and we know that. The governments before them were chief in larceny, chief in thieving, and chief in corruption. We know that. And we know that those who pretend the present administration, their hands are stained in the cookie jar. We know, everybody knows everybody. So what this administration must do, understanding the urgency of now and what, is to invite all these people. You know them, you have the figures, they're all with the FCC and ICPC. Call them to a meeting and tell them, look at the state of our economy. Everybody, that's why you have, even in America, you have the plea bargaining system. Everybody put before them their files and say, Nigeria needs these monies back. Nigeria must strive with the return of these resources. It's as bad as we had that a certain young man who is not up to 32 years old, PA to the immediate past president, and some other two persons have between them over $88 billion. It's that bad. And Nigeria goes up borrowing. Nigeria is borrowing $2.5 million, $1.5 billion, $3 billion, $3 billion. When individuals have enough money to rejig and resuscitate our economy. So what you do is call all of them. You have the papers. Let us stop this dance in the market square, And then it's a moment of patriotism. If you don't bring back 85% or 80% of these monies you stole, then we'll follow the litigation full and square. You will find out that some of them are negotiating already, as we hear. You find out that in 2 weeks, the naira will come up to about 200 naira to a dollar. You find out that our monies will return and our economy will come back to life. These are fundamental issues. It's not difficult. It's about the political will. So when I hear people say, oh, they want to probe Muhammad Buhari's administration, what is the probe about? When the figures are there at square, they make you laugh. I have never heard, not being an economist, I've asked economists and experts in forensic, what does ways and means mean to have arrogated or appropriated about 30 trillion naira to? What does it mean? Under what subhead? Ways and means. That's how criminal. That was how wicked. That was how unfair. That was how inhuman they were. So when you have such figures and all that, all you need to do is invite every one of the people involved. Relieve this language probe and ask for our monies to be returned. And you'll see monies will come back. Those who were governors will bring back the monies they stole. Those who were ministers will bring back the monies they stole. Those who were directly involved at the banking level will bring back the monies they stole. And we'll have a massive reset of our economy.
I think so. I buy that idea. Just bring it back. Invest in Nigeria no matter what it is. And then there'll be a change. To make sure that the economic downturn doesn't get too biting on the people, the federal government says it will crash drug prices, and it is getting $1 billion from Afrexim Bank. That's the headline on Punch newspaper. Federal government to crash drug prices gets $1 billion from Afrexim Bank. What do you think about that?
You see, you just the next news item was more like a prediction of or a continuation of my line of thought. I still think rather than go a borrowing. If you know that we have all these monies in homes, we have them in raw cash, we have governmental operators. Let me tell you a forensic that was done a few weeks ago about this rise in the dollar, the battle against the naira by the dollar. The forensic proved or showed that this price surge comes even more often towards the end of the month when the federal government releases FAC to the states, the allocation to the states. And so what happens? So many of them, either in the name of security votes or ongoing projects, buy off the dollar. And so the naira is forced to go in search of the dollar. And because our economy is highly dollarized, we have the problem we have. Now, if you go a borrowing, I don't have any logic. I don't have any excuse for it. I can't even defend the borrowing of a dime now when we know that there's so much money in this country and we know the operators who have these billions of dollars at home. And we're not saying use the language probe. You know, certain times when you have a serious national situation, I told you it happened in Saudi Arabia, it's happened in Zambia, it has happened in Rwanda, it's happening across the world, it's happened in Argentina. People are calling back suspected public officers who milked their country to come. We're not going to kill you. Yes, it was your moment of madness, it was your moment of mistake, it was your moment of primitive acquisition and greed. But our country is beyond this. You know, what we need is to get back our country. What we need is to solve the questions of poverty. What we need is infrastructural development. Please give us back these monies. You will find out that it is for fear of prosecution or fear of serious punishment that so many of them are not bringing these monies. Now, when you have an understanding, give us at least 85% of these monies. Litigation will not give you back 20%. You have heard about instances of some people who allegedly stole 100 billion naira being given option of fine of 2 million naira. So who's the loser? You know, what we need is our monies. I will not discuss I will not give credence to any kind of borrowing, even if you're telling me that borrowing will give us electricity tomorrow. I will not. I've heard that all the lifespan of this democracy. We're borrowing for power project, we're borrowing for road construction, we're borrowing to rejig the economy. And where are we? If you understand the anatomy, if you understand exactly where we are as a nation, you will know that all these borrowings are, perhaps, like the NNPC said, 38% will go into human resources. You know, it will go into personnel management. And that's another cliche for corruption. So I think that what we must do is go get back our monies from those who are within and outside and tell them, oh, you return the money, we'll drop litigation, you know, it's plea bargaining. But we want this much. It is not about reluting Abacha loot. No. We want this much and we must get it. If we don't get it, we'll now pull the full weight. That's when we bring the ICPC and the EFCC together on you. You find out that every former president of Nigeria, including the great Baba Obasanjo, Jonathan, everyone has something to return. And I think that we need all these monies. Our present president, who we know the story and about what happened with Lagos, has so much to return. You know, when they return all these monies, we don't need to go borrowing. That's just a simple thing. And that should be the argument, just like a restructuring is becoming the argument everywhere. We must tell ourselves the truth.
I was thinking, don't even return it to us. Just come and invest in our country. Because, you know, if you have a big company outside and you bring that company back, it will mean that it will employ a lot of people and the money will stay in circulation here.
No, but the company will belong to their children and their children's children. You don't give them credit for stealing. No. We give it back to the country and we will set up a team that will follow up the resources and follow it up because they know that if they do reloot it, if they do release it, Nigerians will come out on them. That's the truth. You know, we need to create a sense of ownership in this country, which is to weave that our collective wealth is our collective patrimony. It does not belong to a few political office operators or political operators. No, our money is our money. You know, you don't steal it, come back and then invest in your so and so. No.
Anyway,
we want a country that builds on the people.
The saying is,
and with the people.
The saying is, go to court. And then when you go to court, like you said, from 100 billion, you'll find 2 million. And that's ridiculous. We lose as a country all the time.
It's bad.
Yeah. The biggest headline on the Punch newspaper, the boldest headline is NCC rules out extension, telcos bar 12 million lines. MTN, Airtel, others vow to enforce NCC order by midnight Wednesday. Today is already Thursday, which means a lot of Nigerians will be disconnected today. I was worried about the fact that, okay, directives can be given, but the people who gave the directive, did they take into consideration the infrastructure that was going to be able to take all these people that might need to link their lines to the NIN? Are we talking about, we did not even mention anything about security in all those things that they mentioned as being important, why we should link our numbers to NIN. When these things first came up, the minister then said that it will help us in security and all that, but now nobody mentioned that. So I'm worried about the infrastructure. I'm worried about the fact that some people, even in the villages that may not even have heard that this directive was given, will be barred from, will be disconnected, and so many other things. I don't know how you think about that. The deadline has already passed. Today is Thursday, 29th.
Let me make you laugh. I'm going to see from a different perspective, and this is very strong. You're talking about the people who are in the villages and who perhaps did not know about this protocol because there wasn't sufficient information. I will sue Nine Mobile if I find out that my number was bad, because for about 3 weeks now, I've been getting messages that they are likely to bar my number, one of my numbers. And every time I go back to the system, I find out that the system will tell me that your number has been connected, your SIN number, your NIN number has been connected, because I've done all of that. But consistently, up until yesterday, my line was saying that you will be disconnected. And when I use their code, my number has been since connected because I did all of that. And there's several, I called some of my friends and they told me the same problem. They were having the same problem. And then it was asking me to leave my business and the things I was doing to go to a Nine Mobile facility to confirm my NIN status. I laughed. It's just like a businessman telling the client who wants to buy his goods to come to my house to buy my goods. You haven't brought it to me and you tell me if I don't come to buy it. I am the customer, I am king. If I have done the needful, don't continue to threaten me. And so I've been waiting for them to bar my line so that I'll get the lawyers. This is, I think that the time has come for a new regime of business in this country. We must have the ombudsman on board as a major facility in government, who will protect the customer, who will protect. NCC has the right to do. Don't threaten Nigerians. There are so many people who have done the needful, who every day receive one text message or another from the same people. So they should go and make sure that their facilities are working well. That's point number one. And then point number two, telling us that you will bar 12 million lines. How much information was circulated in my hometown of Ibuza? How much information went to Karen Amuda? How much information went to Apakiliki? How much went to Ede in Osun State? How did you carry the people along? So many people did not know about this. Is Nigeria all about the elites and the information that we have on TV and the newspapers? How did they engage the town criers? You hear the MTN will tell you everywhere you go. They all have all their cliches. But how much have you informed the people about the needful? I think that we must understand that citizenry and citizenship is at the core of leadership and nationhood. We must put a primacy on the Nigerian people. Learn to love your people. That's how leaders gain trust. Do not warn and threaten us. Love us and care for us. So I hope and I pray that NCC, along with the telephone companies, will come back to the Nigerian people, properly inform them the lines that perhaps they have banned, according to them, since last night. They have to unbar them, inform the people, and effectively follow them. Because let me tell you, they tell you that part of the reason they are doing this is because they want to curb crimes. Oh my God, so many lines allegedly have been connected. The villains and the brigands still use numbers. So I think that they must first of all watch the conspiracy between the network providers, the banks, and the chain of criminality. It's not just about the Nigerian hoi polloi. Who knows how many of them know about online or criminality with their phones? So many of them are using, most people do not even know that still in Nigeria, there are more people without Android phones than those who have Android phones. So let us wake up to the reality and learn to tell ourselves the truth. It was Uthman Danfodio who said in 1806 precisely that conscience is an open wound. Only truth can heal it. The time has come for us to learn to begin to tell ourselves the truth, live by the truth, and create a nation that is responsible and responsive to its people.
Okay, we'll move to Daily Independent newspaper now. I'm not taking the boldest headline for now. There's a small headline, top left corner, which says Oronsaye's report execution won't lead to job losses. Now, over the week, when we're talking about this report that is going to be implemented, first of all, we're just asking, how is it that an administration that widened its cabinet and said that if the cabinet is not widened, it is the jobs may not be done well. It will lead to some things being left undone. So he had to widen the cabinet to about 40 ministers and all that. And he's saying that he wants to cram everything into fewer ministries and agencies and parastatals and all that. I'm worried on that side. And then now they're talking about the fact that no jobs will be lost, which means the number of people that will be paid and everything that needs to be done in those ministries, when they merge them, the wage bill and the money that will go there will still be the same. And I'm wondering how this is going to even help to cut the cost of governance. I don't understand why this is. But they're saying no job will be lost, so everything will be intact, just that they will be called one name, because all the facilities will still be used under one umbrella.
No, there is a difference between populism and proactive governmental programmatic. Mark my choice of word, populism. Yes, the Naira is on a free fall. Yes, the economy is on a nosedive. Yes, there is need for urgent forensic approach to leadership. And so what comes as a popular reaction, dust up the Oronsaye report and throw it at the people, and without a proper forensic appraisal of how it will work. And then when you're beginning to see that there's a lot of pitfall, you begin the usual government stories. I don't want to use the word lies. Now, if you're implementing the Oronsaye report, you will have job loss. That's the truth. If you're implementing the report and you're thinning down ministries, people will have to go. That is the truth. Like I said, that mankind will learn to live by the truth. And I quoted Uthman Danfodio, conscience is an open wound, only truth can heal it. How can you thin down the cost? How can you implement the Oronsaye report without having job loss? Where in the world? How? He's talking about thinning down the cost of governance and reducing the number of ministries. So why, falsehood is not a governmental policy. We must learn to come true to the people. But now you ask yourself, like my about Elena Silk, Femi Falana raised the issues. He says most of these reports are gone, the time we've gone beyond these reports, and that it must be subjected to a new forensic. And that is the truth. We live in a new world where you have e-governance. You have several things that you can do to cut down the cost of government and governance. But when we continue to lie to ourselves, we find out that it makes it more difficult for people to believe us. I wonder what TUC and NLC will be telling them. Are you implementing the Orosanya report, and then if you have staff of Voice of Nigeria, and you're merging Voice of Nigeria with Nigerian Broadcasting Commission, and you're merging them with Federal Radio Corporation, that people will not go, then why are you merging them? Why are you implementing the report if people will not go? But you see, I want to say that fundamentally, there are things to be done. Sit down with the labor organizations, sit down with TUC, NLC, sit down with the Minister of Justice and Attorney General, sit down with relevant government agencies, and then look at those who are near retirement. Pay them their gratuities and pension, and pay them a severance allowance, because people will go if you want to cut down the cost of governance. But, very importantly and interestingly, in your opening to that question, you raised, this is the same government that started, we have the largest cabinet in our democracy. Fundamentally, why start with the ministers? Cut down the number of ministries. We blamed Buhari. Buhari had less ministers than Tinubu has. Obasanjo had less ministers. Yar'Adua had less ministers. Jonathan had less ministers. That's why I said less of the populism. We should learn to abide by the truth, tell ourselves the truth. If you want to implement the policy, start with your government. Start with, Orosanya report is a report that must be subjected to an overhaul, a forensic. How does it apply with contemporary times? How does it apply with governance in 2024? That was what the Leonard Singh Falana raised as an issue. And even use the word is outdated. I don't think it is outdated. I think that there must be an overhaul and a forensic. Don't just tell us that you will implement it as it was released. Don't tell us that. There's so much to be done about it. And then you're telling us, when Orosanya in no uncertain terms said that we had a bloated civil service. We had a government that was too large and too cumbersome. And so many people will have to go. And then you're turning around to tell, so you're not interested in even implementing it. So I think there's a lot that must be done by this government. More by Onanuga, Ajuri Gilale, and several people who speak on behalf of this government must understand that truth is a beacon of trust. If you want people to trust your government, tell them the truth. Stop gaslighting the people. Stop telling NLC and TUC that you will implement Orosanya report without job loss. That's the greatest falsehood known to humankind. And that wasn't the motive of that report. The motive of the report was to downsize governance. And that's, for me, where I think that this government almost always, and even the immediate past government, thinks that falsehood and lies is an organic instrument of state policy. It is not. All it does is make people doubt you more and more, and make people lose faith in governance.
True. Well, unfortunately, this is where we'll have to drop it, even though there are still many more headlines we could have treated. But we'd like to thank you for your time this morning.
Can I steal in something, because it's very important? The headline about you, I don't know whether you deliberately left it, but it's important. Government talking about the restructuring, that they will. I think it's important, and that will make me a fan of this government if it truly wakes up to the realities and the need for the restructuring of the Nigerian economy and the Nigerian state. You cannot have a government that is unwieldy and involved in everything in this country. Government is involved in supplies of newspapers to the Federal Government College in my hometown in Ibuza. Government is involved in the purchase of computer chips for the federal government college in Boko. The government is involved in supply of fertilizers to farmers in Karunamuda. And no government that does all of this can succeed. So I think that the time is, and very properly now, for us to challenge government to an overhaul, a restructuring of not only the governmental protocols, but the holistic appraisal of a legal protocol, the concurrent list, the residual list, and the exclusive legislative list must be overhauled by both government through the National Assembly. They must overhaul it and ensure that the states and the local government take up sizable duties in government, and the federal government should just concern themselves with defense, monetary policy, custom and exercise, immigration, and a few of the things that are necessary to make Nigeria work.
Okay.
Only then can you have a country that is functional.
All right.
Up until now, we have an absolutely dysfunctional nation, and we must make this country work again.
Yeah, we must make this country work. When that time comes, I hope they will come back to us, the citizens, and help, and so that we can help to define what restructuring is. It cannot be restructuring according to somebody, and the whole nation is thinking about restructuring in another light. We do hope that they will not take us for granted when that time comes and will get us all involved. Let's see what type of restructuring we want. Thank you so much, Prof, for being a part of our program this morning.
The pleasure is mine. God bless Nigeria.
Amen to that. Okay, we've been talking with Professor Chris Mustapha Nwokobia Jr., convener Country First Movement, on Off the Press this morning. We'll take a very short break and return with our first hot topic. Stay with us. Okay, there is the saying that we like to use all the time, that the youths are leaders of tomorrow. But when that tomorrow is bleak because our teenagers are diagnosed more and more with depression and other mental health problems, then there's a problem. So we're going to be looking at this topic, more Nigerian teenagers diagnosed with depression and other mental health problems. And our guest this morning is Dada Oluwatosin, the Chief Nursing Officer, Lagos State University Teaching Hospital, Ikeja. Good morning and welcome to the program. Okay, Manos may be attending to a mental case right now. That's just a joke out of the way now. But we'll be talking with her. It's a worrisome thing that a lot of times we find youths on the streets. Some of them are just roaming. They are, you know, some of them are really, I don't know the word to use. I'm not allowed to use a word that is now derogatory, but they have mental problems. Some people are depressed and you don't even know that they are depressed. They're walking, they're smiling, they're laughing, they're mixing up with friends sometimes, but some other times they are on their own and they were finding the symptoms, but we need to all care. We will find out what the causes of these mental problems and depressions are and how we can proffer solutions to them, whether through policy or drug or any other form of support. We'll be still talking with Dada Oluwatosin, the Chief Nursing Officer of in Ikeja Teaching Hospital. And as soon as we're able to reconnect with her, we will do that. Well, for now, we'll just take a very short break. We'll be back. Okay, we're glad to know you're still there. We sincerely apologize for the little hitch that we had. We're back now with Dada Oluwatosin, Chief Nursing Officer, Lagos State University Teaching Hospital, Ikeja. We're talking about mental health this morning. Once again, good morning and welcome to the program.
Good morning, presenter. Good morning, viewers at home.
Okay, we say more Nigerians, teenagers diagnosed with depression, other mental health problems. That is a worrisome thing. Let's just begin with causes of these depression, if you may.
Good morning one more time. Before we begin to talk about the causes of depression, let me briefly define what depression itself is. Depression is a state of extreme sadness that is in which you describe that there is loss of interest in pleasurable activities. That is those things that the individual that is affected by depression, those things the person would have done with joy, with wholeheartedly, they just lose interest in doing them. Well, according to World Health Organization, they defined depression as a state of extreme sadness characterized by loss of interest in pleasurable activities lasting more than 6 weeks. Having explained this, we want to talk about the causes of depression. Depression itself has various causes. One, when we talk about the biological causes, we are talking about the dopamine serotonin factor in the brain. We want to talk about stress, that is issues of life, loss of loved one, bereavement, and things like that. But because we are talking about teenagers today, one of the things that could cause depression in them now is because they have growing awareness as a result of having a lot of information about their mental health. That could be a cause. Then too, we want to talk about academic pressure, in which we discover that these children, many a times, they are being sent to school when they are not fully prepared for the challenges ahead. So to say that you now find a child of 9 years old in secondary school, by the time they are 13, 14, they are out of the secondary school. They have not really concretized they have not really developed their concrete states before we move them to their abstract state. And as a result of this, many a times they are not able to cope with the academic stress itself. Then we want to look at dysfunctional family. When we talk about dysfunctional family, we are talking about absent parents, in which you discover that the parents are not just there. The father is out, the children rarely get to see them, they don't have anybody to talk to. And when they have questions that bother their mind, the only thing they want to do is just to go to social media and find information. And at times they talk to their friend, their peer groups. Many a times they are misled by this. Then the negative impact of the current situation of the nation itself who adversely affect their mental health. These are many more who cause depression in Nigerian teenagers nowadays.
Okay, this topic is on depression and generally on mental health problems. But you made a comment about one of the causes being that these children go to school too early, if I got you right. Are you saying, okay, what is the actual age that a child should be before that child can be taken to school or a particular level of school? Because nowadays, maybe because the parents are busy or whatever excuse they give, children 6 months, as early as six months, are taken to the crèche. From there, they move to the nursery school. From nursery school to no breathing space at all. Even during holidays, they have lessons here and there and all that. So you just made a point, and I'm wondering, is this really a bad thing? And if it is bad, what is the recommendation, especially the recommended school age for nursery, then primary, secondary, if we have those?
Good. we are looking at, when we talk about the recommended entry point for children in primary school, the recommended age is between 2 and 3 years, the recommended age for them to enter primary school. But when we want to talk about primary 1, at least by the time they are entering primary 1, they should be 5. And by the time they are leaving secondary school, they should be
You
close,
mean 2 to 3 for nursery school? That's how I understand
For
it.
nursery school, when we talk about nursery school, let's look at age 2 to 3.
Yes, okay.
2 to 3 is the appropriate age. Then by the time they are done with their nursery 1, nursery 2, entering into primary school, they should be close to 5, between 5 and 6. And normally, by the time they are going to leave leave from primary school to secondary school, they should be between 11 and 12. That's why you see some institutions stipulated specifically that that child should be 11 years of age by October. That October means September, October, by the time they are resuming back for another academic session. In Lagos State will not allow any child that is less than 11 to enter JS1, except if there is falsification of age, where the parents will now go and swear affidavit or bring up a false birth certificate for that child. But on the parents' part, all we look at is our own selfish interest. Of course, I won't call it selfish because many a times we look at it that we have to make ends meet, forgetting that these children's mental state is equally more important. So the time when you now send them to school, they are not able to cope very well. They are not able to cope effectively with their peers. Somebody who is 11, 12, the way that person will reason will be far different from the way someone who is 9, 10 will reason. And that's where the complete and abstract thinking comes in. By the time they are supposed to be ready for their abstract thinking, age-wise, they will not be there. And when this begins to happen, the child is not doing well academically. There is low self-esteem because he or she begins to look at himself or herself that what my mates are doing, I am not able to do. Now, back to the parents at home who are paying so much to fix that child in school. They begin to make various judgmental statements and also child names. All these things has an impact on the health of that child. Now, when we talk about other mental health problems too, we want to put in schizophrenia and all this, we want to put schizophrenia there. When we begin to put schizophrenia, those ones, when somebody is even depressed, they are able to cope because at some point in time, there is remission of symptoms. In schizophrenia too, there could be remission of symptoms, but schizophrenia, a schizophrenic patient cannot be compared to somebody who is depressed. Schizophrenia can render an individual, as in, I don't want to use the word invalid now. That person can not even at times be useful to himself, talk less contributing to his own activities of daily living. But a person with depression, when we talk about mild, moderate depression, they are still able to cope with psychotherapy, with medications, they are able to cope. Schizophrenia too does, but then you cannot compare the rate of the rate at which they get better. You cannot compare it with schizophrenia.
Let me just ask you this. Maybe, I don't know how it will sound, but does this craze for nannies, for people, some other people to take care of our children also contribute to mental health of the children? Because a lot of mothers leave their responsibility to house helps and all that. Children don't get to see their own mothers, and so there's some kind of disconnect. Do you think it also contributes in some way to the mental health of a child?
Yes, it contributes greatly. Greatly, it contributes. A child who is 6 months old and you have to take to a nanny, or you employed a nanny to take care of that child, one, there is no bonding between that child and the mother. The only mother figure that the child will be seeing will be the nanny. And God helping that mother or parent, the nanny now happens to be a bully. That child, we hear lots on internet where various forms of sexual abuse, child abuse comes in. When all these are integrated into a child right from their toddlerhood, it goes a long way to affect them later in life. So leaving a child with a nanny might not really be in the best interest of that child. But because of the way the economy is now, well, parents don't have much option than to do that. But then, to some extent, the mental health of that child will be affected somehow. Except the parents are able to compensate for those periods that they were not present with that child. And how can they compensate for this? By spending enough time. No time could be enough for you to spend with your child. But anytime you are with that child, make those periods memorable for them. Make it leave a lasting impact on them, that they will know that of a truth they have a parent.
Okay. Well, we're running out of time, but we need to cover some points here. Now, I know, or you the experts have always said wrong use of drugs is another point that leads to mental health issues and depression and all that. But let's cut to the solutions. What do you think, by way of policy, that government can do to help reduce this stress or this scourge? And then also, what can the individuals do to help to reduce this problem of mental health and depression? Let's start with the government.
Okay. Let's start with the government. If the government can just formulate a policy, number one, stating precisely the age at which they want a child, the entry point into schools for children, and they actually make it work, that will help. Two, the issue of people just entering pharmacies, chemists, buying medication, although they've been able to put some law into practice, but then, because they will tell you when you get to some pharmacy store, they will tell you without a prescription, you cannot get a particular medication. But all these ones, when you have your money, there is nothing you cannot get in Nigeria, prescription or no prescription. So the government should still help us to look in that direction. Then back to the parent, we would encourage, when a woman is pregnant, we always advocate that they should please start their antenatal clinic promptly. Some will wait till they are 5-6 months before they start their antenatal care. But usually we tell them, once a woman discovers that you are pregnant, you can just walk into the hospital and tell them you want to register. Although in some government hospitals, in health centers, someone once said it, that they will tell them to wait till 3 months. But then they should please do something about it. Once a woman is pregnant, the first 3 months, we always advocate for folic acid. If they take this this folic acid, it's something you can easily get. You take it religiously. By the time when you take folic acid, what it does essentially is it prevents a problem in a child that we call neural tube defects. It prevents such things from happening to the fetus in utero. So when those drugs are being taken and you start your antenatal clinic early enough, they are able to discover any deviation from normal and appropriate measures are being taken. Then the government tool has really helped with the 6-month maternity leave they gave. Although they told us it's just for the first 2 children, but then it is enough time for a woman to bond with the child because it is their developing years. So with this, I think, and parents too should understand at this point that the mental health of their children is far, far more important than the money that we are running helter-skelter to acquire. Although we'll say, yes, we want to get the money to be able to take care of them. But when you now acquire the money and the child for whom you are trying to gather all this wealth comes down with mental illness, who now spends the money? Those are some of the things that we really need to understand. When we talk about mental health, what people say most times is money. But we need to understand that money is not everything. At times when you don't have money, your mood could change. But then, what we are saying this morning is protect your mental health in your own little way. For your unborn children, do everything you feel you should do as a parent. If you're an absent parent, try and find time to relate with those children. Ask questions. Take time to look through their homework with them. Ask questions about what is happening in their school. And for those that are boarding students, when they come home, ensure you have enough time with them. Many a times, those children face a lot of bullying in school. And of course, they should help us to tell them, even in schools where there are bullies, such affected children should be made to see a psychologist early enough so that anything that could have affected them adversely can be quickly resolved. And for those that are bullying, well, we will not say they should not be punished, but then the punishment they will be given should commiserate with the offense they have committed.
This mental health issue is a continuous thing, and we cannot exhaust it in one day. But we'll have to just drop it here today and hope that we're going to continue this discussion sometimes in the nearest future. Thank you so much for coming on the show this morning.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay. So we've been talking with Dada Oluwatosin, Chief Nursing Officer, Lagos State University Teaching Hospital. We're talking about the fact that teenagers, more and more teenagers, have been diagnosed with depression and mental health issues, and we were trying to see what needs to be done. If you are that person who says Catch Them Young begins with 6 months sending your child to school, today you know it could be a contributory factor to the mental health of your teenage or adult children. Okay, we'll take a short break and return briefly for the next hot topic. Stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Thanks for staying with us. We'll take our second and final hot topic for the day. And Nestle Nigeria posts 104 billion naira loss for 2023 is the headline here. And we have Frank Elanya, economic analyst and senior writer with Tech Cabal. Good morning and welcome to the program, Frank.
Good morning. Always a pleasure to be on the show.
Yeah, when we hear cabal, we think of cabals in Nigerian government. But that's not that. Okay, so this headline to the common eye is scary. To an eye like mine that is not so business or economic inclined, I just see it as scary. To post 104 billion naira loss, to me, I don't know what that is. Explain to us the implication of such a development.
Okay, so it's an unfortunate situation, but it's also not one that is so surprising given the recent economic quagmire that the country has been in for, if you like, for the entire 8 months or for the entire 9 months that this government has been in office. You know, what Nestle has reported is essentially driven by the forex problem that the economy is currently facing. Since the floating of the naira, i.e., if you like, the devaluation of the naira, many businesses has taken a hit. You know, the naira has also tumbled to record highs. At one point, we were talking about 1,700 to 1,800 in the parallel market. Official market rate was at 1,500. That's a very significant jump from last year. If you cast your mind back, say around May, the official market around May was around 455 naira. Now the official market is at 1,500. If you are a business that practically imports all your raw materials from outside the country, that is going to take a deep cut from your cost. I was talking with somebody recently, and we're talking about how companies' budgets that are set from last year are no longer going to be tenable, because if you had set a budget, say we're going to spend 100 billion naira based on certain metrics, based on certain items that you're projecting for in the market, this year alone, prices have gone up like, say, 300%. You know, every other week, if you go into the market, something has shifted. You know, no price, no item today is the same price. And the funny thing is that if you're buying them from outside the country, the prices are not changing. It is just that the conversion rate is changing at an alarming rate. So for companies like Nestle, that has taken a deep, or that has eaten deeply into their projections for 2024. And what that led them to was to take a loan from their parent company, that's Nestle USA. And of course, that loan has to be collateralized. That loan also is interest-based loan. So over a period, that loan has sort of accumulated. And the challenge here is also that there's repatriating that money has become also a challenge with all the CBN policies that has come into play in the past few weeks and all that. So that is currently what Nestle is facing. Is facing a massive jump in naira devaluation and also inflation of commodities in the market.
I get really worried when the budget for 2024 was brought to the public domain. The naira was pegged at, or the dollar rather, was pegged at 750 naira to the dollar, if I'm not mistaken, and oil price was $77.96. That's how that budget was. Now we know that the Central Bank of Nigeria has begun even selling that same dollar to the Bureau de Change operators at a rate of 1,350 or something like that. If a company like Nestle, a very big company like Nestle, is struggling, help us understand how foreign investment is possible in Nigeria. What do you see the future of FDI in a country like Nigeria, where this kind of fluctuation is our naira is fluctuating the way it is fluctuating? Because I don't understand.
So what you're seeing is a contradiction or contradiction in policy making. At one point, we heard that the BDCs were banned, and that they were not allowed, to do this, to do that, to get dollars from the market. In fact, they were going to be wiped out, all of that, and even the CBN went as far as using the EFCC, to arrest a lot of them on the street, And then all of a sudden, we are now hearing that the CBN has turned around again. They want to start selling dollars to the BDCs, and now they can now operate, but then with certain criteria that are laid out, and it is a bit confusing because it breeds an environment of uncertainty. An investor don't know what is going to happen next week. If, for instance, the Naira jumps astronomically because this policy doesn't work in the short term, you can expect that the CBN will panic again and will want to tweak its policy immediately, to sort of, in their language, rein in the Naira, So in that kind of uncertainty, investors are likely to withhold their capital. They would not want to be a part of that kind of environment because, first of all, in investing, you want a predictable environment. You want to be able to say, if I put in this is what I'm going to get out. Even though you're a high risk investor, you're not high risk. You're not high risking for an unpredictable environment. First of all, there needs to be certain things that you can say, this is what's going to happen here. It's the same thing. It's not just about the BDCs alone, also the moves that they made with Binance, and also the whole plan or the whole blames that has been traded and hit on Binance, making Binance look like Binance was solely or majorly responsible for what has happened to the Naira. It is a bad signal. There's nothing good about that signal. Whether you want to explain that, oh yeah, they were indeed speculating on the Naira on the Binance platform and all that. That does not give any credence to the signal that you're sending out to investors. Two Binance executives come into the country, wants to come and negotiate with the government, according to what we heard, and the government arrests them, and then starts trying to muzzle out some agreement from arresting them. That's like pointing a gun to somebody's head and say, you must agree to this, you must put your pain to this and all that. If not, we're not going to release you people and all. It doesn't give any positive news to the investors community, and it also means that the government is not responsible, because over time we have said that the big problem is not, first of all, is not those who are speculating on dollars. Though yeah, they have a part to play, but speculating on the Naira is a function of a bad system. If you have built a bad system, people will take advantage of it. If you don't correct that bad system, and then you go and pursue those who are speculating on them, all right, all you will just succeed in doing is maybe get yourself a relief for the short term, but when the real issues come up again, you are going to start drowning again, because there is no supply of dollars in the market. No, whether with that is a given. The $26 billion that the CBN was talking about that went through Binance, for instance, does not belong to the CBN. It didn't even come through the banks. It came to me through individuals. It's Nigerians that brought those money in. That is, if that money is actually what they say it is, that it is up to $26 billion, all right? But it is through peer-to-peer, people trading with themselves. That's what they did there, all right? So, first of all, is to ask yourself, why do we not have enough dollar supply in the market? That's what you're supposed to be addressing. First of all, have you addressed the issues around cost of governance? Zero, we haven't done that. We heard that they're going to do something about the Oronsanya report. But then the truth here is that you can't do anything about the Oronsanya report if you, the government, has not shown leadership. First of all, in cutting your own cost of governance. You have almost 50 ministers. I'll keep shouting that. You have almost 50 ministers. The highest the country has ever seen. These guys are collecting salaries and doing nothing. What are you doing with them? Before you start talking to us about the Oronsanya report, for instance, cut those ministerial appointments. That's how you start. Then you start talking about, okay, The other day we heard that are going to reduce the number of people that go with the president on a trip. Just this trip that they're going to embark on in Qatar, the president's son is going to be there. The president I don't know who that other one is. After Shahid, there's a Toyin Tinubu that's also going to be there. That's a lot of assistants, SSA to media, several people doing the same work that are going to embark on that trip. There is no sincerity in the government, and which is why if you're going after BDCs, you are only trying to, solve the problem from the top, as in from the head. You cut off. You're trying to just wipe the windows outside the house, whereas the inside the house is a mess. First of all, clean inside, looking worse. There is a whole lot of dirt that the government can turn itself out and then rescue itself from the problem that we're facing. If we don't do that, going after Binance, going after BDCs will only result in companies like Nestle reporting losses. Because you have not addressed why consumers don't have enough money to buy things. That is what Nestle is facing. Consumers cannot buy the prices in the market because their wallets are shrinking. So how do you address that? That's what you're supposed to be talking about. Production, exports. And if Nestle cannot export, that's a problem for everyone.
Okay, well, it's been a marathon, but I think we covered a lot of grounds here with what you have said, and unfortunately we don't have time to continue. We'd like to thank you, Frank, for coming on the program. As always, it was our pleasure to have you.
Thank you. Always a pleasure to be on the show.
Yeah, thank you so much. We've been talking with Frank Elanya, economic analyst and senior writer with Tech Cabal, on our program this morning. And this is where we draw the curtain on the day's edition of The Breakfast. We do hope that you had a wonderful time. Let's do it again tomorrow. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Up next is the news.
I'm from Nigeria, born in Lagos, grew up in Orishoki since when I've been little, and I discovered what I can do right now from a particular movie I watched, that's Twin Mission. And from that movie, I blend myself to the people I saw, the actors I saw from that movie, which were very rare. I've not seen that kind of people before. So from there, I started, it was like, they were doing some kind of move. And at that moment, while they were doing it, I said I should try this. I've never seen something like this before. And at that very moment, as I tried it, I did it.
Contortion, sometimes referred to as contortionism, is an art that's not very popular in Nigeria. Sam and Blessing are contortionists in Lagos who hone their skills from constant practice and watching videos on YouTube.
So from there, I started pushing. Then I pushed into dance. From there, till I grew up. I still didn't know what I was doing all this while until 6-7 years back. Then I had to start doing research on it. From there, I then know what I am doing. Then I started working on it professionally, taking it very serious, taking it to a very high stage till from what I've been doing from time come to now, I've been watching videos on YouTube and other ways I can actually learn from. So that way I've been learning. Then some of my friends, which I work with right now, they came to me that I should teach them. So for me teaching them, I have to go work more on myself. I have to go watch more videos to improve so I can teach them. So that way I've been learning by myself until when 2019, that was when I went for a yoga class, a yoga school, and I got satisfied from being a yoga teacher, yoga instructor. So aside from that school, there has been no other school. Once I come up on stage, I connect with the whole space entirely. I connect with everything around me, even the sun, the water, more or less a human being. I make sure I connect down to the hearts of anybody watching me. Nigeria as a whole, it's me, number one. Like I'm the best. So from there, I've made income from it. Then I build up a group whereby if I have a job, I don't even want to go for the job. If the pay is not okay to me, then I bring up the new generations, which are just starting, and I send them out to go for the job. Most times if I fall sick, I fall very sick, typhoid, malaria, or I fall sick, I still make sure if nobody is at home, I put on my sound and I do movements in the room. With that way I sweat everything out. I get better a bit and I probably go out, go laugh with some people. Then with that, I can beat off my sickness. Or if I have a job, I'm falling sick and I just hear about the job. I'll make sure, if they are paying me or not, I just make sure I go for the job, eat up the stage, connect with people. So that way, me connecting with people, I'm dragging more energy. So that one builds me up again. And if I'm sick at that moment, I don't get sick again. Or if I should have a particular injury, like presently I'm having an injury, which I'm not supposed to do anything at all. But when it comes to me performing, because I don't see myself as an entertainer, I don't entertain. I perform, I do act with my homework. But most contortionists, they want to entertain, they just want to make sure you say wow to what they're doing. But me, once I come up on stage, I don't even want to hear any noise. I just want a quiet space. I do my thing. Then at the end, you can give me whatever comments you want to give me. Actually, I've not broken any bone before. Just not even, normally I dislocate my joints. So all I've been doing is dislocation. So the injury I can just get is from muscles. When I strain a muscle, like I go extremely out of the act. So I've only had just two. The first one was my shoulder, and the second one is the knee, which I'm having now. Because that's why I say when I'm on stage, the space I'm in, it can put so much energy in me, and I even want to take off my hand or take my head off my body. So if I'm performing and the stage where I'm at, the energy I'm picking from that stage is building me up. I want to do something very, very, very crazy, which I've not even practiced before. So it's more like I'm going into the spirit realm, into somewhere else that is just blank. And I just do things extremely out of that. The most extreme I've done was twisting my neck to the back. Then I do this triple fold. That's the back bend. You have to triple fold. You fold like twice with your back bend. But I have to stop doing that because I've seen too many people doing it and I want to create my own style. I don't want to come up on stage and I do something and they'll be like, this one can do it. This one can do it. Because it's still the same transition you use and going into it. So I want to do something that the transition, you barely see it around. If you watch multiple videos, you hardly see it. It's very rare to see. So that's why I have to cut off some moves from what I do. Like I do a whole lot of moves before to make sure I entertain people like then way back. Then when I had to now start noticing myself, what I can do, how more I can reach out with my skills, then I have to just cut out some moves and start working on my own moves, creating my own tunes for myself. More like the racket move in Nigeria now, presently. I'm the only one. Though there are others now coming up as well, trying to get their own rackets and start doing. And some of them will still come up to me and like teach me this particular move, and I will still teach them. So there will still be a time whereby if I see that they have gotten it up to that level, I know I'll drop that and move into another one. So because they've gotten the neck twist to the level I know, hey, I can't do it again. I can't go any further than that. I had to leave it for them. So it's only when I have this kind of audience, like if I have a performance for a particular program and they'll ask me to perform like 5 different times for one event, and I can't come up with another move for the next performance. I can't come up with another move for the third one, the fourth one. So that's how I just break down my moves. Then probably the last performance, that's where I can come up with the neck twist. And I have to work out for it. I can't just go up on stage and just twist my neck. So I have to do a 1 week neck stretch to stretch the muscle in my neck for 1 week straight. Then when I appear on stage, I'm ready to just twist it out. The goal for me is to build more like a circus in Nigeria. Bring that in Nigeria. There are people doing it, but it's not really like circus. It's just more like a show. They just do it and they call it a circus show. And circus show is not supposed to be something you just do once in a year. It's supposed to be something you do like every weekend in the year. So what I'm looking at from 5 to 10 years from now is that I bring circus into Nigeria. When it comes to contortion, most people they mistake contortion for dance. And most times they just be like, what do you do? I'll say I'm a contortionist. They'll be like, oh, dancer. I will say no, I'm a contortionist. And they'll still want to be like, explain what is different from contortion and you being a dancer. So I have to now start breaking it down to them that this is contortion, this is dance. Though it still looks more alike. Like when I come up on stage, I move to music. Some contortionists, they don't have that musicality. They just do. Make sure people shout. But me, I just make sure I come up on stage, I have that musicality. So that's why when some people see me perform mine, they call it dance. No, it's not dance, it's contortion. So I call mine contortion act. So it's an act I'm just portraying to people, not before I met Blessing, I've just known 6-7 contortionists. Before I met Blessing, I've known just 6-7 contortionists, which I've worked with. And I didn't work with all of them. I met a few of them in a competition, whereby if they see me, they just see that somewhere I've come, they will even want to leave the competition for me. But I'll be like, oh, what is it? Is it not the same thing we're doing? But they see me and they will still want to run away from me. Same thing to Blessing. We met at one show. Then from that show, I saw her. She was the first female contortionist I've seen. Like, I've traveled Nigeria, I've seen contortionists, but she was the first one I've seen that was different from other females.
Hi, my name is Miss Okute Blessing Uche. I'm 21 years old. I was born January 7th, the year 2000. I'm a student of Lagos State University, Ojo campus, 200 levels. I'm actually studying physical and health education. I started about 6 years ago when I was seeing this movie, Strength. It's about this teacher, a dance teacher actually. She was teaching her students just enough for me, so I had to go to this place opposite my compound. It was spacious, so I took this my dad's mirror because he used to be a barber. He has a salon, so I took his mirror there, and then I always practice alone in that place. Will I say it's profitable? Okay, it has been profitable because I was able to use this money I get from the shows I do and the concert I go for my school bills and other bills I have to pay. It's actually helping me to take care of some other things too, but I'm not where I want to be right now. I'm not getting what I want right now because I want more. So every lady that wants to be a gymnast or a contortionist should know that it is painful. And whatever you put your mind into, you're going to achieve it. One thing that helped me to get this far is my consistency and my persistency. I was always training. Sometimes I go as hard training for like 3 to 4 hours every day. Most times I train in the night, stretching in the night before I go to bed. My mom always be like, blessing, blessing, blessing. You're not a boy, you're not a boy. You're always acting like a boy. I'd be like, mommy, just stop that, come out of it. This is what I like to do most. One of my biggest challenges in what I do is that whenever I go to the bar to perform or any concerts, men are always my challenges. Like they just keep coming at me because they feel because I stretch so well, because my hip flexors are very, very flexible, and because my backs are very flexible and I bend into some other shapes and some different kind of shape, they think because I'm very flexible like that on the stage, I'm going to be that flexible on the bed too with them. They even go as far as touching me, asking me stuff like how much for a night, how much for short time. I'd be like, sorry, I'm not a sex worker. Sometimes I fight them, sometimes I insult them, sometimes I talk to them anyhow, but I can't keep doing all that, so I just find a way to maneuver them. Where I see myself 5 years from now. Actually, in 3 years' time, I should be done with my school, my BSc certificate there in LASU. So I intend traveling after that. I intend going to the US, New Orleans, precisely. Actually, I'm actually mailing a mail to them to know if I can furthermore there and then to be a professional gymnast, competing and representing my country, Nigeria.
Financial literacy is an essential skill for the 21st century. The principles of debt management, profitable savings techniques, and the importance of money have helped many. In 2011, the Central Bank of Nigeria made a commitment to reduce the number of financially excluded Nigerians from 46.3% in 2010 to 20% by 2020. Many fintech startups are plugging into this gap and targeting niche markets. One of such startups is Harvest. Harvest was founded by Sholape Akimpelu, who once worked at a marketing agency. Her dream is to help women in Africa take control of their finances by bridging the economic gender gap. She believes more women need to be intentional by improving their financial well-being.
Okay, so Harvest simply is an inclusive finance for African women. So we give women familiar access to savings, impact investments, and credit. So when we say impact investment, that is women impact investing into smallholder female farmers specifically. So that way yourself, right, we equip you with personal finance, insight, tools, platforms, right, to embrace savings, embrace financial wholeness, wellness, right, and then we don't limit it to you alone. We believe that the woman breaking her back in some far-flung village in Zaria, for instance, should get access to financial services too, because that's the only way we can prime her family, her community for better livelihood. So we extend our credit to, we extend our personal finance, considering the digital divide in language base. So that way you've equipped her and then she can participate in savings. And then, do you understand? So you're not managing poverty here for women, right? We are giving them, a platform, tools, insights that gets them swim upwards in the economy.
Before launching Harvest, Sholape noticed a worrying trend that financial institutions were not targeting Nigerian women. Sholape teaches girls and women financial literacy through access to and use of financial services through knowledge.
On my marketing days, oh, we want to do this campaign. Let's look at the demographics. Male, female, female, male. Let's look at the top so clients, male, female. And I was wondering, because everywhere around me, I could see women breaking their backs, right? From the woman in the urban areas to the rural dwellers. And I was wondering what's happening. Why are they not adopting financial services so much? Why are they not, why are they on the fringes, right? So it was just important, and I've always been very impact driven. So it was just important that, I because I started doing a lot of research, so I realized that a lot of research had been done. So people were doing research and dropping, oh, this is the number. Oh, Nigeria is the only West African country on the priority list of financial exclusion, right? That is for gender rights. Ghana was there before, Ghana moved on. Then we are there with India, Bangladesh, and all of that. And we're wondering, why is Nigeria still here? So someone just had to do something, not just tell the story, not just state the numbers, not just quote the numbers or statistics, but do something to shrink that gender gap.
Each startup has its challenges.
First, poor state of infrastructure. So by infrastructure, talking about digital and physical infrastructures. Talents too, right? We're losing a lot of talent to the West. It's painful when you look at it, because we have amazing, like a wide, capacity as a country, raising talent, but then we lose the same talents in the same breath. But I'll say that tech is a great leveler. Funding is the biggest challenge. So, I'm sure that a lot of people would say, oh, well, that's about a major challenge for most businesses too. But I think it's twice hard for me personally as a female founder and a first-time founder, right? A lot of doors are just, shut when it comes to funding. But we believe that with the right stakeholders, with government, individual investors, and all of that, we'll be able to crack the funding code. But it's been really hard funding the business. That is, funding the women, funding the business itself, building structures, building the infrastructures that we need to power the business. It's been so hard, quite tough.
Sholape's goal in the next 5 years is to empower women in the Nigerian market. It's obvious that tech is hard, but with the right amount of resilience, women can achieve anything.
Okay, so I'll just quickly add to that, our goal is that in the next 5 years, base case, right, would have served 500,000 women. So when it's 500,000 women, we're looking at 350,000 women on the supply side of a business and 150,000 smallholder female farmers. And we believe that number is possible because our addressable market is 57 million working women in Nigeria alone. Right, and that's just looking at the Nigerian market. But when we look at the other markets we're looking at, for instance, we're looking at, other African markets by next year. So it's possible, and this will be measured, and we'll be sharing with the public, our impact and its measurements. So I'll just say for upcoming techpreneurs, I keep telling them, I said, let no one tell an African woman that it can't be done. Let nobody look at an African girl and say, no, you can't do it. You're an African girl. Come on. The customs, everything is, tilted against you. Kick them right in the middle, right? Put a fist right in its face, because we grew up, a lot of us grew up resilient, right? We had to clear away the thorns and make way for ourselves. So it's hard. It's double hard. So tech is hard, right? It looks glam out there, but it's really hard. Trust me, because I say, especially the infrastructure. You're working with a string of codes. That's why I tell people, right? Something can break somewhere. It works now. Then we all drive cars. A car takes you somewhere, and then you want to go home. It isn't working again, and you're wondering what happened. So much more string of codes from one point to another. Something is not returning, and you have to fix it. So you just have to also immerse yourself in the problem. It's important to walk in the shoes of whatever problem you want to solve. It's very, very key. I would say secondly, you just have to, the starter pack, you have to come in very, very resilient. So many days. There are some days I still wake up and feel like, where do I draw the line here? So many days, you have that feeling, but you've got to keep going on. And then, thirdly, I would say that it's possible that it gets to places where it looks as if, you're not wanted at the table. It's okay, but it's fine to create your own table, right? And, but whatever you do, be less concerned about the glam, be less concerned about the glitz, but be more concerned about the problem you're solving for. Be driven, be mission driven, be impact driven, and the rest, will come with it.
Nigerian women are believed to care more for their parents, and as such are in the best position to teach them financial literacy and retirement plan.
Okay, so I would say that typically the Nigerian woman, of course, suffers from the black tax, more of that. I personally tagged it Ada syndrome, right? And that is, you see parents saying, I want more girls, because girls take care of their parents. Men, when they take a partner or something, they don't, but the girls, oh my, and it's a good thing. And those are the things that we keep having conversations about in our community. Talk to your parents about money. What are their retirement plans? Do they want to live in with you? Do they want to, what's their pension? All of those conversations. Otherwise, what about your siblings? What do you want to do for them? How do you measure? Where do you stop? Because you realize that you just continue giving. You are trapped in that cycle where you can't even sustain yourself, and then you become dependent on another one. So all of these things are generational challenges that has plagued the African child, but more the African girl, because you are the Ada, you are the girl, you are the one who's supposed to be very nurturing always. But hey, you can do all of this with the awareness of knowledge, and that's why we say be grounded with financial, in personal finance and in financial knowledge yourself. What's your net worth? That's how you can, talk to parents, talk to partners, talk to people around you, okay, on making better financial decisions for themselves, for yourself, so that nobody becomes. They don't you know what they say about this thing that say, lean on me, no be press me die. So they don't lean on you, and then want to suffocate you. So you've just got to be financially sound, and those are the things that we teach in our community. Get yourself a tribe, like Harvest, and like I say, even if you don't use the platform, the insights, the tools that you gain from being a community member of Harvest is is mind shifting, and every African girl, every African woman needs such to do better.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome to The Advocate, the program that keeps you educated and informed on current events around you. I will be talking about multilateral relations, the lifeblood of a country's survival. Victor Onyekere will be discussing about NYC at 50, and Stephen Agiode will be giving us lessons from Sudan as usual. Expect interesting conversations. We will be back after this break. Multilateral relations, the lifeblood of a country's survival. Adolf Hitler once said, when diplomacy ends, war begins. On the other hand, Fareed Zakaria, CNN international correspondent, said, foreign policy is a matter of costs and benefits, not theology. Nigeria has always been a prominent figure in African politics, forming alliances with various countries and international organizations to promote peace and stability in the continent. However, the ongoing crisis in Sudan has revealed the need for Nigeria to strengthen its multilateral relationships to better protect its citizens in diaspora. Many Nigerians are currently stuck in Sudan, facing various challenges such as lack of access to basic necessities like food, shelter, and health care. Unfortunately, Nigerians' efforts to bring its citizens back home have been slowed down by diplomatic difficulties and bureaucracies. To address this issue, Nigeria needs to strengthen the diplomatic image in Africa by working more closely with African Union and the United Nations to ensure the safety of Nigerians abroad. Inclusivity and progressivism should be prioritized in the approach to foreign policy, much like the new British monarch, King Charles III, focus on strategies that promote selfless service, growth and prosperity for all. This will foster unity and development between African states. Foreign policies and ethics are integral to a country's survival in international system, and Nigeria needs to put its best foot forward to achieve this. The recent example of the peaceful fight between ambassadors of Russia and Ukraine in Turkey during a peace negotiation highlights the importance of diplomacy and the need for mutual respect between countries. In conclusion, Nigeria needs to strengthen its multilateral relationships with other countries and international organizations to protect its citizens in diaspora through a focus on inclusivity and progressivism. Nigeria can foster unity and development between African states by prioritizing diplomacy and mutual respect. Countries can achieve a peaceful and stable international system benefiting all. I'm going to start with you, sir. You know, I actually raised 3 case studies here. Case study 1 is the current situation in Sudan. But before we talk about Sudan, let's just quickly say something about the new British monarch. Just something nice. You know, for the past 70 years, of course, Queen Elizabeth reigned after her father. The father tried to take UK out of depression following the Second World War, right? And then Queen Elizabeth came on board as young queen now, and she presided over League of Nations, including Commonwealth, you know, trying to foster prosperity. And then her son, King Charles III, is emphasizing selfless service for all. Selfless service and inclusivity. That's the only way the monarch can be sustained as influential in this. So I just want to hear one thought from you, and then Victor will delve into other issues.
Well, the royalty in England has played a big role in the Commonwealth when we are talking about diplomacy and ability to impact nations. Many Nigerians have taken advantage of Commonwealth scholarships and all that. We have benefited a lot from that. And indeed, sometimes in the economic sphere, it has been useful for us and all that. We come from the background of the fact that they were colonial rulers.
He was good there.
But then we have evolved over time into becoming partners. The situation is really unlike the one you have with the French and assimilation, where some will say that when the French left, they left colonies. They didn't live independent states. I mean, you have countries without central banks virtually. They rely on France to dictate the value of their currency. Sure, yeah. But with Britain, we have virtually become partners. We have evolved to the extent that the constitution we run today is not even the one they left for us. We use the American constitution to show the extent of our independence. In 1963, we left the jurisdiction of the Privy Council, so we became fully independent. So since then, we have virtually become with them partners, equals. Although under the Commonwealth, we have gained a lot and all that. So it's a point to say to the British, congratulations.
Congratulations to the British.
On the coming into being of a new monarch.
King and a new era.
To hope that it will usher in a greater period of cooperation between Nigeria and Britain.
Okay, Victor, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think I would just piggyback on what King Charles III said about selflessness and inclusivity. I think it's very important because when you look at it, it's that word selflessness is something that we're very akin to in Nigeria, and I think that if leaders, right, can emulate that certain virtue, which is serving, knowing that when you are in any position of leadership, right, is actually the position to serve people. And selflessness is really, is really about thinking about the highest good of other people and not just, what I want to do with this power, right? But what change can I effect? Where can I take the people to? How can I make things easier, better, more progressive for the people? And then also inclusivity is also very important. We must now shun, like Stephen said, right? Lesson for African leaders. How can we be more inclusive, getting everybody carried along, right? Somebody once said that when you look at people who are quote unquote disabled, they are not. They are just abled in another format. Sure. So it's ability in another format. So, there's the non-inclusiveness of women, and things like that. So we need to bring everybody together. We need to build, societies that are all inclusive. So, kudos to the British, kudos to, it was a very wonderful ceremony.
No, you watched it.
So I can only wish...
I couldn't help watching it too.
I can only wish them all the best. Good one.
Okay, I'm going to talk something now. I want us to say something else. The next issue on ground there, talking about, according to Adolf Hitler, and I just stated it as when he said, when diplomacy fails, war begins. And you saw what happened 2 weeks ago. That was, I consider, quite inhumane and disturbing and perhaps disgraceful. Two ambassadors fighting. You saw it like, let's say about 2 weeks ago, the Russian ambassador and an ambassador from Russia and an ambassador from Ukraine involving in a physical fight. Like it was like a kind of ugly situation considering what is happening now in Ukraine. So I want to hear your thoughts on this. How do you think world leaders can gather around to solve the problem? There are a lot of persons have died in Russia and Ukraine. So what do you think? I want to hear your thoughts on the diplomatic angle.
There are a lot of issues on the ground in Ukraine, and there are a lot of geopolitics that is going on. You remember Russia is a successor state to USSR, which was engaged in Cold War with the West. What we are seeing, it's an evolution of that. What was going on at that time. Putin is trying to restore the Russian state as it was. The gradual collapse of the Russian state is what led to the emergence of states like Ukraine, Belarus, all these states, is their collapse. But Putin sees the world in terms of that time. Is, in my view, unable to reconcile himself with the collapse of the Soviet Union. What you find in these ambassadors fighting is a physical embodiment of what is happening between their nations.
Russia and Ukraine.
It's a conflict that it would not be easy to solve. I don't envy any diplomat trying to solve it, because in order to solve it, you need to know that these things go back a long way. The history between even Ukraine, how Ukraine came to be part of USSR in the first place, and all that, the history, the cultural differences and all that. You have to delve far back into their history. And then the position of Russia vis-a-vis the West. The different values in terms of democracy and autocracy and all that. There's a proxy war going on between values of between different values and different ways of seeing the world. That's what we are seeing.
But humanity is suffering.
A clash, you may say, of civilizations.
Humanity is suffering, despite the views, theologies, philosophy, whatever. Humanity is suffering. And we help humanity.
Well, the truth is that when war has been part of the existence of humanity, I pray that there can be a truce in the conflict between them. Just that while the principal parties ruling the two nations and ruling on, why the principal characters in this conflict remain in power, I really don't see it. Why the principal powers remain, principal characters remain in power. Putin remains in power, and the American president remains who he is. The Ukrainian president remains who he is. I really don't see how diplomacy can really change things.
Okay, before I come to you, Victor, I'd like us to go to the next topic on our regarding diplomacy and the Sudan crisis. Some people said it's not time for Uhuru. I don't know. I think you've read that book. It's not yet time for Uhuru. Mr. Stephen, you must have heard of that book. It's not yet time for Uhuru.
Yes.
Right? It's not yet time for freedom.
Yes.
Not yet time to celebrate. You know, recently the President-elect Ashwadu Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he has been on several. Okay, he's out of Nigeria now. They said he's in Europe for is it state visits or working visits?
Yes.
Working visits, right?
Yes.
And some presidents of some countries have, or some top people, including organizations, in different countries, have shown interest in wanting to see him or wanting to have his presence because he's a new elected president. And then what happened last week or so, while he was in, is it last week or last 2 weeks? While he was in Port Harcourt, Governor Wiki invited him to come and commission projects. And but some other persons are of the school of thought that we can only have one president at a time. Wait for your turn. Wait for your turn. It's not your time. Wait, relax. Why some other person said, okay, it's a good thing. Hits the ground running. So he's trying to prepare himself. So when he lands in Nassau Rock, he hits the ground running. But more importantly, whichever way, I'm concerned more about Nigerian perception. The administration of President Buhari is almost over. It's almost time up. So let's talk about going forward. What better ways do you think Nigerians can strengthen their imagery? We don't use the principle of reciprocity here. You saw what happened between Nigeria and South Africa. Xenophobic attack and all those things. I'm not trying to whip up sentiment here. I'm not trying to cause any problem. I respect South Africans. They are nice people. They have good people. However, some unfortunate things happened. And this issue has not been addressed properly because one way or the other, Nigerians are suffering. And the government of Nigeria has not been able to say, suffering in mostly African countries, image problem. The same, during the period of Sudan evacuation, a Nigerian business, I think a Nigerian businesswoman that deals with selling wigs or something, she was in Ghana for a trade fair. And what did they do to her? I don't know that you follow that news. They asked her to leave or they asked her to shut down. They actually came to destroy her trade fair. That, look, you are coming to spoil market for we Ghanaians. Yeah, it happened. Yeah. So these things, I can go on and on and on. Is it the fact that Ethiopians shut down their borders against Nigerians and say, no, we need visa to cross? Or Egypt trying to, President Buhari had to call the President LCC before they could open their borders to Nigeria. So is there something that we can do, we can advise the government to do? Because we are talking about promoting African Union, strengthening African Union, promoting free trade agenda and making Africa a strong economic bloc in the world. But if you're having this fragmentation in Africa, it can't happen. So what do you think about it?
You see, I think that it's even important what we are talking about now, because after African free trade is about to take off, which means that Africans should prepare. We've signed the agreement. We are going to have to get to the stage where we start trading with ourselves. That's what the new government should actually be preparing for, linking up with other governments. Whether we like it or not, borders are going to have to be relaxed. African head of states will have to meet with each other more. And then African trade will have to boom. Nigeria should be preparing itself for such an eventuality now. That's what we should be preparing for. That's what other African countries should be preparing for. Just like Europe has shown. With a united unit, you can go far. Africa should be, our coming head of state should be strategizing along those lines. The problem we had with the South Africans was simple. The average South African does not know how much Nigeria contributed to their liberation struggle. And
being a refugee to Mandela.
Yes, and at the time they first saw Nigerians, they saw perhaps the worst of us. Unfortunately, our economy was bad, and then many Nigerians went there that were perhaps not the best representation of Nigerians. But it is not strange what has happened. What has happened between Nigeria and South Africa actually happened between Nigeria and Ghana. You remember?
Yeah,
in 69, the Ghanaians deported us, and we deported Ghanaians. They first deported us.
And they were deported under Shehu Shagari.
Then later, in the 60s, they deported us. We then deported them. So then the South Africans are like this. Maybe it's a lack of awareness. Maybe our military governments too, the way they pursued diplomacy. When you pursue diplomacy, it's like the relationship between you. You must always remember also your own self-interest. Sure. So that when you are doing something, you think of what is in it for me.
Cost and benefit.
The way America goes out and does things for countries, they always think, what is in it for America? How can America benefit? You see what they did for the Koreans, but they ensured that American companies benefited from that. When they even when they did Afghanistan, they ensured American benefited from it. When we do foreign, we went to Liberia and we didn't get anything much from it. When we do our foreign policy, we are not thinking in terms of what we will get from it. It's something that needs to be changed. There's no Father Christmas in the world. Just like an individual, you can't just be giving people things and without thinking of what you get from it. It's a basic concept in international relations. We need, with South Africans, to forget what is happening at the moment. We need to forget and forgive because it happens between nations. What we need to do is, how do we start a new relationship with them in which we show that we can trade together, and these two countries can partner to raise the profile of Africa. Sure. Because these are the two powerhouses of Africa today.
You know, it's quite unfortunate that Obasanjo contributed to the peace deal in Ethiopia. He was the one that actually chairman on behalf of the African Union, and ending 2 years civil war in Tigray region versus Ethiopian government to a halt. Then Obasanjo is the former president of Nigeria, and then Nigerians were fleeing a war in Sudan to Ethiopia, and this same Ethiopian government shot their doors against Nigeria. That's quite funny. I know you want to say something, Victor, as we round up.
Well, I mean, as we wrap up, it also piggybacks back to, what I said earlier, which is really about, I mean, you mentioned something around African Union. I mean, if we're trying to build a lot of solid ties, we're trying to build something that will be transgenerational. Because if we just assume that we'll be here forever, right, you would not be, you're going to play the ball is going to pass to you, you will play in your own time, and at some point you won't be able to play. What legacies are we leaving behind? Why should I even require a visa to go to any African country. Why are we doing this to ourselves? And I mean, you go to the UK, I mean, you just wake up and you travel to the next neighboring country.
Scotland.
Do you understand? But you can't even try.
You can't do free trade that way.
But the thing is, we also need to, I think something is wrong with us internally. And it's this thing that's also happening with, when you come down to Nigeria, where, you know, I mean, this is not even being tribalistic. It's certain, the Igbos are not united. I mean, that's just, is a strong, but that's a thing, right? So there's also this thing of, you know, you are Yoruba, but you are a foreign Yoruba. I'm a deeper Yoruba. You know, all of these things. So if Africa must come together, exactly. So we must begin to see ourselves as one. You know, I should wake up and pack my bags and go to Ethiopia without having to worry about anything. And Ethiopian should to come to Nigeria. We should begin to. I don't know if you watched that video that's been trending on Twitter. But I forgot, I think the president of Kenya, you know, he was talking about the fact that they treated us like kids, put us into a bus, you know. He was trending.
Okay.
Yeah, so he was trending. So I want to censor some things he said, but it was really profound. But again, he piggybacked to the fact that even amongst ourselves, we don't value ourselves.
Oh, I get.
We don't carry ourselves with dignity. You know, so in a way, I mean, the colonization happened many years ago.
Exactly.
But somehow there's still a mental slavery.
We are even worse off to ourselves.
Exactly. So I'll wrap up with this. It's almost like that king, right? That king that wanted to forgive debtors. So he sent for his, you know, servants, get me the debtors, you know, book list. And say, you know what? I forgive every one of you that's owed me so much money. And a certain man was owing the king the largest sum of money. He was forgiving that debt. Guess what? The man stepped out, right, and went to grab the truth of somebody that is within his environment that is owing him just 1/10 of that bigger debt that the king forgave him, you know, for. And so he couldn't forgive that small. The thing he heard about it, the king got angry and threw that man in jail. So it's this thing of within ourselves, we don't look after ourselves. We don't see ourselves as valuable. So how are, you know, those that are not of the African descendant, how would they see us as valuable? I mean, it's a deep call of reflection for us. Yes. We need to start seeing ourselves differently. We need to start seeing ourselves of high value. Let's put up a solid front. African Union, we must be solid. Put up a solid front such that when these guys come in, right, we can say, oh, this is how we want to do things. We are united. But when you say, let me go to Ghana to do this, and say, no, don't worry anyway, I will go to Nigeria, they will accept. So you see so when you say, oh no, these guys are united. So if you try to enter through Ghana, it doesn't work. You go through Ethiopia, it will not going to work. Oh, we've given you one voice. We are united on this matter.
Exactly.
But when you say, oh, Ethiopian president is saying no, let me go to Liberia, let me go to Senegal, they will say yes. There's no united front. We need to have that united front. That's what I'm advocating for today.
That's very good. That's fair. That's fair. Thank you very much for your input, gentlemen. Victor Onyekere is next after the break.
NYC at 50. Many social media platforms have been flooded with image memories from people who have successfully passed through the National Youth Service Corps program in commemoration of NYC at 50 years. Amidst the different images from people, brought back, you know, some nostalgia. Many people shared their NYC experience. There are several key lessons to draw from these experiences, and if we're to make progressive headway with the NYSC program, we must go back to the drawing board. The NYSC program was created on the 22nd of May 1973 as an avenue for the reconciliation, reconstruction, and rebuilding of the nation after the Civil War. It was established based on the Decree number 24, which stated that the scheme was created with a view to the proper encouragement and development of common ties among the youths of Nigeria, and of course, the promotion of national unity. Some years ago, there had been a movement to scrap the NYSC program, and it had more negative impact than the intended positive impact for which it was originally designed in 1973. It stems from the fact that many young people wasted 11 months of their lives sitting in a remote village where they were literally incapacitated. I mean, if we think about it deeply, we all know that the NYSC program needs a lot of facelift. I personally do not hold the opinion that it should be scrapped, but we can do so much to revamping it into something much better. The program affords the government an opportunity to get real-time feedback from core members, but I doubt that the government has explored this opportunity. These feedbacks will become the necessary tool to rebuilding and restructuring the NYSC program. The program also reveals how much broken our educational system is. There is very low premium on education. There's also the issue of, national safety and national security, which has always been there. I strongly believe that the NYSC program is a massive opportunity for cultural awareness and integration across board. People shouldn't have to influence their deployment and posting, but it's happening till this very day. We won't pretend that we don't mostly know why people influence their deployment. There's a lot of untapped potential with the NYSC program, and I am especially calling on the government this very minute to invite relevant key stakeholders to take another critical look into the program. So I'm going to start with Elijah. You served, during the National Youth Service Corps program, right? What was the experience for you?
I served in 2017, 2018.
Awesome.
August 2017 to July 2018 in Anambra, specifically Onitsha. Well, aside from the nice food, ofaku and rice, I don't joke with that.
Yeah,
aside from
that's
the
like
nice
cultural
food,
integration,
yeah,
right?
Cultural integration.
Yeah.
I am able to go and test my Igbo understanding. Actually, I understand Igbo language to a very good extent, and I can write to a very good extent. I may not be able to speak fluently, but it was an opportunity for me to test my but the good thing is, during the period of my service, I met people from different parts of the world, Nigeria, that came there to serve, and of course we learned quite a lot of things, meeting people and the rest. But the service itself, the scheme itself, I think there's supposed to be some overhauling. Let me give you an example. They want to emphasize skill acquisition because of trying to give us this idea that don't expect the government to provide job for you.
Yeah.
You can actually acquire skill and use this for your own economic advantage. But the process by which they recruit people to give you such kind of number one, the trainings are not sufficient enough. Timing, and maybe some people are not really in tune with what they're aiming for.
Yeah.
So I think they can work with stakeholders to make it more meaningful. Over the years, NYSC had, I wouldn't say it has outlived its purpose. This period that we're having problem of, I don't want to use the word national disintegration, but you know what I'm saying.
Exactly.
People saying, oh, this, you are from social tribe, you don't marry this.
Yeah.
I think NYSC scheme should be fostered to help national integration, but it should be revamped.
True.
It should be revamped because I remember a case where, when you go to when we're in camp, we learned quite some things. But if you check, these things they're teaching you, is it relevant to today's markets? Now, those days, if you go for and serve, it has served this purpose. They need teachers in villages and all those things. yeah, it's okay. But right now, Nigeria should not be dragged to that level. Just being a rural teacher, that's all. You want to help the government in helping educate children in a rural environment. What will the government do for you? How can you be able to key into the 21st century business-like era or recommended skill? So I think the government should look into it.
Fantastic.
And it's a good thing that some other countries are copying, I wouldn't say copying us, but they're emulating us. Countries like Niger Republic, I think that was the time their president came to Nigeria, I think some years back, where they wanted to launch their own national service. Even Ghana does same.
Awesome.
Ghana does same. Other countries like Israel, South Korea, their own is more military-like.
Yeah.
But I think whatever is worth doing at all is worth doing well.
Wow, awesome idea. So let me come back to Mr. Stephen. So basically, right, it's been a long time you served. I don't know if you can remember your experience.
No.
But hold on. So I'd like to share your experience, and also, what do you think? I mean, it would also be good to glean on, several decades since you served, and then looking at what it is now, right? And how can we really tap into the full potential of this program?
Okay, so I served in the last year of the 80s. And
where?
In Niger State, Mina.
Okay,
Mina.
Now, my experiences, well, I think I found in the ordinary Nigerian there a fellowship, a welcome. I mean, on a broad look at it, I was welcomed by people I did not know. Once it was recognized that I was a youth corper, amenities were made, accommodation was made for me. Oh, it's a youth corper, let's see what we can do and all that. So on that level, just imagine if people like us had not gone there, that just seeing people from another culture, just seeing other people would not have happened. So on that level, there's much to say. It's progressive about youth corps. But then we lose a lot when, like we mentioned, you have these manipulations of you transfer, you are doing redeployment and all these things. You miss the purpose. And these days it has become massive. Even that essence of mixing up with cultures that you don't know, we miss it a lot.
But you can't blame them now, considering what happened in 2011 in Kaduna, where core members were killed following the re-election of, or should I call it re-election? Okay, following the election, it was actually not a
very unfortunate
of Goodluck Jonathan.
Very unfortunate.
Security concerns.
Very unfortunate. Also, on another level, I want to take it from the management level. Over the years, I think also what has not been looked at is how NYSC itself has been managed. Has it been prudently managed economically, and all those factors need to be looked at. When you embark on such huge projects, there should be time when you come back and reflect on what you are doing. I don't think that kind of reflection has gone on with NYSC. NYSC is an offshoot of something old. America used to have what they called Peace Corps, but they use it as an instrument of diplomacy.
Yeah.
They take a young person who has graduated and bring him to your country to teach and all that. We, in Nigeria here, we receive such people. They managed it up to the point they realized, okay, are we getting the bang for the buck? And they gradually did away with it. Like you said, other countries do military service. What other countries do with military services, they look at it and say, we are not constantly at war. Do we need a standing army of this proportion? Can we use young people coming up to be stopgap and to keep them in the army for as people who can be brought back. America does something like that. South Korea does something like that. And some other countries, Switzerland does something like that, where the bulk of the army is the youth. They are trained. They are part of the army for a number of years till they are 40. But they go to work. If there's a war, they could be called back. In that way, you are managing your resources in terms of you are not wasting money, which is where I go back to what I was talking about fund management and all that. Because what they are doing, they are killing two birds with one stone. They are having an army at the same time.
Working class people.
Eh?
Working class people and the army.
Working class people and the army and all that. So those help their security along the line and all that. The issue of insecurity across the country is a big issue that will need us to reflect on the value of NYSC. Nobody wants to train anybody and send him defenseless to a place where he's endangered.
And come back in the box.
Yeah,
Imagine how many people left their father's house, but they were brought back to their father's house in a box, called a casket.
So they can't defend themselves. If to say they were sent into to be like in a military outfit, they will defend themselves. They will have things to defend themselves. They will be part of an army. But here, they are just sent there and they are left at anyone's mercy.
But there was a time one senator proposed the idea of military training for NYSC, and it was turned down. Remember now? That was under
there's still the 3 weeks.
Right from the beginning, right from the beginning, it was raised. Right from the inception of NYSC, it was raised. We were a military rule at that time, and the military did not like it. Although, ironically, every NYSC station is headed by military men.
Yeah, by Brigadier General.
Brigadier General still. But they didn't like the idea. So we need to look at the insecurity in the land and ask ourselves whether, in the light of the insecurity that is going on, we may not need to adjust, because insecurity is not going to go away easily. You have a situation where Boko Haram, ISIS and all that are growing. Above us, you have all kinds of things going on in Mali, Chad and all that and all that and all that. So we like I said, you don't have big projects like this without sitting back after some time and reflecting. Come back, sit down and reflect on what you are doing. What are the challenges? What is the future? What is the forward way forward? I don't see, at 50, you should expect, I don't know whether there's such a colloquium of them coming back to seriously talk about what's the future of NYSC, given all the challenges that is facing.
What's the next 50 years going to look like?
Are we going to move forward towards a paramilitary something, or is it giving us bang for the buck, or is it not? And with these redeployments, what's going on? We need to sit down and think of it, reflect for the future, plan for the future. Other nations which progress, this is what they do. There's no perfect anything. Every time you come and you fine-tune and you think about it, but you must always do it honestly for your own progress.
Fantastic.
Profound.
All right. So I believe we can do great things within these 12 months. We only need to intentionally create the enabling environment to make it happen. Stephen Agiode is next after the break. Please stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back at the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Lessons from Sudan. In the morning of the 15th of April 2023, the world woke up to the news of open armed conflict in the city of Khartoum, capital of Sudan, between rival factions within the government of Sudan. The conflict is escalating and threatens to explode into a full-scale civil war. To be sure, Sudan is no stranger to war. It seems to have walked into conflict soon after its birth in 1956, when its then southern parts, unhappy with lack of autonomy, went to war. Many years after, and at the price, amongst other things, of an estimated 2 million dead, Southern Sudan eventually emerged as an independent state in 2011, and its own internal conflicts promptly began. Nigeria has a human stake in the happenings in Sudan. Many Nigerians go for their education, sometimes sponsored by state governments. Beyond this, technically, Sudan has always been a refuge for Nigerians. If Section 25 of the Constitution is soberly read, it must not be forgotten, for one, that the children and followers of the last Sultan of Sokoto, before the conquest of the Sokoto Empire by the British, Mohammed Atiru I, lived there and called it home. In many respects, our pre- and post-colonial histories are not dissimilar. There are lessons to be drawn from their experience. The first one, many years after independence, the fact is still not recognized that our nations were arbitrarily cobbled together by our colonizers, leaving ethnic fissures that require understanding and careful handling. There can be no sustainable development without peace, but sustainable peace will not be guaranteed by fiat and the martial boots. There must be a continuous and sincere discussion and bargains for the best arrangement of power that will move our nations forward. Here, there have been much discussion on restructuring, some sincere, some in contempt. But what we must say is that serious attention should be paid to it. Secondly, in general, we must do everything to limit foreign interference in our domestic politics. Every nation, like every human being, has its own interest. Implicated in Sudan's crisis is the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Russia, even the EU, which provided funding to a faction there to police a fence against a wave of immigration. This is, of course, not a license to roll out the artillery against citizens who seek foreign aid against oppression. To the contrary, it is an admonition to leaders to avoid creating the conditions that promote helplessness and the sense of oppression and injustice that leads to these interventions by constantly and sincerely taking into account the desires of all their people and not only some. Thirdly, there is a need for African nations, including Nigeria, to develop the capacity of their states to assume full control of the mining and trade of natural resources. One of the factional heads involved in this crisis owns gold mines. The oil bunkering now prevalent here is the cousin of the illegal mining of solid minerals. Sudan teaches us we should not thereby allow ordinary citizens and even foreign bandits to become de facto states unto themselves. Lastly, increasingly, the muscles of the African Union have grown flabby. Since the Arusha Accords that played a part in ending the Rwandan conflict, African leaders have largely stood by as the conflicts in DRC, Libya, Cameroon, Ethiopia, South Sudan, Mali, and others have festered. The EU needs to rediscover its mission, especially in the area of mediation and peer-to-peer review of its leaders.
This is really... You know what caught my attention there was the African Union.
Yes.
The conflict in Cameroon. I remember in 2019, I traveled to Cameroon via the sea from Oran. Took a speedboat to Cameroon. When I got there, it was not really very pleasant. The people are generally nice, but the situation at that time was there was war, civil war.
Yes.
So,
between the English-speaking parts.
the Amazonian, what they call them, the English and the French.
Exactly.
So, at some point, I was harassed at the border, close to the border, because I was trying to have conversation with a French-speaking military officer. She's a woman. I think one of the gender marine. Yeah, gender marine. She was not very fluent in speaking English. I was not very speaking French, and I was trying to talk to her.
Gender.
She could not understand. She didn't really understand where I was coming from.
Okay.
And I was going back to Nigeria, and I was rough-handed just because of that.
Yes.
And you know what? The excuse. You look at one silly thing they said that really broke my heart was that, the country is at war. We can just label you as one of the troublemakers. I was like, what's the meaning of that? Like, as we Africa, have we gone to this level? Killings in Cameroon.
Yes.
And they won't allow foreign press, especially, not even the press, to even capture anything. And yes, African Union will sit down there and be having general assemblies. What are they discussing in these general assemblies? The conflicts in Ethiopia was one, and thank God Olusegun Obasanjo was able to chairman the peace deal. But we should not wait for outsiders to come and solve our problem as Africa. We can do more. Let's muzzle up. African Union has a lot to offer.
I agree.
Muzzle up.
The conflict in DRC, for instance, for me, is very shameful. I mean, and this is one of the misgivings I have about Kigami, because you virtually have one small African state twisting in its thumbs a bigger African state.
Yeah.
And all that. You have other regional countries involved. These are countries controlled by the same leaders in the African Union that should be making the peace. At a point, you remember there was a point in their conflict where even South Africa was involved. It's a shame.
Yeah.
It's a shame.
Very big shame.
Yeah. It's a big shame. These are the things we should sit down in Africa as we go into NAFTA and all that, and we are trying to do free trade, that we should think about and talk about seriously. We can't go on like this. This can't go on forever.
The assignment we are giving them is African Union, try to foster unity and peace amongst African nations.
Yes.
Real integration, economic integration. We can become a very strong economic bloc to the world. It's not that every time there is problem in Africa or there's problem in the world, you see different world powers, Russia, US, China, they will come and start picking different states and start giving them something. I want to use and influence you. So
in fact, I'm happy you've mentioned it, because actually that's what's happening in Africa now. You see above us in the Maghreb, you hear the Russian Wagner group is always there. Some say it's even in Nigeria here, and that some of the clashes you see for all these bandits and all that.
Even
are motivated by them because
they were accusing France that they have.
Yes, because where there's confusion, they can mine more. You see what happened in Sudan. The man owned a gold mine.
One of the generals.
The general that is causing
Is he the president or the vice president?
No, the vice president.
The vice president.
He owns,
and he's fighting the president.
Exactly.
You see, the problem with Sudan was that both of them connived to remove the president then.
Exactly.
And what's his name again? His name was. He actually set up these two generals so that he will remain in power. One will fight one in case if they want to remove him. The team teamed up and removed him. Now they are fighting themselves.
So what I'm saying is, the point I was making with that was, look, don't let individuals be bigger than the state. We see
government
also,
should be of laws.
We talk of privatization, but let us be careful. And that's one of the lessons I was saying we should draw in Nigeria. Let us be careful that we don't move into oligarchy.
Yeah.
Where
that's the
few
privileged
exactly where the state is actually controlled
by
individuals, and the individuals are stronger than the government.
Yes, we should build strong institutions that will outlive any human. Not the other way around.
Not the other way around. So these are the lessons. You can have states. If, for instance, someone corners the oil in Nigeria, you imagine what that person virtually owns Nigeria. It's a cautionary tale that may be happening.
What I'm going to say in all of this is, I think oftentimes the enemy is within.
Yes.
Right? The enemy that we're fighting is within,
yes,
and not without. if you can conquer the enemy within, then it's easier to, again, picking back to what I said earlier, putting up a solid front. We must conquer the enemy within. We must conquer ourselves. We must conquer our self-centeredness. We must come together. As much as, I mean, politics is played everywhere virtually, even in the United States and all of that. But there's an approach, right? You know, there's always that, you know, I mean, I've been seeing some of these US government political series on Netflix, right? When you see how they govern, there's always that thin line they're not going to go beyond. You know, this is where we draw the line on this, right? So there's this balance, you know, in their political approach, well, most of them. But I mean, when you look at Africa, we don't even value, the value of a human life is almost next to nothing. The value of a human life. What do you say?
It's a piece of bread to some people. Give them a piece of bread and they kill some people.
So the value of a human life is like this, you know, it's just like any, you could just throw it away and it doesn't matter, right? So we need to come back again to our values.
And I also want to go to one extreme. If you look at the past history of Europe and wars and all that, you'll notice that the wars were fought by leaders to benefit not themselves but the state.
The state, yeah.
If you look at Napoleon, if you look at Bismarck,
Napoleon
even if you look at the Hitler you mentioned, he was not fighting so that he could become rich.
Yeah.
That's the problem in Sudan.
That was leadership, but of course in the reverse. But I mean, that's leadership.
Yeah, that's leadership.
That's leadership.
There's a negative
Osama bin Laden is a leader.
Exactly. So they are fighting for their state, not for themselves.
For something bigger than them.
Yeah. This is what Africans need to develop.
We must think beyond our pockets, ourselves,
exactly.
And of course, like you said, build a global institution, something that will outlive.
If Napoleon was fighting for himself, he would probably have been the richest man in the world. But he wasn't. That was
something I still want us to drop in our consciousness and to our viewers out there, including government listening, African Union members of member states of African Union. How come we have beautiful countries like Egypt? Yeah, Egypt. They always call them Middle East and North Africa. Middle East and North Africa. Why? I'm not saying it's wrong to form. Anybody can form their own economic bloc, but notwithstanding, can we associate more with Africans?
And Morocco too is also.
Yeah, they're always wanting to be referred to as Middle East. We want to associate with Saudi Arabia.
Well, they will come and play African.
But when it comes to Africa, they don't want to be associated. Let me say something good. We're Africans. When it's something bad, we are not Africans.
Once free trade becomes fantastic here, everybody will. Once free trade becomes fantastic,
everybody has to play their part. President of Egypt, Mohamed El-Sisi, right? He should play his part. Every other president, including our own president or the incoming president.
But you know, right now, what is going on is that every African wants to go out. But perhaps when we are trading together and we see the benefit of trading with ourselves and moving together in a collective and helping to solve our own problems. I mean, sometimes you see a country want to borrow money. Some of the money they want to borrow is not something that cannot be raised in a prosperous Africa. You want to raise $8 billion. If we come together, are we really saying $8 billion is not something we can borrow some within ourselves? You know, so
awesome. We'll get there.
Anybody can do whatever they want.
I think Ruto made that point.
Meet with whoever they want to meet, but more importantly, your home.
Yes.
You should also make your home strong as much as you want to explore other continents, other countries, other states. Make your home strong. Africa is our home, so make it strong. So that's the idea. The end always seems to come too soon on advocates. However, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms. On Facebook, Plus TV Africa, hashtag TheAdvocateNG, or on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, hashtag TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/TheAdvocateNG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Till next week, same time on this station, let's keep advocating for a better society.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
My name is Dakpo Ademosu. Here is my good old day story. I am always filled with nostalgia each time I remember those good old days. I look into the past with joy and gaze into the future with hopes of brighter things to come. I have many stories to tell. Was it when I followed my mother to J. Allen at Okebola in Ibadan to buy her brand new Mitsubishi Lancer car at a price of 1,310 naira? Or was it when she decided to change one of the tires of the very same car that she has used regularly for over 3 years at 22 naira? Those were interesting days when you dare not bring home a strange pencil or ruler without getting the beating of your life as if you stole a goat in the marketplace. Days at my former school, United Missionary College, Ibadan, UMC, when you would prefer to run away instead of facing a beating for losing your Cortina shoes, even though it was only one leg you lost, but still the same offense. After a school football 3-a-side set with our monkey posts. Oh, our parents at that time certainly did not spare the rod just to ensure that we are all who we are today. We surely turned out good. Wow, life was good in those days when every naming ceremony must come with puff-puff or pancake for the whole neighborhood. And each time you see those covered dishes arriving, you know that somebody is doing a naming ceremony nearby. We all rejoice because we have to share in the puff-puff. And same thing goes with the Ileya meat. Every neighbor shares the Ileya meat with the neighbors. And later years, we were always excited when school vacation was approaching for possible openings in organizations for a 1-month vacation job, which is supposed to train us on the value of money. And we were trained to develop a sense of responsibility and a culture of savings. How can I forget growing up with Kolo in my possession, which now all the children call piggy banks? That is, if any child has a piggy bank anymore. Every child had one those days. Sadly today, the narratives are different. Wealth acquisition mentally has taken over the drive for relevance. Even those with no visible trackable jobs have become role models of some sort, rolling out stocks of followers on the internet with no visible means of income or revenue that can always be substantiated. And I stop to think, why can't we have a brighter future that will be better than those good old days? Can we change the narrative? Yes, we can. Our children deserve a brighter and a better tomorrow, not a good old days, because that is gone forever. But we can still build on the future with discipline, foresight, and perseverance. Let us make the difference now for the sake of our children's tomorrow. Today, I join Shemore in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
Economic hardship. NLC protest hunger, poverty, insecurity amidst government plea for understanding. I am Bola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. The organized labor under the leadership of Comrade Joe Ajaero on Tuesday made bold its threat to stage a protest over the continued hunger, poverty, and insecurity that have caused serious hardship on the citizenry despite the government's plea to show understanding. The Nigeria Labour Congress, together with other affiliated bodies, started the march in the early hours of Tuesday from the headquarters.
This will not forgive us if with the level of hunger in this country, we refuse to protest to tell the government of the world that there is hunger. It is important that all of us take something home, that this is not just a symbolic rally, but it is a rally to signal to the people in authority that there is problem in the land. People are dying of hunger. People are dying of banditry. All the issues we brought before, we settled out with the Senate President. And that nothing has happened to this moment. We are here once again to tell you that hunger is like hunger in the land. A bag of rice is selling to over 70,000.
The Labour leader, on behalf of Nigerians, also made some demands, which included the full implementation of the welfare provisions as contained in Chapter 2 of the Constitution as amended by making the provisions justiciable. In his response, the representative of the leadership of the National Assembly and Chairman Senate Committee on Labour, while assuring that the leadership of the National Assembly is aware of the hardship being faced by Nigerians, assuring them that the National Assembly will interface with the executive to address the situation.
The government has intervened on the exchange rate. The government has intervened on transportation. If there was a measure on transportation, even before the home subsidy, where you have 3 vehicles or 2 vehicles, from one point to the other, the cost of food stuff will not be too high. When people move their food stuff from the bush to the town, they have transportation money. And with the increase in transportation, everything went high. I think governments will realize that there is a need with this. That the very moment to top the price of petroleum products, everything in Nigeria will change. And on behalf of the leadership of the National Assembly, is collect your matter. We understand you, our chairman. We feel what we feel. We want to assure you that this matter will be discussed immediately at the plenary session. The leadership of the National Assembly is what we feel.
Joining us to discuss this is the Chief Operating Officer, People's Daily Newspaper, Ahmed Bello, and Secretary, and also joining us is the former advisor to Vice President Atiku Abubakar, Frank Shuaib. Gentlemen, welcome to Plus Politics. Let me start with you, Ahmed. At least I want to believe that your position is not going to be that partisan. What is your take of Labour's march yesterday, and how successful would you say it was, and what would you want to believe would be the impression it must have left with the government?
Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be part of this program. And going by what the NLC said, they have achieved their aim in the protest which they staged on the first day, and then they felt it was not necessary for them to proceed to the second day because what they wanted to achieve in the 2-day warning protest had been achieved in one day. So what one understands from that is that they have been able to communicate to the authorities the pains Nigerians are going through, the harsh economic condition under which Nigerians are living in, and the demands that the Labour has made on how to mitigate these conditions. Well, the ball is now in the court of the government to see whether they are going to toe the line of Labour to implement some of the suggestions that Labour has made. And I believe that both the government and the Labour are both Nigerians, and then they want to see a situation where the country thrives. So I believe that hopefully the government will listen to the case made by Labour, and then implement some of the suggestions they have made, and the ones they know they cannot implement, maybe they have to sit on the same table, with the Labour, so that there will be a common ground. But so far, from what we have seen in the reports of newspapers and television and radio, Labour has driven home its demands, and then the government has listened to them. So we now look forward to what action the government is going to take on the demands made by Labour. But so far, so good.
Dr. Shuaib, I know it is natural for you to have a partisan slant to it, but it's almost inevitable to also want to know how you people are thinking in your camp. What's your take of not only Labour's protestation, but the general circumstance that the country is in now, socioeconomically? Dr. Shuaib. Hello? Please unmute your device. You need to unmute your device.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you.
Beautiful. I said, I think it is misplaced and somewhat unprofessional, because if you feel that I'm going to be in a studio on a national TV like yours, on a big platform like yours, to offer a partisan view, then I don't think I have a reason to be in the studio. Because hunger does not understand any language. Hunger does not understand politics. Hunger does not understand partisanship. Hunger is hunger anywhere. A man who is hungry in the PDP is the same as a man who is hungry in the APC. There is no market in Nigeria that is meant for APC members and another one for the PDP members. So it becomes preposterous for anyone to believe and to state on a platform like this to say, oh, you know that my position may have a partisan slant. It has nothing to do with partisanship. I am first in Nigeria. Number two, I am not a former spokesman to the former vice president of Nigeria. I am an advisor on public communication to the former vice president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and I've held that position since 2018. So two things I'm sure I have taken care of. But I'm saying this because of the future. You know, if I'm going to be invited to discuss a national malaise, a national problem like hunger and poverty in the land that has attracted Labour, the Nigerian Labour Congress, to mobilize Nigerians to go to the street, then we should discuss as Nigerians. I'm only a privilege. It's only a matter of service for me to be working for the former vice president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That said, hunger is hunger. Number one, I want to state clearly and unambiguously that in the first place, if President Tinubu does not kill Nigerians, hunger will kill Nigerians. Hunger will kill Nigerians if President Tinubu does not kill Nigerians. So, and this must be driven home. The book of Proverbs 29 verse 2 is clear and unambiguous. It says, when the righteous rule, the people rejoice. But when the wicked rule, of course, the people will groan, the people will cry, the people will gnash their teeth and all of that. So it is about bad leadership. Bad leadership. So if it is about bad leadership, what are we going to talk about? If you're saying, oh, the Nigerian Labour Congress organized a march in Lagos yesterday, and ordinarily they've driven home their point, how many times have they driven home their points? Only a few weeks ago, a document purportedly signed a memo purportedly signed by the Secretary to the Government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria made its way into the public space, where it was succinctly captured that the Secretary to Government of the Federation, in the midst of hunger and poverty, made a request of 1 billion naira of our collective patrimony, taxpayers' money, to be released for him to organize a meeting with organized labor to discuss minimum wage. Of course, the president of my country graciously approved the release of 500 million naira for such a conduct, for such a jamboree, when the people are hungry. You understand me? So it is reckless. It is tendenciously wicked. It is bad. It is unheard of, and we can't continue like this. For a government that came into power, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu promised Nigerians. I remember sometime during the campaign when he said, "Oh, when he gets to power, he's going to recruit about 50,000 young people, to go into farming. Some of them will go into the military and all of that, and that is how he was going to check. He was going to check poverty. And one of the functions as well, he made mention clearly too that look, he was not going to discuss his strategy to check poverty in Nigeria because he didn't want the opposition to copy his business plan and his plans for Nigerians. And some of us began to wonder. Now that he has become president, this is not time for politicking. This is time for governance. So if this is the strategy he has been keeping to his chest, that he didn't want his opponents to copy, then it becomes laughable. You don't forget too that only a few weeks ago or few months ago, a female banker committed suicide within a banking hall in Nigeria, owing to poverty and hunger. Don't forget too that the National Psychiatric Hospital in Lagos, the director, the head of that institution, was captured in the media to have said in clear and unambiguous terms that in the last 7.5 months, that is within the span of when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu took over till now, the number of psychiatric patients has risen by over 100%. Hunger can make people to go mad. So what are we talking about? Is this about politics? Is it about being partisan? The facts are clear and unambiguous. So we cannot joke with the issue of hunger. Hunger does not understand any language. Poverty is poverty anyway. A man who is hungry in Zamfara is the same as a man who is hungry in your studio in Lagos there.
Would it be proper for me to expect somebody as senior as you are in the camp of the most respected opposition leader in Nigeria to be profiling ideas for solution or the things that you people would have done differently? Would it be proper for me?
Yes, very well, very well. Only a few days ago, we counseled the president of my country. We gave him a counsel. We said, Mr. President, you took over power on 29th of May, 2003. The president of Argentina took over power on the 10th of December, 2023, 6 months after you took over power. The economy of Argentina was worse than the economy of Nigeria at the time the president of Argentina took over power. My dear brother, the president of Argentina sold all the aircrafts in the presidential fleet. He started flying on business class on commercial aircraft. But in my country, the children of my president junked on our presidential jets to attend birthday parties in different parts of the world. That is the issue. Now we run what we call the largest cabinet in the history of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He has created more ministries, he has more ministers in office, and for God's sake, you cannot say that. Hold on.
Okay, Dr. Frank Shuaib. Dr. Frank Shuaib, I'll come back to you. I want you to be thinking through these 2 points before I come back to you. One is the fact that you are factually right that the president of Argentina has taken some of the biggest some of the biggest cost-cutting measures in the history of governance anywhere in the world. However, some of the policies he has taken too, especially removal of subsidy, just like the removal of subsidy, has taken Argentina now down the abyss of about 200 plus inflationary trend. That's number one. But you are factually right that is dramatically cutting the cost of government. But having said that too, and I want you, this is the second point I want you to be thinking about before I get back to you. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria too has taken the courage to at least instruct the setting up of a committee for the implementation of the Oronsoye report that about 3 administrations from the time that your principal was the vice president seemed to have dilly-dallied on. But I'll come back to you on those two. But let me go to Dr. Hamid. In the interim, we also have joining us a functional National Publicity Secretary of Labour Party, Dr. Abayomi Arabambi. Dr. Arabambi, we will bring you into the picture later, but Dr. Ahmed.
Yes, please.
Are you still there?
I'm here.
I know Dr. Frank Shoaib was a bit exasperated with the fact that I said I was hoping that naturally his opinion was going to be a bit slanted partisanly. But you are my fellow journalist, and I want to believe without any partisan disposition on, in so much as it's factually right in all the allusions and references is made, I still have to cut the balance with somebody like you. What is your general take of the situation in the country, ranging from the socioeconomic sphere to security to the direction of governance to just your take?
Yeah. To begin with, the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu took a major decision economically by removing fuel subsidy, which previous governments tried to do, but they were not able to do. Not only Tinubu, even the key presidential candidates of the major parties like the PDP and the Labour Party also made promises to Nigerians that they were going to remove subsidy. And now here comes a president, Bola Tinubu, who has proceeded to actualize all those promises made by all the other candidates. But as it were, it does appear that the removal of subsidy has ushered in some complications in the economy, which the government says it is addressing by taking policy measures to mitigate the removal of subsidy. But it does appear that the removal of subsidy has, instigated or brought about the kind of hardship that we have now, coupled with the economic downturn in the devaluation of our currency, and then with the foreign exchange complications.
Dr. Hamid,
Yes.
Dr. Hamid, let me quickly interject. The removal of subsidy was actually canvassed by all the 3 major presidential candidates. But having said that, I agree with you. But having said that, on assumption of power coming to office, the incumbent president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, did not only remove subsidy, he also floated the currency. And the two policies, the two dramatic structurally fundamental policies came into being at the same time.
At the same
time. Would you think that the two other principal candidates in the last presidential elections would have done it the dramatic way and the seemingly let me just say the dramatic way he did it? Would you want to believe they would have done it the same way?
Well, what we do not know is that we don't know the strategy that the PDP candidate Atiku and then the Labour Party candidate Peter Obi, the strategy that they will have adopted to address the removal of subsidy. But it does appear that Tinubu is taking his time, but that time that he's taking somehow is not giving Nigerians commensurate relief as a result of the removal of the fuel subsidy. Removal of subsidy. So what people are saying is that, in fact, under hush tone, people are saying that government is even contemplating bringing back fuel subsidy to mitigate the harsh economic conditions that Nigerians are experiencing currently. But that does not seem to be credible because government has not spoken, on that. So it's as it is. Subsidy is gone for good. Subsidy is gone for good.
You think subsidy is gone?
We are hoping that
Dr.
in the
Ahmed,
coming days,
Dr. Ahmed, I'll come back to you, but I want you to be thinking about what the submission you've just made. How can subsidy be said to have gone for good when, as a result of the depreciation of the naira, it is now obvious that the landing cost per liter of fuel is not what we are paying at the pump, because the landing cost, as we speak, for a liter of fuel is about 1,200 naira, and we are paying about 620 naira. Worst case scenario, in places like Maiduguri and some other things, they're paying about 750 naira. So the difference between 750 naira and 1,200 naira speaks to subsidy. How can you, as enlightened as you are, be telling the public that the subsidy has been removed for good? We are back where we were when this president came in. Be thinking about that. Let me bring in the third gentleman. I'll come to you to give me your retort on that. Okay. Dr. Arabambi. Hello, Dr. Arabambi. Are you there? Please unmute your device. Dr. Arabambi.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you well enough now. Thank you very much for coming on. Dr. Arabambi, I really don't know if you are competent to speak on behalf of the candidate of the Labour Party in the last presidential elections because of the factional, the seeming condemnation of your faction by the candidate and the people loyal to him in the other faction. But what is your general take of Labour's protestation yesterday regarding the fact that they claim that Nigerians are hungry? And what is your position on the socioeconomic situation of the country, inclusive of security? Your take, your opening salvo.
Well, thank you very much. Ab initio, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu came with these acronyms of a renewed hope, agenda for a renewed hope. And all of us know that a feeling of expectation or desire for a particular thing to happen is what we call hope. So he knew he's coming to renew our hope that has been damaged by the previous administration. Because nobody gave the APC that slogan. Nobody gave them the acronym, but they just said, agenda for a renewed hope. So he knew ab initio that we are very hopeless. Economically, financially, security-wise, Nigeria is a hopeless situation. And he came around now to say, oh, I want to renew that hope, for Nigeria. But like I said, other than what you said, regarding our issues with NLC or Peter Obi, the point is, Labour is not just laying claim, they are saying what is factual, because Nigeria presently we are at a crossroad. And that renewed hope, seems to be fading away, and the president must now come out and be decisive. Even if it means to probe the Buhari administration, who was using Nigeria income, 95% of our income to service the debt, not payment. A president who chooses to produce naira and all of them were stashing dollar, I think the president must be decisive, because where you have, just like my brother said there, that a banker did, it was in this country that we were told it was the cousin of Mr. President that ordered the signing of naira. It was this country that a particular woman in the CBN took $300 million of Nigerian money to go and invest in a bank so that they can take over, Union Bank. We are in a very hopeless situation, even though not caused by him, but it must be decisive. Everyone that brought up to this level needs to be brought to book. This is not politics. So my brother in the PDP has said the right thing, even hello,
Dr. Arabambi, you are, putting your hand on your chest. You are telling Nigerians that you believe that is not the cause of the seemingly extenuating circumstance that we find ourselves in the backdrop of the fact that it was the one that brought into place the dramatic removal of subsidy and the dramatic floating of the naira, which spurred the lack of confidence in the market that is making the naira to be losing value as we speak. For you, it has no fault for those two policies.
No, what I mean is this. I said he came with a renewed hope agenda. He knew ab initio that Nigeria doesn't have any hope when he came in. And he said he wants to come and renew it. So he needs to now get back to the drawing board and do the needful about it. It was in their own administration. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu single-handedly sponsored President Muhammadu Buhari during their primary. Single-handedly sponsored that man into governance. And look at how President Buhari battered our economy. And he now came and said, don't worry, trust me, I can renew that hope for we Nigeria. But like I said, the hope is fading away. But Nigeria
thank you very much. Let me go back to Dr. Frank Shuaib. Dr. Shuaib, in view of the way I left you the last time you spoke, I said that you must also come to the realization that in so much as some of the allusions you made about President Milei of Argentina is true regarding his court-cutting measures, which is not so distant from what President Tinubu did with subsidy removal, you will agree with me that in the same way, President Milei's measures have taken Argentina down the abyss of 200% inflationary trend, number one. And number two, you said, rightfully so, that that President Milei has been cutting excess in governance, the cost of governance. And I said, President Tinubu is has equally instituted a committee for the implementation of the Oronsoye report. How would you respond to the two in the backdrop of the points you made before I went to your colleagues to respond?
Well, as intelligent as you are, I know that what Tinubu is doing is completely different from what President Milei has done in Argentina. Number one, what he's doing is putting the cat before the horse. The president of Argentina didn't wake up to remove subsidy. He started the reforms. He took measures before starting the reforms. In our own case in Nigeria, we started reforms. He woke up one day, single-handed, announced the removal of fuel subsidy. But the issue is this: has the fuel subsidy been removed? On your own, you answered that question. There is an opaque and secret diversion of monies, all in the name of removal of fuel subsidy by the present leadership of Nigeria. He cannot tell me that they have removed subsidy. And that's why I'm shocked. I'm in deep shock that that my colleague in the studio, funnily enough, you refer to him as your colleague, forgetting that I've been in the same media industry for 27 years. But that notwithstanding, of course, I agree with you that I should have a bias because I work for Atiku Abubakar. But the issue is simple. Like I said, hunger is hunger anywhere in the world. Question is this: has subsidy been removed? The answer is no. It smacks of wretched illiteracy for anybody to contemplate that the subsidy has been removed by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and that he removed it. In one moment, you on your own, you said that, look, a man cannot say he removed subsidy on petroleum products and petrol sells at a stagnated figure or oscillates between 640 and 680 naira per liter. While diesel, as I speak to you, as at yesterday, in my house, I sent monies to my team at home, and I know that they bought diesel at 1,700 naira per liter. Now, if they are buying diesel, how do you explain a situation where petrol remains at a constant or a near constant figure while the cost of diesel keeps rising? It smacks of, it's illiteracy. That is balabonomics or bulabanomics. You understand? Because I don't understand that kind of economic terminology. The CBN governor, as well as the Minister of Finance, claimed that, it was based on their sterling performance in their various fields that they were so appointed as minister and governor of the central bank, respectively. But they have not been able to do anything magical, the kind of magic they claimed they did in Lagos. The question is this: don't forget, too, that the International Monetary Fund, in their latest report, stated clearly that the amount of subsidy being paid by the current administration is far and above what Muhammadu Buhari paid while he was president of Nigeria. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is president of my country, cannot divorce himself from the administration of Muhammadu Buhari. He was the leader of that political party. He was the leader of the party.
Dr. Shoaib.
Hold on, please. Hold on. With profound respect to you, we are discussing economy.
Hello, sir. Hello. We are discussing. We are discussing economics, but the facts too must be put out rightly. Your principal,
the leader of the party of the APC.
Your principal was one of those. Yes. Your principal was in the same camp and was one of those who helped to bring about the presidency of Buhari too. We must factor that in.
No.
It's a historical fact.
You see, if you are in the studio, to discuss on that, we are not running election. My principal is not at the moment contesting election. We are talking of a man. It's just like asking. Let me ask you a question. It's just you are assisting them. What they are doing is called enablement, criminal enablement. Enablement in the sense that an Okada rider, a man who has an expertise in riding a motorcycle, decided to seize a car at gunpoint, and he doesn't know how to drive a car. How will he, when he now eventually takes the car, how will he drive it home? That is the point we are. The man is stranded. He needs help. He needs help. So you cannot begin to tell me about how my principal assisted them, the APC, to install Muhammadu Buhari at that time. No. Seeking office is different from administering a country. A complex country like Nigeria requires leadership that is constructive, leadership that is detailed, leadership that is deliberate. A man announced on the first day he was sworn in, that he has removed fuel subsidy. On your own, you have admitted in this studio that there is still fuel subsidy. There is an opaque and secret diversion. If they say there is no fuel subsidy, it means that the president and his team are stealing money from Nigerians through this secret subsidy, because there is no way a president of a country, there is no country in the world that says that, look, we have removed fuel subsidy and the cost of fuel is not being determined by the market forces of demand and supply.
You keep dwelling on that. So what about... You keep dwelling on that. You made that point, and that point is well made.
I made it. You interjected. You came in. You see, you are.
No, I posed two questions to you.
Whether you work for no. You see,
I posed two questions to you. You kept dwelling on one.
You know why we will not help you to respond to those questions. I will not help you because you are practically doing the job of the APC in the studio. You started by saying, look, I'm here. You know that you cannot get a non-partisan position from me. And honestly, this is the first time I'm going to get that from Plus TV. Because I've been honoring invitations from Plus TV. I had several meetings to attend to today, but I honored this invitation because of Plus TV. But because I made my point on that. So in this matter, with profound respect to you, in this matter, you cannot approbate and reprobate at the same time. You cannot. You don't have that power. The issue is simple. In the same studio, you have said that, look, this man has not removed subsidy. So the problem is that this man is confused. You understand me? They are confused.
Dr. Shaib, calm down.
Yes.
Calm down. Let's listen to ourselves. I was the one that posed a question to one of your colleagues that if he claims that subsidy has been removed, how would he? And I'm going back to him to answer it.
You don't need to go back to him because it is public knowledge. It is public knowledge. You don't need to go back to him. Even a 3-year-old, hold on, with profound respect. Even a 3-year-old knows that a man says he has removed subsidy and the price of fuel. As you sit here, before you got to this studio, in leaving your house to get to the studio, I know how much you spent in getting fuel. The issue is simple. I know the number of messages on your phone asking for urgent 2,000 naira, urgent 1,000 naira. The number of pressure, the amount of pressure that is on you as a TV presenter, because they see you on TV, they believe you have so much money. Meanwhile, you have your own issues to deal with. We know the pressure everybody is getting in this country. The question is, this government has no direction. Till this moment, they are still struggling. So comparing them with the president of Argentina, who started this before starting his reforms, what would we have done different? We have so much we would have done different. We would have put structures in place. When Atiku proposed, then the former vice president proposed that, look, I was going to remove fuel subsidy. He put that, you can read our document, my covenant with the people. He said clearly, we will start our reforms systematically. It is going to be in stages. We're not going to just wake up and remove fuel subsidy without planning. A man who fails to plan, we has already planned to fail. This is the issue.
Okay.
We attended all debates.
Can I come in now?
But our friend who is president failed to speak to the people. So why would he not come up with what we are receiving today?
Can I come in now?
Please do.
You are free to make all the points you want to make. But I need to make two clarifications. Number one.
Please go ahead.
Number one, you are a nationally and internationally visible character as a prominent advisor of the former vice president. So if when I was introducing you and I wanted to ask you a question, and I said I would rather go to a gentleman who would not be perceived to have partisan slanting, it was not because I wanted to be disrespectful. But let me make my point.
Hold on. The word perceived was not. You can play back this video after this production.
My brother,
you did not
my
use
brother,
the word perceive.
I said,
you did not use
I said,
and that gave it a different slant.
You may need. We will send you the recording. I will send you the recording because I said it could be said that you would have a partisan slant, and it does not take anything away from you because you are proud of your support of Atiku, you believe in him, so how could that be an insult? Or why are you? You seem to be emotional about it as though it was said condescendingly or disrespectfully. It was not meant to be that. That's number one. Number two is that when I was trying to tell you a while ago that the point you were making regarding subsidy was logical and that you have made that point along, I said I asked you two questions. One was the issue regarding the inconsistency in the logic of removal of subsidy and the fact that the landing cost relative to the pump price these days speaks to subsidy. But having said that, I also asked you that three previous administrations, including the one that your principal served in, toyed around the Oronsoye report. But like President Milei of Argentina, he has now instituted a committee with the view to implementing reducing the cost of governance. I said I wanted you to approach that.
My dear brother.
You went ahead to call me an APC apologist in the studio.
My dear brother, the question has answers on its own. You don't even need the services of a clairvoyant to hazard a guess to what the answers to that question should be. Here is a man
Okay, let me come back to you on that. Let me come back to you on that because you've got colleagues and I have to give them equal opportunity.
No.
I will come back to you, my word of honor. I will come back to you. You took too much on the subsidy. You dwell too much on that subsidy issue. That I will come back. Dr. Hamid, you see the problem you put me into now. You see the problem you put me into with Dr. Frank Shuaib, who is now, lacerating me emotionally and intellectually because
Frank Shaibu is playing politics without playing politics.
Okay, Dr. Frank Shaibu reasonably believes that you've been too generous in your submission that the president has removed subsidy in the backdrop of the reality that on the one hand, the ill judgment that brought about the measure, supposedly, I want to believe that was the point he was making, that the ill judgment that brought about the measure seemed to have caused the economic trauma that people are facing now, but that ironically and paradoxically, subsidy, according to IMF, which he rightly referred to, is the cost of subsidy is even higher. How would you want to respond to that point?
Well, the point I was making initially, I was beginning from a fundamental premise, which is that the three key presidential candidates of the major parties, the APC, the PDP, and the Labour Party, each one of them, adopted a position to remove fuel subsidy if they were elected. But since they were not elected, we don't have an opportunity to see how they were going to implement the aftermath of fuel subsidy. Now, we have a case in our hand now. The current president has succeeded in removing the subsidy, but we are beginning to see some complications that are playing out. But the hunger that is being talked about is affecting everybody in the country. But I am not too sure whether the hunger we're experiencing now is solely as a result of the removal of fuel subsidy. Because we have a major problem of insecurity. Farmers cannot go to their farms to produce food as a result of insecurity. We have the foreign exchange complication, which is affecting our monetary policies and are also affecting the spending power of Nigerians. You know, and then we have a whole lot of factors that are really giving rise to the economic condition which we find ourselves, which is why Nigerians are getting hungry every day. So this is the point I was trying to make, actually.
Dr. Hamid.
Maybe perhaps if Atiku had become president, we would have had an opportunity to see the pragmatic approach he was going to make to address fuel subsidy if he eventually removes it. That was the point I was trying to make.
Dr. Hamid,
yes,
I'll come back to you, but before I go to Dr. Arabambi, I want you to be thinking through the fact that, and I agree with you, that insecurity may have also complicated the cost of food because farmers have been encumbered from easily accessing their farmsteads. But I also would like, when I come back to you, for you to think through on whose table does the buck stop when it comes to fighting insecurity. However, Dr. Arabambi, I'll come back to you on that. Don't worry.
Okay, that's fine.
Right. Dr. Arabambi, we have a confluence of the many ugly factors. Dr. Frank Shuaib rightfully believes that removal of subsidy and the ill judgment in the pronouncement of the floating of the currency may have been the primary causes that have led us down this abyss. Dr. Hamid is of the opinion that notwithstanding the fact that all the three principal candidates or three major candidates promised they were going to remove subsidy, at least we can only empirically examine what the incumbent is doing. But he also came up now with a picture of insecurity, how insecurity is further complicating the socioeconomic circumstance that we find ourselves in. Dr. Arabambi, what is your take? And what will be, let's be moving in the direction of positing advice now. What will be the advice that will come from your faction of the Labour Party to ameliorating this unfortunate circumstance that we find ourselves in? And I'll be doing this around the three of you. Your take, Dr. Arabambi.
Well, thank you very much. I have advised the president to send what we call executive order, that we introduce capital punishment for fraudulent Nigerians who have decided, to consider themselves as economic predators in Nigeria. Do you know that a barrel of crude oil, once it's goes for refining, you have a residual gas there, you have kerosene, you have bitumen, you have this aviation, you have gasoline, you have diesel. But everybody will come back to Nigeria with petrol. Now, a vessel laden with maybe 50,000 liters of crude oil will not come back to Nigeria. The question is, where are the other components? And the cheapest, do you know that diesel is very cheap to refine because at their boiling point? Asphalt and bitumen, where do they deposit them to? People will just take our crude oil and they will not come back with this their narrative. The landing cost to this thing is higher than how much you gave me. It is all fraud. I agree with my two brothers in the house, but the point remains, there is a endemic corruption in Nigeria that must be caught. How will people be buying rice at 75,000 naira?
Dr. Arabambi,
Nigeria will be committing suicide. And a government will sit down to give 1 billion to some individual to determine how much Nigeria will have. Ordinarily, the person that wrote that letter ought to have been executed in a single country. For you
Dr.
to ask that
Arabambi,
1 billion
Dr.
is given to some
Arabambi,
people.
Dr. Arabambi,
No, let me
Dr. Arabambi,
you have asked for honest opinion, please.
No, you are a Democrat.
No.
You are a Democrat. I want to believe that as the spokesperson of a Democratic Party.
With due respect to you, the way we are practicing our democracy, we are not deceiving ourselves. Except we take the Bombardino, we have a dysfunctional a constitution where a man that thief goat in Nigeria will go to civil imprisonment. But go and steal 11 billion. The judge will ask you to pay 1 million or 20 million as fine. The person will be convicted, but you are going to pay 20 million. And you go scot-free. But somebody that stole a mudu of Gary will go to 6 months imprisonment.
Okay.
Except
let me give your colleagues the opportunity. Let me give your colleagues the opportunity to wrap up too. Thank you, Dr. Arabambi. Dr. Frank Chouaib, you know, you are free with your opinion. I hope to you, I am an APC apologist, but having said that, I still have a duty. I have a duty to let you, you have tagged me as an APC apologist, but you know what? I still have a duty to let you respond to the comparison I did between the likely implementation of the Olasanye report and the measure of President Milei and whatever suggestion you may have, because at the end of the day, this is the only country that we can claim to be ours, and we all want solution. How would you want to wrap it up in about 1 minute, please?
Well, the truth of the matter is that you are the one who has canonized yourself as an apologist of the APC.
No, you called me. Don't worry. It comes with the territory. It does happen.
My brother, and I will not offer an apology on TV. You understand? The truth is this, with profound respect to you as always. You know, I commend very strongly the language of my brother from People's Daily as well as the Labour Party. But the truth is this, while even trying to look at that comparison, like I said earlier, you cannot, there are two different things. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu started work without planning. The Olasanye report, you understand me, ordinarily, should be the first thing a man will think of when he's trying to cut costs of governance. You say you want to remove subsidy. But the cabinet we have today, the actions he has taken thus far, is diametrically opposed to the actions he's taking now. So it makes no sense. It is just a clear display of kabu economic policy. He doesn't know what it's just one chance. It's like it's running a government as a one chance boss. You understand me? What will we have done differently? Like my brother in the People's Daily was asking, maybe because Tinubu is in power now, that is why we don't know what Atiku would have done differently. The former vice president would have done so much differently. And I'm shocked that as a journalist, he didn't know that we had a working document. What Atiku would have done differently as it relates to subsidy is encapsulated in his working document, My Covenant with the People. And in that document, he said, look, subsidy will be removed in stages. Let me give you an example. Look at what is happening to Dangote Refinery. He's been finding it difficult. He's struggling to get the needed crude oil.
Okay.
You understand me? He has to import crude oil from the United States of America. Yet, the NNPC took a loan of $3.3 billion from Afrexim Bank and gave our crude in exchange. How do you now expect the same economy to be stable? Is it possible?
Okay.
You cannot be doing one thing and be mismanaging another sector recklessly. These people are running kabu economic policies. And we have advised them, we have spoken. You are talking about the Argentine situation.
Okay, Dr. Chouaib, you made your point. Let me give your colleague, Dr. Hamid, the opportunity to wrap up too. The time is not time.
But before I go, I am Frank Chouaib. Today again, I will complain as well. Remove the doctor from my name because I know you have a college of two academics.
Sorry.
I'm not a doctor.
Sorry. I've always, it's something about me, something about you. I've always believed that you have a PhD. But
I will get there. I will get there. I'm a teacher. I don't have a PhD.
Thank you very much. Because I know at some point you were lecturing at a tertiary institution. But thank you very much for the correction.
Far back as 1996, I've been teaching.
Well taken, Dr. Hamid. You took some body shots from Shuaib, who believes that because he has left our fold as a practicing journalist, we are now his punching bag. You know, it comes with the territory. We take it with equanimity. But how would you want to wrap it up? The two doctors today, they are really dealing us. The two politicians, they are really dealing us. But let me give you the opportunity to wrap it up in about 30 seconds.
You spoke earlier about responsibility for insecurity in the country, and then you were expecting me to run one or two comments on that. I think the security matter is principally responsibility of the federal government of Nigeria. Except now we have an opportunity where the government is trying to come up with a state police, where each of the states of the country can have a police that is run by the state government. If that comes on board, we're likely to see a synergy between police in the state and police at the center. So that perhaps may, contribute to mitigating or bringing down the level of insecurity in Nigeria.
Dr. Hamid,
I think that is what I would
Dr. Hamid, the backroom boys are really hard on me. I want to say thank you to you. Dr. Arabambi, I want to say thank you for a good show. I'm a bit shocked that a Democrat could be calling for a military-like firing squad or execution, but it's your opinion. You are free to hold yours. And Frank Shuaib, one of the prominent advisors of the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, and I don't think that is anything disgraceful. I say thank you for gracing the show.
Thank you. I'm honored to be here, and I would love to return again because we left so many things unsaid. Nigeria belongs to all of us.
You will always have more opportunities. Everywhere. You will always have more opportunities. Any one of you will always have more opportunities here. Thank you. This is where we wrap it up for today. Thank you for keeping watch with us. I am Bola Oba. Have a good evening.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screens. I am Uime Elijah.
It's a serene environment for wellness as guests arrive at intervals. The amiable and soft-spoken clinical and mental health therapist Funto Ogumbanwo welcomes them. She immediately takes them round the counseling rooms one after the other. With smiles on her face, she excitedly speaks of how the journey of saving lives all began.
I try to think about, the things that I enjoy doing, the things that I'm naturally gifted at, and it was talking to people. People would always come and talk to me. They would always come and share with me. And so thankfully, my parents are supportive. And so when it came time to start school, I just decided to study psychology. So I have a bachelor's degree in psychology and communication and a master's degree in clinical mental health counseling. Had the opportunity to study abroad, study outside of Nigeria, and I worked and practiced. And when life was moving in the direction of moving back to Lagos, it was only a matter of time before I started EBIO. So it's always been a long time professional goal of mine to start my own private practice, my own therapy practice. And I feel so blessed that it's a reality now.
Exuding passion for the job, Funto enthusiastically talked about the challenge of Nigerians not visiting a clinical mental health center, attributing it to lack of awareness.
I would say one of the biggest challenges is just having to educate people on the importance of it, because there isn't a lot of information. A lot of people are gathering their information from maybe like media sources or myths and, maybe stories that have been told to us about like mentally unstable people. So a big challenge is just having to getting to see people, having people to get to see the value in it.
The founder and lead pastor of the Love of God in Christ, the Logic Church, Dr. Flourish Peters, welcomes the initiative, praising the therapist for thinking of Nigeria first. She spoke alongside his wife, Pastor Amaka, who shares the same sentiment.
We need a lot of believers in this space who can give godly counsel and counsel from, my bias, the influence of the Holy Spirit. And so this is decent. I was here when she just moved here, and I've seen significant improvement here. So there's the piece. I like the name EBIO. It's both Afrocentric, if I would say so myself, and I like the meaning of the name. And Funto is a blessing to our nation, our community. So if you're watching, I want you to counseling, good, sound, godly counsel. I must say that BIO is the place to be at. The blueprint that God has placed in her spirit will find fulfillment in Jesus' name.
Funto is somebody that has a lot of wisdom, and she has a calm spirit too, and not judgmental. So I think having this kind of space, a safe space where people can talk about things, is doing a lot of good to our community. When people talk about mental health, what happens most time is that people bottle these things in. But with a place like this, with EBIO wellness and therapy place, somewhere like this will give people the opportunity to speak. And I think it's actually amazing. It's not something that you find naturally in Nigeria because a lot of people don't want to expose themselves, but it's very important for the wellness of people.
The encomium continued as other guests who also spoke to Plus TV Africa could not hide their joy of a new beginning.
I've been in therapy for 3 years and I've seen the benefits of it for sure. And I'm praying for the day when the world at large sees mental health on equal measure to physical health. The same way we go to a doctor, when we're unwell, everybody needs an outlet when either you have a down day or there's something going on. Sometimes you think it's just in your head, but it could actually be a serious problem, So it's incredibly important, particularly in Nigeria. We have so many stresses, so much more than the average person everywhere else in the world. So what Funto is doing is incredible. And when I heard about it, I was so excited.
I think therapy is very important wherever you live in the world. It's even more important in Nigeria because Nigerians in general, we go through a lot. it's been a tough period for us, even just economically. And the first thing that affects is your mental health. So I think that doesn't get a lot of attention just because of our culture, but it's important for us to grow out of that and start by visiting places like this.
Exactly.
As Nigeria continues to grapple with the Japa syndrome, there is a glimmer of hope as Funto Ogunbanwo, founder Ibiayo Therapy and Wellness, still believes in the bright future of the country.
St. Dominic's Catholic Church, Yaba, Lagos, has held its 70th anniversary of God's faithfulness, excellence on its ministry and the launch of a hospital. The parish priest, Father Charles Onwodi, who spoke to journalists, said the church used the occasion to celebrate excellence and give more to the society than before.
Well, I feel very happy. This is the story of what God has used human persons who have put their faith in Him to do. 70 years of the parish, we can look back now and we say it's all been God using human beings to do this. It's from very humble beginnings. All you see around here, you can imagine 70 years ago, and it even dates back beyond then, because as at 1933, the SMA priests who were operating from St. Paul, Ibutemeta, started this place as a mass center. And by 1951, when the Dominicans came, they decided to build on what those hardworking SMA priests have done. And it was in 1954 that it was canonically erected as a parish. So what we are celebrating is that canonical erection. But like I said, it dates back to as far back as 1933. The building at the back there is over 70 years because it was built while the SMA priests were here. So we thank God for using men and women of goodwill to do what we have done, and we celebrate our faith in God. That's what we're celebrating.
The clergy disclosed that St. Dominic de Guzman found the Dominican order to combat heresies he discovered in southern France in his time.
You see, the church, first and foremost, of course, is meant to help men and women to attain salvation, the purpose for which we are created, eternal life. But we know that man is body and soul, and he doesn't live outside of his soul. So his body needs to be taken care of. What we have done over the years is what Christ will want us to do, to care for the least of our brethren. We have some ministries and societies in the church that specifically take care of the least privileged. Paramount among that is the Society of St. Vincent de Paul, which looks after the poor. So every week you have them giving something to the poor. They have also empowered people. They have tried to set up businesses for them. Likewise, we have other groups like the Lazarus Food Ministry, also caring for the poor. We have the Senior Citizens Ministry. So these are ways we have done things in the past. They do all sorts, especially because we live in a society where the basics that should be provided by the government is not being done. So you see, those who do not have rich parents will always come to the church looking for funding to pay school fees. People will come looking for money to pay house rent. People will come also wanting to pay medical bills. So while we pray for them and ask God to heal them, we also try to support what they do in all these areas. But again, the church is not one to try to blow her own trumpet, because this is not what God wants us to do. When you give alms, He tells us your left hand should not even know what your right hand is doing. But over the years, this has been the case. But as we celebrate 70, we have tried to do something significant in these areas.
At the event, Catholic Archbishop of the Lagos Metropolitan, Dr. Alfred Martins, charged Dominicans in Nigeria to pay attention to the needs of the youths. The chief celebrant of the Mass told the Dominicans that having hit the 70-year mark with all the achievements accompanying it, they should provide the youth with what will make their lives better to dissuade them from taking to vices.
Well, St. Dominic's has proven itself to be one of the dynamic parishes in the Archdiocese, and we thank God for that. Over the years, priests and people have worked together in order to ensure that the parish grows into a unique one. And we thank the Lord for those years so far marked. But of course, we know that the greater challenge is in the future. And therefore, we ask them to look to the future, to work for the future so that the future can be better than the present. Yes, 70 scholarships have been given to 70 indigent persons to mark this anniversary, which is wonderful. But it is only part and parcel of the charity work that is being done by the parish in particular, but also by other parishes in the Archdiocese. I mean, all over the world, the Catholic Church is one of the greatest institutions that does the greatest charity all over the world. And so it's part and parcel of fulfillment of the message that Christ has, the mission that Christ has given us to reach out to the poor. So we are glad that it's continuing going on.
Well, it is very helpful, at least to the society, those in the neighborhood, and those who have the opportunity to come here. And if they can help in any way, it would be good to help, to keep the place going.
After the Mass, Martins was accompanied by other concelebrants to open the hospital, situated in the church compound. In his homily at the Mass celebrated by over 30 priests, including 3 bishops, Deputy Vice-Chancellor of Augustine University, Ilara Ikpe, AUI, Reverend Prof. Anthony Akinwale charted a way to transform the country. Akinwale said that to transform the country from corruption, immorality and poverty, Christians should be committed to the sacraments from where they would draw healing and pass the time to coming generations.
I believe this fact is very well captured in the words of Blessed John Newman, who wrote, "In a higher world, it is otherwise, but here below, to live is to change, to become perfect is to have changed often." The church. There is the church and there is a church. The church is the assembly of the people of God and their shepherds. The church is where the people of God and their shepherds gather. The assembly, the gathering of the people of God and their pastors that the church is summoned by the word of God, by the words we just heard from the gospel. Repent, follow me. Yes, God uses His word to gather us. He uses His word to gather us to listen to His word, to celebrate His word in the liturgy of the Eucharist, to worship God by offering the holy sacrifice of the Mass. And at the end of our worship, the church continues by going out to all the world to bear witness to the God we have met at Mass and to glorify God by our life. That is the church. The church is first and foremost a family constituted by God Himself before being a building, a community of faith before being an architectural edifice built by human hands. The family of God gathered around the word of God and sacraments in preparation for mission in the world. That is the church.
The third edition of Revs and Runways, a fusion of motorsport and fashion show, excited car enthusiasts and fashionistas with belting performances at Tafawa Balewa Square in Lagos. The harmonious electrifying sounds, bleak fog, dexterity, and cheerful spectators spiced up the show, which featured 30 spinning sports cars, 15 power bikes, 11 fashion designers showing 10 appealing pieces each, and 5 race queens. Although the show is purely to entertain, there is a side attraction to give small and medium enterprises visibility to boost their sales. Speaking also the co-founder of Revs and Runway, for him, drifting is the fastest growing motorsport in the world and an emerging area in Nigeria. Fusing it with fashion is a way to expand its reach to new audiences. With varying brands of fancy and sleek sports cars, extra sets of wheels, car jacks, and ramps, power bikes, helmets, and hands-on mechanics to fix shredded wheels as a result of the revvings.
Now that's it. Joseph. I ain't seen guys like this before. Ladies and gentlemen, give Joseph a round of applause. Come on. Show him some love. Show him some love. DJ. You are Joseph. You want to take me out. You got
when we started with the idea, it sounded like we were saying rubbish. People were laughing at us. They were saying, what are you guys trying to do? But here we are. This is 2023, and we are not stopping anytime soon. We keep doing this every year. So it's just a very, very weird combination. But the truth is, wherever you see nice cars, you see women in nice clothes, you see men looking nice, you see luxury, and you see all beautiful things around once you have nice quality cars around. However, we thought, how could we put this together? And the only way to do it was a fashion show mixed with an auto show where you have cars, you have ladies, you have guys looking nice on the runway amidst cars, and then you support it with good music. Everybody has something to look out for, and you have great fun. That's why we decided to do this, and we've been doing this since 2016. I don't see us stopping anytime soon. The government can help. Motorsports is expensive, fashion is expensive, but if we get government funding, so many things can happen. You can imagine how much cars we can bring in, or if the government decides to give us a concession on importation of parts, importation of cars. Trust me, motorsports will be a great tourist attraction. If the government decides to create better arenas or cheaper arenas for us to drift, or reduce the cost of importation on tires by reducing duty or giving a concession on duty, so many things will happen. We would have more people wanting to go into the motorsports space because there is a better cost of purchase when it comes to parts, cars itself, and anything that has to do with these events. So we just need help from the government one way or the other.
We are having fun, and yeah, I'm glad the audience is enjoying it. First of all, the government should subsidize the spaces, I guess, that we use for these events. Like the CBS we are using here, it should be cheaper for us to be able to afford doing the events multiple times rather than once a year and stuff like that.
The atmosphere is actually nice, not bad. I'm seeing what I like to see, that is motorsport, so I'm happy to be here. Yes, now we should always organize events like this, like 12 times in a year, every month. It's supposed to be 12 times in a year. It's just actually very simple. Support is what we need. Just support from the government. We should at least have a standard race track, a drift track, where people can just show what they have to offer. So we need support. That's just it.
I feel absolutely ecstatic because the turnout is mental. This year looks definitely better than last year. And I believe with more publicity and more sponsors, we'll get it to a bigger stage next year. The government is interested in this because what we do is, for the love of cars, we've managed to keep a lot of kids off the streets. So they have a hand in giving us, permission to use this place. They've helped us with the firefighters, LASMA to control traffic. So the government is doing okay in this aspect. Yeah, but I can't really put a number to what they can do as per spare parts and importation and all that. It's your car. If you need a part, you will find a way to buy it. That's the important thing.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the event on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uime Elijah. Enjoy your week.
It is not the hope of this feature to blame anyone for the never-ending tension between police and the citizens. However, it is certain that there is always a tension with most people when they approach a police checkpoint. Many factors are responsible for this tension, including not knowing what to expect or do, seeing the police as the enemy, or even being guilty of an infraction. Many issues that go wrong at a police checkpoint can be linked to lack of proper communication and understanding on the side of the police force and also on the side of the citizen. Here are some tips listed by the police force about comporting yourself at a police checkpoint. Endeavor to slow down your vehicle. It shows that you're not reckless. It also douses suspicion that you're a criminal and may want to speed off. Turn down the volume of your car stereo. Courtesy demands this. Besides, you are able to hear each other better. This simple act will help you win the confidence of the security operative. Keep your hands visible to avoid unnecessary suspicion or fear by the officers that you're attempting to bring out a gun or other harmful objects to attack them. Turn on the inner light of your vehicle while approaching the cops if at night. It readily sends an unspoken message that you have nothing to hide.
That's the nature of your job, officer. Don't worry. That's the nature of your everything job, will be fine.
Be friendly and cheerful. Commend the officers, especially when you see them working under very unfriendly weather conditions, such as rains and harsh Harmattan conditions, excessive heat, cold, or sunshine. We know it's their job, but a little kind word from you will do a lot of good. Remember, when you smile at the mirror smiles back at you.
Officer will not come down. Let's see what you do. Don't mind this. We won't come down.
Endeavor to be polite when answering questions put to you by the officers. Don't dare or challenge an armed security man to a duel. Oftentimes, you hear people say things like, "Shoot me if you can." Note that this is a recipe for disaster. It is a very provocative and unnecessary call for war. So please, play safe, more so as you do not know the state of mind of the officer concerned. Also, don't go into a physical fight with an armed security officer. He may resort to the use of his weapon to defend himself. Avoid unnecessary arguments with armed security personnel. There are 1,001 ways to seek redress where you feel your rights have been infringed upon. Never try to touch an officer in an unfriendly manner. He may suspect you of trying to disarm him. If you're a regular traveler or road user, make sure you have the police emergency phone numbers of the route you operate. You never can tell when an emergency situation could arise and you need the police to come to your aid. Make sure you have all your relevant car papers and desist from actions or inactions that constitute either a criminal or traffic offense. Such infractions of the law provide a veritable grounds for possible charges and other forms of adversarial contact with the police or other law enforcement agencies, including unnecessary arguments. Don't give the impression that you're unhappy to see the officer on his beat or that he's wasting your time. But if you do have an emergency, politely inform the officer. Don't speed off while still being checked. Take note of the name tags, force or service numbers, personal description of weapon or patrol vehicle of the security officer, especially where the officers begin to conduct themselves in an unprofessional manner. Seek an audience with the most senior officer at the checkpoint if things are not working out smoothly. Politely insist to be taken to the police station if your complaint is not properly addressed.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us on One-on-One today. Today we'll be focusing on recruitment and human resources. And to discuss this in detail with me is our guest, Richard Eddy. He's an HR consultant, the CEO of Team Ace Limited, an HR recruitment and business process outsourcing firm. He's a business consultant with a focus on the development of sustainable businesses in Nigeria. His experience cuts across banking, taxation, and human resource, and having managed a tax management firm in the past. Thank you so much for joining us on the show today.
Thank you so much for having me here in the studio.
Okay.
I am delighted to talk more about my passion.
Okay, oh great. So let's go straight to that. Let's talk about
All right.
that. So how did you find that HR was your niche or your passion, and then business consulting was something that you wanted to do?
All right, so I started this started some time ago when I was a copper, 11 years ago, with one of my bosses, and I saw the passion in which he used. We're in the banking industry, and I saw how he put passion in what he was doing. And when we thought of walking around business owners who comes to the bank to receive facility, had gone through series of applications and series of businesses. So I saw a particular one, and I got interested in it after reading their business plan and all of that. And I reached out to him, and he said, okay, it's a gradual process. Give yourself a timeline and follow through. And after I left the banking, I went into an HR consulting firm. I don't want to mention their name, of course. So taking through the process as a business development person, I learned my rope, and I saw that this could be better. And that gave me an inch to delve into my own practice.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah. So now let's talk about business.
Yes.
You know, Nigeria is an entrepreneurial country. Everybody wants to be their own boss and set up, their own business. But what is it that people should know? People that, they want to set up their own business, they want to start out. What are the key things that you need to know before they set out into those businesses? All
right, one, you need to understand your environment. And you must know that as a CEO, right, your core responsibility is to ensure that you bring in business. Now, setting up a business because you have the finance, you have the knowledge, is not sufficient. Now, how do you sustain this? You need to sustain this by ensuring that your business gets enough clients that can pay the bills. One, there are bills to be paid. There are rental bills, there are employee staff, there is government regulation bills that you need to pay. Now, how do I go about this? It's to ensure that in my first 6 months, right, I have all of this in place. Okay. So business owners, it's tough out there. Regulations are there. So you need to, first of all, 3 things I tell people. Understand that there are 3 key factors.
Okay.
The factors are 1, yourself, paying your bills. 2, your employees, can you pay their bills? 3, can you meet government regulations in terms of taxes? If these 3 things are defined, and you know that in the long time, you can meet these needs, then it's good for you to set up. And again, a lot of people have this motion that I want to be my own boss, let me leave. Some people do 9 to 5, earn more than us business owners, right? But the key is, even in the business where you work, there is what you call entrepreneurship, not intra. In the place where you work, right? How have you grown in terms of capacity to manage yourself and manage the business under your lock and key? If you think that you now have that intrapersonal skill, right, in you have been able to grow where you are, and you feel you need to take the niche outside, fine, take it and go and set up your own business. But then again, are you able to meet these 3 things? If yes, for you, and you have ticked all the dots, then it's fine. I had a session with somebody yesterday, on Saturday. He wants to leave banking, where he's a DM, to set up. And I said, oh, he has the finance. Do you have the capacity? He said he will build the capacity along the way. I said, no, capacity cuts across. Do you have the right employees? Do you have the right product for this? Have you done a market survey to know that people need this service? He said, no, people need agricultural businesses, everybody. And I said, yes, there's a need, but have you seen the costs of your supply? So that by the time you see the cost of your supply and you're able to push out, there's a margin for you that will take care of yourself, take care of your employees, and pay taxes. And after that, don't forget, as a DM, you're on 1.4. In your first 6 months, if you don't earn 1.4 M, can you sustain? You have 3 kids. Can you still pay their fees conveniently? Can they still take their normal meals, right? 1, 2, 3. Free square meal. Can you still do summer? And he laughed and he said, I have a point. I said, no, that's why you are here. You are here for consultation. And let's tick the boxes. If all of this can be met within your first 1 year of delving out into a new business, fine, I can advise you to move on. But then, if you have not ticked these boxes, please do not go.
Okay, that's scary because people, I'm not a business owner, so
Yeah.
I'm still a 9 to 5. But you know, we read all these stats of how many businesses don't even survive in the first 3 years or the first 5 years.
Exactly.
So what's responsible for that? What happens? Because if you have counted the cost, you've done the business plan, I've done this consulting,
Yeah.
and then you set out, what happens that you know, businesses, or from your experience, that businesses do not succeed up to some businesses do not succeed 3, 5 years. What
So there's statistics all over the world done by Harvard Business Review, and McKinsey did another one to say that 92% of businesses do not survive their first 5 years of operation.
92%
of business.
That's huge.
That's huge, right? Unfortunately for me, I manage some businesses and I received some emails. A company who is on their 3rd year, they said they want to close down.
What was their reason?
Their reason were they cannot meet up their obligations.
Okay.
They are owing employees and the partners are struggling. You know, they've been using their personal funds to run the business. And I said the key thing in business setup is not you having money in your first 1 year of operation. Right?
Yeah.
I read a book by Dr. Ola, Fly Doctor, where she said that the key thing is never run out of cash for entrepreneur. Now, if you do not run out of cash, it means that there must be something sustaining that pipeline. Are you generating new businesses? Is your business bringing in funds? If the answer is no, then you will run out of cash because the source of your supply will get tired at a point in time. And over the last 2 years, they've been running the business with their funds. Now they have their first client in their 3rd year, and their first client and some other clients they have pulled out for technical issues. They couldn't sustain because the owners had felt that they have met their breakthrough. There was no need for them to be funding the business, and it became difficult for them. And their families became tired because there was no source of livelihood anymore.
So what should businesses do to ensure that they survive? Because 92% is huge.
Generate more business. Let your business bring in business for you. So if you have a business that is not bringing in that much business for you, it becomes a problem, right? Whatever you have set out to be, how is the cash flow process like? So there must be, the business must sustain, whereby it's bringing in new businesses.
Okay.
So CEO's first responsibility, like Dr. Ola has said, never run out of cash. Secondly, they must think strategy. Strategy in terms of generating new business, acquiring clients that will pay for their services. If clients do not pay for your services, you can't continue to use your money to fund your business.
Okay. All right. So on that note, we'll just take a short break, and
Yes.
when we come back, we'll continue this conversation.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Please stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Thank you for staying with us on One-on-One. We're back with our guest, Mr. Richard, and we're talking about businesses and survival in Nigeria. So we're talking earlier on about how the scary statistics from Harvard Business Review. So what must entrepreneurs begin to do to ensure that their businesses don't die out by the second, third, or even the first year of business?
Yes. If you see that review, you would also understand that what has happened to COVID. Okay. What COVID brought, a lot of businesses went down. It means that our business models must begin to be sustainable.
Okay.
That word sustainable comes in 3 legs, right? Companies must put policies in place.
All right.
Policies that must enhance the growth of the business. And secondly, how is their financial strength? Are they putting that into perspective? And finally, are there procedures in terms of expenditures, right? A lot of people over time feels that I am the entrepreneur, I am the CEO of my firm, right? And because I'm the CEO, I can spend the money the way I like. No, there are stakeholders in business. I tell people the lifestyle that you live as an entrepreneur or CEO tells down to the employees that work with you, right? There are stakeholders in business. Government is a stakeholder, your employees is a stakeholder, your directors are stakeholders. Okay. These things must be spelled out. And over time, CEOs, in your first 2 years of business, you must check the margin of your profits and let your salary or whatever wage you pay yourself be a margin of that. Basic thing that has killed businesses in Nigeria is mismanagement.
Mismanagement.
Right? And discipline. Entrepreneurs or CEOs who are not disciplined will find themselves into trouble. So first, be disciplined and pay fair wages. So that you don't have employees going and coming. That alone is a lot of work for people.
Sure.
So pay them right, pay them what your business can sustain, right? Let people see the vision you want to drive in. And again, you can't tell somebody that the business is growing, whereas you are living large,
and
right?
Not putting back into
the business, right?
Okay.
Can my salary sustain the business? That's the first question we should ask.
Okay, so let's talk about, you talked about staff turnover now, about staffing. So let's talk about staff.
Yes.
And you know that this Nigeria is an interesting country. Finding the right staff for any business is essential. But peculiar in Nigeria, how do you ensure that you find the right staff, the right fit for your business?
Yes, a lot of people have talked about character. A lot of people have thought hire for character. Don't hire for skill. Now, there are levels to where that work, right? If you are looking for an intern, if you are looking for NYSC graduate to work with you, right, what you should be looking at is character. Fine, because you need somebody with the right character to be in your team. But if you are looking for experience and you need skill, you need people who can do the job. And a lot of us, CEOs, like I was telling my team this morning, it's when we need a job to be done, we go to the internet and said, job description for finance manager, and we download it and send to the person, right? In actual sense, you need to know what you want this person to deliver. Expectations are high. A lot of CEOs employ and they want XYZ, but it's not communicated. Communication is key in hiring process, right? If you hire someone, let the person know the job description and not what you have downloaded from the internet. Spell it out how you want it. These are the things I want to do. And what are the metrics of measurement? I will measure you based on XYZ. Let it be clear. And the person who is assuming that office that is vacant is well cleared on what he or she is expected to do. So basically, the hiring process has always been faulty because the expectations and the deliverables are different. The employee is saying that these are my job descriptions. When you hired me, these were the things you said I should do. Now I have come into place, you are telling me I need to be dynamic. I need to do X, Y, Z. I need to be finance manager. I need to be HRO manager. I need to be admin, right? Okay. Some persons cannot play all roles.
All roles, yeah, true.
So you must be specific. You want to be my accountant. These are the things I want you to do. Okay.
So let's talk about your business, for example.
Yes.
Because I always like to be, see how you lit up, because we're a recruitment agency.
Yes.
I always like us to be practical. So we're not just talking about people's heads.
Yeah.
Now, in your agency, which is a recruitment agency, how did you ensure that you got your staffing right? Is this the same thing that you did, tailoring each job description to each person? What did you do?
Yeah, exactly. So for me, when I started 2 years ago, I had worked somewhere, and I have seen some employees who have the gold mindsets, right?
Okay, so you went to poach them.
I went to poach, and when I needed an intern and a copper, I spelled out what I wanted. I said, these are the things you will do. I didn't just go look into the internet and said, the role of a recruitment analyst. And I set the process for our recruitment process. This is how we should go about. And I understand there are people, the way they act, the way they do, right, entails that we understand each other. I know the way you act. I know the way you react to things. When job descriptions are spelled out, I use my mind. I tell you, we meet, we have a conversation. I tell you in details, these are the things that I expected of you, and these are the deliverables.
Okay.
It is well spelled out. So I took out time, get the people I needed, and as we progress in the business, I'll notice that there needs to be a change, there needs to be an additional role, and I notice that when there's an additional role, I tell my employees, you need to read this XYZ of books, so that this will help you as you move up to your next role.
Yes.
A lot of people feel, every time I have changed a job, right? I learned this from a friend called Jeffrey. Every time I am doing the same job title, sales manager, business development manager, right? I give myself a 1 month break so that I would have read a couple of books that will help me about that role more, about my new job, so that as moving into that job, right, I'm able to meet my expectations. And when job descriptions are sent to me, I download them, I put them on Google. Google tell me, oh, this one is a downloaded copy from the internet, because you see duplicates. And I put a call through. What are the specifics?
Yeah.
What are the specifics? What is expected?
Fantastic.
So I need to know, so that when I go into the roles, I am not saying, sir, this was what you sent me.
Okay, so this leads me to my next question about the fact that, many people say, so it's one thing to get the hiring process wrong in the beginning.
Yeah.
But now as a recruitment agency, many people say, oh, there are no jobs out there. There are not, there are not enough jobs. Tell us really what's the problem. Is it that there are jobs and they're not talents enough to match the jobs, or people are not skilled enough, or truly there's really no job out there?
Yeah. In VI alone, you have over 15 recruitment agencies. On the mainland, you have over 100 recruitment agencies. They are all in a business. It means that if they're in business, that means organizations are recruiting on a daily basis. There are startups coming up every day. So what is the problem? There are two things, right? I have told job seekers over time, your connections must be right, and you must be skilled in what you want, what you're applying for.
Okay.
Right? There are jobs, but employers are looking for the right set of candidates. So you must get two things right. Your character must be stable. Secondly, you must be skilled at what you do.
Your character must be stable.
Yeah.
That sounds like a very short thing, but also like very loaded. But I think we should take a quick break so we can just expound on that.
Exactly.
All right, so stay with us. We'll be talking more about your character must be stable right after this break. Thank you for staying with us. My name is Femi Noajife, and you're still watching One on One. We're talking about recruitment, human resource, and finding the right staff. So you were talking earlier on about your character must be stable.
Yes.
Character, integrity, it's something else. So what do you, first of all, let me ask you, what do you mean by that when you say your character must be stable?
All right, so this is what it is, right? For me, in my place of work, and a lot of candidates I have had to speak with in terms of the recruitment process, right? Now, the recruitment process is in two folds, right? The candidates apply for the job, the recruitment agency sends a template, fill this XYZ, right? And timelines are given.
Yes.
Right, so if I send somebody a questionnaire to quickly fill, and I said, this is the time to fill it, right? You have till 22nd, which is the next day, to fill this, and then the candidate comes back and send an email, apologies, I couldn't do this, right? That's one for me, I know that time management is a problem for this person, Now we are breaking down character, right? I know that time management is a problem for this person. If this person comes to the right, if the person resumes, right, I'll get to deal with these apologies, right? Now I want to know, for me, doing this task, how many minutes or hours will it take me to do this, right? I know, and I give a space of an additional 2 hours. Is this person feeling it in the right process? Now, secondly, what is the presentation like, right? Somebody who is well composed will give us a well-documented document in response to what we have asked for. Somebody who is just saying, I have applied before, let me just apply. You'll see some candidates. You are sending them an email to say, email they have sent to like 15 people. They will just
forward it to you
without editing.
True.
That's a turn off already for you because you see a lot of emails. What you have done, you have exposed other recruitment company, your cousins, your uncle, who you should have kept private in that email trail, right? And I looked at myself, if this person resumes with me, is this what the person is going to do?
Okay, well, let's now talk about character at the job, because we were speaking earlier on about, and then this popular saying, I think it's from Simon Sinek, who says that you hire for skill, you hire for character. So how character on the job, as a recruitment agency, you take someone, his CV is stellar, he has done everything, he has ticked the boxes. How do you know that this person's character might be a little shifty, on the job? Or what do employers need to do to say, okay, how do we now detect that, okay, this person, we can't hire him, he has a bad character? Or how do you
so as the person resumes on the job, right, on his job is good, right? There are two things in the job place. You are skilled and attitude, right?
Okay.
Right, because there are people in the workplace that needs to be that also look at you, and what forms your character may also impact on them. When people talk most times about culture in an organization, it's not a document spelled anywhere. It's the attitude of the employees that forms what we call culture in an organization. So, but how are we looking at this, right? There are rules. Let's resume 9 a.m. and it's agreed by everybody. This person resumes by 9:30, and it's an everyday thing. There's always an apology to give. There's always a reason, right? And when you give a task is assigned, and there's deadlines. Clients are waiting. What is the feedback? Right? This person takes number of times, right? And you see some people. Another thing again I will also need to look at. If you visit some offices and closing time is by 5 p.m., right? If you see someone who works on the island and stays as far as Ikorodu, if it is 5 p.m. closing time, if a visitor walks into that office 4:58, the receptionist is upset. Because she wants to close and go home. But don't forget that this person walking in is bringing in business for the business that will pay your salary. And because he wants to go, you just tell him nobody's in the office.
Okay, let me just also interrupt you now because of time. So how do we train the people to ensure that they have this mindset? You were talking about books earlier. People should read books. Not everybody will read books. Some might even just go and read it somewhere and say, because of that Patrick, I said I should come and read it. Let me come and so get. But how do we begin to train and teach and give people the right mindset to grow the business? Because people are the life of the business. How do you do that?
What we have in our system is we form a system in our organization where bi-weekly there's a training, and everybody takes turn to train. We train ourselves. So today is your turn. You come up with a topic that is in line with our recruitment process. So everybody takes turn to train ourselves. It means that you need to do a lot of research. You need to do a lot of work before you come and do some presentation. And when you are done, there are questions to be asked. So you don't just go and download what you don't even understand yourselves. So that's our own form of learning among ourselves. And tasks are always given to people to say there are a number of books that would help you grow in your recruitment process, help you do your tasks, right? So we refer them to read. An organization should learn this. There should be a section where everybody comes together. And an in-house compulsory training. Employees should be told what to do, remind them of the job, of the culture of the organization. So it should be a continuous thing.
All right.
Continuous thing. That's what I propose.
Okay, so because we're out of time, my final question to you is, what should the government do to enable businesses, especially post-COVID now? Post-COVID took a hit on almost every business in Nigeria. So what should the government do to enable businesses to grow?
Yes, it's a lot. It's a lot. The government needs to put infrastructures in place. Companies are complaining, but I must also give kudos to the government. Last year, the government came out with a policy for entrepreneurs like us, young entrepreneurs, where they give us loan.
Oh,
right?
Okay.
Yes, and there was a post-COVID grant that was given. My organization also benefited from that, and at some point in time, employees too were giving payroll funding. So that's one of the way government has helped us to cushion the effects of COVID in businesses. But going forward, a lot of us complain about taxes, but thank God, government has also said that for young businesses between 0 to 25 million of gross revenue or annual, you won't pay taxes. So on the part of taxes, they have reduced the burden. But yeah, we do not have infrastructures again. For me, for diesel cost is high. The exchange rate is also a problem to us because some of us have investors who we are sending back funds to, and it's meant to be in USD. And as we are doing this, it has crashed, compared from when you got the funds and all of that. So our economic policies needs to be right so that young entrepreneurs can get better of the system.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your time. It has been, we definitely have to have you back again.
Yes,
it seems like 30 minutes was too short to really, discuss in detail many of the issue, but thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for having us.
Mr.
We look forward anytime you invite us again to come and break this down.
Sure, definitely. Yeah. Thank you for staying with us on 101. I hope you learned a lesson or two today from the journey and from the stories shared. We look forward to having you again very soon. Have a good day. My name is Somenua Jefe.
For me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, good food is going to come out of that kitchen.
You can leverage on each other's spaces and, sell. We believe in Nigeria, right? We believe that Nigeria can get better. We, the youth, are the ones that can make it better.
And my products are proudly made in Nigeria.
Made in Nigeria, showing every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. and repeats on Saturday at 8:30 a.m.
And
Look,
all of them, all of them in Lagos, all of them in Nigeria.
Listen to me.
Nobody.
When I'm talking, you keep quiet.
An arrogant customer who is not ashamed.
Pastor Donald, why are you not picking my calls? Why haven't you paid the balance up till now? Telling the honorable that I have not been calling him, I've not been picking his call. It's a fabricated fallacy. He did this just to debase me.
You are owing, and you are the one that is being arrogant at the same time.
A Nollywood veteran hopes to diversify into marine transportation.
Passenger boat I did not see. My money I did not see. I wanted to report him to Amadioha.
He was testing the boat. One thing do one thing, the boat sink with engine.
The husband does not like the responsibilities, but he likes all the pleasures a woman has to offer.
I still dey live now. First we live person one pikin.
How you go control?
The dispute is real, and the judgment is binding. This is the Justice Court.
On the Justice Court, the plaintiff, Shekoni Tanwa, is asking the court to compel her tenants to pay overdue rent or vacate the property.
All rise. Court in session. Honorable Judge Fumi Asaolu presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Shekoni Tanwa versus John Kenneth. Parties one or not.
Thank you, Aki.
You're welcome.
Shekoni Tanwa.
Your Honor.
You brought John Kenneth here.
Yes, sir.
Can you narrate to me what happened?
I'm the landlord to John Kenneth Ozo. He got into my house by October 21st, 2001. He has stayed 2 years. So the third year, I intend increasing the rent. And I notified him twice. His receipt, I wrote, your next pay is, that was 2022 receipt. I wrote your next pay is 280,000 to be paid at the beginning of the 3rd anniversary of your rent. I sent another reminder after 6 months. 6 months to the expiration of the subsisting rent, that his pay is 280,000, or if he accepts or he should quit. He did not respond. Actually, all this happened when my husband was still living. He was aware too. Around September, because I gave them that notice, is among our agreement that the rent should be paid a month prior to the expiration of the existing rent. He signed it. So I called him when that date was due, and I called him, I said, are you still interested in this house or you want to leave? He said, Mommy, are you driving me that I'm not going? No. I said, okay, now, you have not shown any interest. Pay your rent. You know by October 21st, your money will be due. He said, okay, I will pay. I will pay. So after October 21st, I called him again. I said, what is happening? You are not paying. He said, Mommy, give me time. I will pay. Though he's a late payer, he doesn't pay to time. So I just allowed him. November 2nd, he called me. He said I should send my account number, which I sent to him. I wrote, your rent for the 3rd year is 280,000 plus 10,000 for the cleaning of the compound. I sent this to him. He did not say anything. So on 17th of November, I only saw 230. That was what he has been paying the past 2 years. I said, why are you paying this? I sent a message to him that he should pay the balance. In fact, I even told him he should bring his account number. Let me send your money to you. If you are no more interested, let me send your money back to you. He said he's not going to send any money. So on the 26th, I called him. I said, when are you sending my balance to me? He said, wishy balance, wishy balance. I'm not owing you any money. It's only 10,000 for the cleaner that I will send to you. I'm not owing you any money. I said, is this what we agreed upon? He said, where you dey, sir? Where you dey? Make I come meet you. That was how I just say, let me consult the honorable courtsman.
Kenneth, what do you have to say?
I came, this is my landlady, first of all. I entered the house. I paid the money. When I entered the house on 24th October. The day I paid the money, which is I not come that time. I spent almost 1 month. When I come there, now I look the receipt. She lied exactly the day I paid the money. I tell her, Mom, you're supposed to give me 1 month before the money started read. My husband say they will give me 1 week. When I paid the 24th, 1 week, that is the first week in November, my money will started read. It's okay. I paid the money. I renewed the second one, which is she's not Nigeria. She was London. I paid the money to the husband's account. When the husband write the receipt for me, nobody told me if you want to renew against 2023. We started pay 280,000. Nobody told me. When she come back to Nigeria, which is, she come back, all of us in the house. I welcome her, all of us do meeting in the house. She will not tell anybody, any tenants. I won't put my house money. She will not tell anybody. So when time going on, something like August time. Now she can't see me when I dey go work. Stop me. Tell me, do you want to renew your house or do you want to park on my? Tell me, Mommy, which can't be that one? I still did 1 year and I never reached 2 years. Which can't talk with this? You won't push me for your house? Now she say no. Why she say that? We say that receipt where that writes for me, I should return them for her. I told him, Mommy, the receipt is not with
What was written on that? Because what I have here, you said I was issued a receipt by her late husband.
Yes.
Indicating that I will pay the above sum on my next renewal.
Yeah.
Do you have that here?
Eh?
Do you have it here?
The receipt, there with me here.
Let me see where you said it stated that you will still pay 230,000.
See the husband don't. See the first time I entered the house.
The one that has what I'm saying written on it. Show him. So that he will show me. Give it to him. Show him where it's written by a late husband that you will pay the above sum on the next renewal.
Ma?
Show him. You said I was issued a receipt by her late husband.
Yes.
Indicating that I will pay the above sum on my next renewal. That means this current one, you are going to pay 230.
Yes.
So show me where the husband wrote on the receipt.
I hold the receipt to the husband right for me.
Let me see. I'll show it to him. Where is indicated? Where is written that you will pay the same sum again for the new renewal?
It is I don't pay for it.
Talk to me, not to him. What is it?
I said I don't pay. I'm already paid this for this year. Or the next year or against the next year, I've already paid that one, which is 230.
You don't understand. So the husband never agreed with you that when you are doing renewal, you will pay 230,000.
Yeah.
Contrary to what you wrote here. So what you wrote here is not the true position. Right? That's what I'm trying to bring out. Right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So go ahead. I'm listening to you.
So when she told me, do you want to park come out for the house? I told Mommy, no now. Why you say that? I still did 1 year and they never did 2 years. Now she told me, say, why she say that? We say, she first tell me, say, the receipt where her husband light, I should return them. I tell her, say, Mommy, I know there with the receipts. They still not there with me. Now she can't light another. I tell her, say, this one with the right, you add another money there. Say, oh, yes, why I say that? Because I don't add my house money. Try and say, mommy, I still did, I never reached 3 years, which is 2 years now. Which is, there 2 years never reach. So, now she forced me, say, I should collect the receipt. I don't know go collect them.
Collect what?
The 280, the one where she light renter.
Okay.
That, the 280. That's I no go
So
collect.
did you tell her you were going to move out?
Ma?
Did you tell her you will move out?
No. I not tell her.
The plaintiff, Shekoni Tanwa, claims to have issued notice of rent increase to her tenant ahead of the expiration of his existing tenancy. She said the tenant ignored the rent increase and paid the old rate. The plaintiff's effort to refund the payment was frustrated when the defendant refused to provide his account number. The defendant, John Kenneth Ozo, claims that the plaintiff did not inform him of the rent increase on time. He said he had to pay the old rate he has saved up for the current year. Judge Fobi wades into this matter.
Do you understand? If a landlord has a premises and you know that the rent is beyond what you can afford, what I would have expected you to do on that day is tell her that I intend to move out. Maybe I'm looking for somewhere else. Do you understand me?
I understand you.
And she should give you time. And you both agree on the time to move out. If you can no longer afford it, then go to where you can afford. You don't have to stress yourself. And you have paid 230,000 naira now.
Yes.
All you have to do, just pay the 50,000 naira. Okay.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
I'm not telling her to put money to your house, but it's supposed to involve me in time. That is the problem. I didn't say.
She said, when was the time you notified?
It was
you see, ideally,
February that I said, bring that receipt. My husband made
explain.
mistake on that receipt. The receipt he
Where is it? Let me just explain something to you, why she's looking for that. When you pay your rent for a certain period of time, the contract between the two of you is just for that period of time you have paid for. A day after that,
2022.
the contract has expired.
November.
Do you understand me? Your tenancy is supposed to expire when?
My tenant.
The money you
That
paid.
is the first week in November, which is this
Which
last
year?
month.
Which year? 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
She gave you a receipt for the previous year. And on 18th of November 2022, she notified you that your next rent is going to be 280,000 naira. A whole 1 year. And you are saying that notification period is not enough for you. Look at it. See, look at it. Show him here. Your next.
This money, this one now is not mine. She not told me. She not told me this one. This one now, I didn't know about the 280,000.
Let me have it.
I don't know about it.
She didn't tell you at all.
She told me something like September.
But what of this? This is your name that is on it.
My name, but it's not my signature. Me and her no do anything about this. Now she formed that one. I didn't do aware. I'm not even there aware for this
You
one.
were not given this. That's what you're saying.
Eh?
You were not given this.
No.
She didn't give you this. Okay. What?
That receipt, that rent receipt that I gave to him, is recorded here.
Where?
It's here, ma.
Okay, please let me have it.
What of my balance? 60,000 naira. 50,000 for rent. Balance.
About the 10,000.
10,000 for cleaner.
50,000. How many is that for your house?
You say what?
How many years did I live for this house?
This your third year that you want to enter.
This is 2 years I'm living here.
This is the third year you want to enter.
Yes.
Yes.
Why are you adding more? But am I the first person to enter this house? When I enter your house, people is here.
You say what?
Before I enter this house, people is your house, are they?
Yes.
Others don't pay that money. Why are you starting from me? Where you just come?
No. This man is paying. Alex has paid.
Paid?
Yes, March this year.
From how many
This
years?
is his third year. What's her name? Nkiru has paid.
How many years did you give
This is the third year.
I can't.
You can't. Then you are ready to move out now.
I can never pay it for the 2 days. That was
you know that I sent this thing to you.
I to talk too much.
You know I sent.
That's why I joined to keep quiet.
I sent a letter to you. I gave you a letter here. I gave you a letter here, not so.
Which letter you give me?
Which letter? I gave you a letter here that morning when you were going to work. Even before my husband died, I gave you the letter.
And what I tell you that day, you are telling me.
What did you tell me?
When you tell me about it, what I tell you?
What did I tell you? I mean, what did you tell me?
You know, just now, I'll continue. You admitted that you were notified now.
Ma?
You just admitted that you were notified.
Oh,
Or you now said, what did I tell you? It's like, I know. You know, it's like she told you she was increasing. You are now asking her, when you told me, what did I tell you? Probably you cannot pay. That because you said I can never pay that amount.
Which is that September when we are in drag it.
Okay, let me continue.
And I've
established all I need to establish from this. Because what I realize is from this, initially, your position is you were not paying. And if you are not paying under the law, that means you are prepared to move out of the premises. Because you already know a new term. Do you understand? You know the new rent. And it was not as if you requested for time to pay up everything. Now you've paid the remaining 50,000 naira because you knew, even within that 1 month, she informed you. If you had told her you were no longer interested, and when you got the 230,000 naira, Sanwa, when you got the 230,000 naira, why didn't you return his money?
I told him, I told him he should send his account number that I want to return.
Were you told to send your account number? You were told? Were you told?
She told me.
But you did not?
I should send the account number.
But you did not?
Yes, ma'am.
That means you accepted the new terms. That's the law. It's not a joke. It's the law.
Okay.
It's a contract.
Yes. Okay, now, I've accepted, but you will give me time. Because I'm not planning.
Listen to me. Listen. Because your choice of words is very wrong. It's not as a matter of rights that she will give me like commanding. No. You plead for it. Because right now you are indebted. You are a debtor. Have you seen a debtor that is dictating to the... Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand.
Okay, so talk to her right here.
I didn't have to pay the money cash for now because of the situation of the Nigeria. If I have the money, I will pay the cash. Please. If I had the money, I will pay it. I can never deal with the money. I'll tell you that I will pay you small. Why the money they complete with me? I know how I gather this one why I pay because I don't want to pay it small. That's why I gathered the money. Pay the money when I'm supposed to pay it. It's not easy for me to pay that money cash.
Within you, you know that you are being instigated towards me. I know you to be calm. I know you to be friendly with my husband. But because your friend, okay, said he is not going to pay that money, you too, you said you are not going to pay.
No.
That was why he waited till November 17th before you sent the money to me. And I text you that, why must you send this 230? Haven't you requested for my account number and I told you how you are going to pay?
First of all, I'm not requesting your account number.
Eh?
I'm not the one requested. You are the one sending your account number to me.
Jesus.
And which is something we're supposed to do because your house rent to expire. You send it, and you send I need request it. Immediately you send out for the money, but it take time. I know that my house rent expire, but I try to gather the money. If I pay the money half, you know happy, and me too. When they pay the money small, I will too know happy.
Leave that issue. Just try and address what you are discussing. Whether you're ready to concede for him and.
It's January.
So
because
you see, most of these things, from what I can gather here, I've told you before, there is a manner of approach. You can hear all she's saying. Maybe somebody is negating you. Things you have said before, you know. But all these things, it doesn't have to degenerate to this level. You are broke. Anybody can be broke. You walk up to her. Things are not going on well now. I don't want to move out. I still want to stay here. But can you give me so number of time to pay up? And now you are here. You are already here. And a decision has to be taken now. If she doesn't agree, I don't have a choice. I have to go with her. So that's why I'm giving you the privilege to discuss with her before I have opportunity to. I'll give you 3 minutes. I have to round this up. If you're able to convince her to spread it for you, talk to her. Talk to her.
Mommy, please give me that time I shall talk. Please.
till when?
I agree with it and talk. I will try to do it
Till when?
February.
February ending.
Yes.
What of cleaners' money? You know I pay her every month.
That cleaner's money is no problem. If you need that one, if that was no big issue with me and you, even one day. When you write that one there, I didn't say I will not pay because this is agreement.
What you wrote there,
us.
you didn't deny that 10,000 naira. So, it's just that 50,000 naira that is an issue. Have you accepted the terms of payment? Because that means January you have to give her 20,000 naira. Yes. So it's 20 now. That's the way it is.
Okay, ma. Thank you, ma.
So what have we agreed on? So that I'll be sure you understand it. Narrate it now.
But because I will pay her 10,000 naira this December, January 20, February, I'll complete it. On the ending of February.
You complete it 22. How about the 10,000 naira for the?
That one not the problem. If you give her
that one. You can give her this week.
I'm not talking about that one.
Okay. It's acceptable to you.
Your Honor.
Judge Fumi helps both parties to reach amicable settlement. After the break, Judge Fumi rules.
So the judgment, the defendant is to pay the plaintiff the sum of 10,000 naira for the utility bill within the next 1 week, as you said. Then another sum of 10,000 naira out of his outstanding rent of 50,000 naira. The month of January, 20,000 naira. And February, the balance of 20,000 naira. That's my judgment.
All right.
If your baby daddy is denying paternity of the child to avoid upkeep, or you suspect misattributed paternity situations, submit your case online at www.thejusticecourt.com for a prompt resolution of the matter.
Everyone talks about getting their dream jobs, but what does it take to get that dream job? In a religious society like Nigeria, some people resort to prayer, but did you know that sometimes the only reason you're not getting the job isn't because you don't have the credentials? Many times about how well you can defend your credentials through your presentation and communication skills during the interview. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the rate of unemployment in Nigeria rose to 33.3% in December 2020 from a 27.1% in 3 months. Interview phobia is a major issue that contributes to unemployment in the country. Some individuals are employable but don't know how to express themselves properly, present their resumes, and network effectively. An expert spoke to us about interview phobia and how it has increased the rate of unemployment within the country.
Okay, so I mentioned I struggled. I went to Lagos State University, public university. Nobody taught you any of these things. And so I thought that if I come to the interview space, I would do well because I know I'm good enough. But coming in, it was difficult. I got plenty of rejections, and I made up my mind that if you can get past this thing, you would help other people who are also like you. And so sitting down in that space, I also see people like me, and I feel for them.
According to Student Graduate Report, more than 50% of graduates in Nigeria disclose that communication skill is the least skill their academic education prepared them with.
Like we have a compulsory NYSC every year. I believe the government or the educational sector should do something like when they know somebody's in their final year, maybe they allow them go through a month or so, or they introduce a course and make it mandatory for them to be able to go out there and face the outside world when it comes to interviews, when it comes to networking and all of that. I've seen super amazing, intelligent people lost opportunities because they were not confident, and those who were not so smart but have built their confidence are able to get the job and get these networks and get these opportunities. Especially when you come from a Yoruba or Igbo family where you don't have to look at your dad in the eye. You get that kind of thing. So you have to learn to look at people in the eye when you talk to them. It makes them believe that you are not up to something. You're not hiding anything in your cupboard.
We're going to school or having to attend different schools, all right? They just teach us, we only have syllabus on what they've been doing so far in past years, and there's no trend of bringing in new things.
So the next time you complain about not getting a job, think about how well your CV is prepared. Assess your communication skills during the interview and think about how well you presented yourself.
It's money, but only on your phone. In 2019, the world had over 1 billion registered mobile money accounts, and 50 million of those registrations happened in sub-Saharan Africa. With over $456 billion in transactions, Africa is the largest market for mobile money. But what does this all mean? Welcome to Our Voices. I'm your guest host, Tatenda Gumbo, and this week we are delving into the world of mobile money. Many of you have used your mobile phone to send money or make a payment. How about waiting at your local vendor kiosk to top up your funds on your cell phone? In this show, we will take a look at how cashless economies look around the continent, why they've emerged, and how they can evolve, especially during a pandemic that has affected the entire world. But first, a startup from Nigeria. Paystack became the talk of the tech world last year when it was acquired by US-based payment app Stripe. Stripe acquired Paystack for a reported $200 million, expanding their reach into the African continent. Paystack CEO Shola Akinlade explained how this came to be in a video shared when the company was acquired by Stripe.
I grew up in Lagos, started writing software 2002, 2003. That's when I met Ezra. We went to school together at Babcock University. Sometime in 2015, I figured out that I could charge a card from my computer, that it was cool. At some point I showed OO and I was like, yo guy, this is a company, this is Stripe. We became the first Nigerian company to get into YC. Our story was very simple. The only way we could describe Paystack was like Stripe. Stripe for Africa. So many people were asking me, oh, do you want to meet Stripe for Stripe? Like, do you want to meet the real Stripe? And we did that. We raised a Series A, $8 million from Stripe and Visa.
Quickly, you have raised $10 million to date, and you just finished your Series A, which is at $8 million. So tell us what...
Both companies are really, really aligned. I think we're trying to do the same thing, help people start and scale internet businesses, increase the GDP of the internet. And I think about how over the next few years, there are going to be bigger exits because now it can be done.
Your growth has been, I mean, I think the technical term for it is completely nuts.
If one of the most sophisticated companies in Silicon Valley can acquire a company from our ecosystem, like that is just going to unlock a lot of opportunities. This is going to tell people that you can make things and you can like it can work. You can build your dreams and you can get it done. What would you do if you had all the resources to do it? This is my opportunity to answer that question. I'm a product guy. I just want to work. I just want to shape things. I just want to build stuff. This was the dream and I'm living the dream.
For more on why the Paystack Stripe deal is major for African finance technology and also mobile money providers across the continent, I spoke with Eric Young, CEO and co-founder of GreenTech Capital Partners.
I think that was a confirmation that you can actually have African founder developing solutions and that those solutions can reach a scale that becomes attractive for US large players. And that's kind of the confirmation in terms of the quality of the founder, the quality of the technology, and it's somehow it's a recognition for the ecosystem.
Paystack was a startup. Looking at the continent, we have power players in different regions, M-Pesa in East Africa, MTN in South Africa. What does this deal mean for them? What are the benefits of this Stripe deal?
Well, I have to say that I had most of the feedback was very positive. I think that obviously the founders community was very proud and very excited about what it means, and also it's opening the door also it means that other actors in the US can also come and start engaging with African companies and maybe we can have other exit happening. And therefore, we had this first feeling that we were very enthusiastic. I had some very limited feedback saying that if that was the company was not in Nigeria, was not in Africa, they would have paid more. So my personal point of view, I think that's a good thing because we need to show and demonstrate the quality to the rest of the world to attract more capital in Africa. And I think that that's for me the most important information that I get from Paystack. We become attractive. We have other organizations that are now coming to look to invest in Africa. And for all the angel investors who are supporting the early stage ecosystem, who are already investing and all that dynamic, it encourages also others to enter earlier. So really for me, in that case, I have a lot of positive view. I also think that I could see that, it was for a lot of organizations that was really like, not coming from Europe or really from the US that have built something, etc. So that was really like an authentic companies coming here. And there's no issue, from my point of view, there's no issue in terms of coming and buying because they're coming and making that grow. And that also will have an impact on the other company next to them and help them to grow and create market opportunity for them as well. So I think that it's very inspirational for the smaller companies.
So COVID-19, of course, had a major impact on all industries around the world. How has fintech been affected? Would you say it was badly affected, or was there any good that came out of it?
I think that it has affected positively. I mean, fintech was already the hot sectors in Africa, with the financial inclusion, with the usage of the mobile money. I mean, that was really the hot sectors where a lot of investors was willing to go in. But I think that what the pandemic has brought is that it has brought a consciousness to, from the government. Because until now, you had that dynamic from the young entrepreneurs, who were sensitive to technology and then say, okay, we want to digitalize this, don't allow us to scale, etc. But with the pandemic, it has also shown that their technology can be implemented in large infrastructure, should be used by government to facilitate education, etc., etc. So I think that it has accelerated the digitalization on the continent. If you can see, for example, there was already a little bit of trend regarding health tech solutions, but that's also accelerated. And when it comes to the financial industry, they also have started to look more closer. They were already looking at fintech in Africa, but they have started to look closer. You have also now institutional that are, government institutions that are starting to say, okay, how can we put those kind of fintech solutions and try to see how we can implement them in our infrastructure, in our organization. So I think that had a very positive effect on us.
So later on in the show, we're going to talk about Somalia, which just issued its first mobile money license. We'll also look at Zimbabwe, which has had issues of physical cash in its economy for years and has become a cashless economy using mobile money platforms. But how do you think governments can really work to make their countries cashless? Is it possible, or is it going to be the ecosystem with companies like yourself, with startups and the government coming together to make this a viable choice for people?
Well, if the government can really follow up with what's happening, that is a tough one. But I think that there's actually in Africa transitions where you have more and more new leaders that are coming, who are taking place, who understand also that technology, and that are more open to it. So I think that it contributes to the momentum. And, for organizations like us, we are concerned about the capacity to scale from companies in Africa. We know that in most of the case, it comes from digitalizations, it comes from mechanizations. And therefore, I think this is kind of the area where you have more and more investment VC organizations that are coming, and I think we had despite the COVID, we had an increase of deals in the continent.
So are there any companies that we should be looking at on the African continent if we're interested in fintech? What are some of the homegrown African companies we should be looking out for?
I don't know. I have to say that I think that the news from today is the Flutterwave, which is kind of the first unicorn, like a first real own African unicorn. There's one that I like specifically is I'm not investing into it, and then they are like I think that's they're quite advanced for us. But I like Gene54.
Okay.
Yeah, that's they're not in fintech, but it's interesting to see that you can have on a continent an organization that is using high technology, really concerned about how it's not something very basic, it's very sophisticated, and I think that it shows the quality and the competence existing on the continent.
That was Eric Young, CEO and co-founder of Green Tech Capital Partners, speaking to me from Frankfurt, Germany. Up next, one of Africa's biggest mobile money platforms, Somalia issues its first mobile money license, and how frequent shortages in one southern African country has driven a cashless economy. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
We're bringing women's voices to the conversation, and more than that, we're building a community of inclusion and empowerment.
Here in Kinshasa, campaigns to raise awareness against the spread of coronavirus are common, but getting that information to people who have no access to water, electricity, or money can be a challenge.
We are here at Kalerwe Market in Uganda, Kampala, where in this whole market, women are crying out for their situations to change.
For women, it will be better for us.
I think a big thing for me is just being able to say that when these protests are happening, does it turn around into policy?
Our kids are raped every single day.
This movement got the government to listen. It really was powerful because it showed what is possible when men and women band together and say, enough is enough.
It's not necessary anymore to climb on a car. I can be in any place to cheer with the people.
Welcome back. Mobile money payment and transfer service M-Pesa is one of the first and largest mobile money platforms in Africa. Active in Kenya, Tanzania, Ghana, and even Afghanistan, M-Pesa was launched 15 years ago as a mobile-based payment system for the unbanked. Our Voices asked Kenyans about M-Pesa and how the COVID-19 pandemic has affected business and transactions.
It has been with us and there's been a lot of uncertainties about it, and I'd really love to say M-Pesa has come in so handy. As you know, COVID is a matter of cleanliness, and once we are handling a lot of cash, the risk is very high. So you find that people really try to embrace the M-Pesa and still trying to embrace M-Pesa, even if the public service vehicles, they've embraced that till number. And we continue to, even as passengers in those vehicles, we continue to tell them to give us till numbers and means of paying, not to handle cash, because many a times when you handle cash, you go greeting people. We are not even greeting currently, but you see that phone transaction is helping us curb down the transmission process of that COVID. So I think it's the best solution. And even if COVID, there's a solution to be found, I think the M-Pesa transaction should still continue. We should now stop the cash transactions and continue with the M-Pesa transactions. It was so strong and it is still so strong currently, even now. In fact, even as we are talking, I don't have cash. I use, even paying other things, I use M-Pesa, money I use M-Pesa, and payment is easier that way. So I prefer M-Pesa than the cash transactions.
Me, I can say the customers are still using M-Pesa as before, like when COVID started. It's still the same because it has helped in stem the, how may I say it, the spread of COVID-19.
Pesa kwanza imesaidia vizuri, manake hiyo cash yenye mtu anashikashika.
M-Pesa has helped a great deal because there's no direct contact with cash. You make transaction using the phone because when one coughs and covers the mouth using the hands, the money can be contaminated and help in the spread of the virus. So the spread of the virus is minimized.
Anashikashika mahali, so hiyo spread ya virus kidogo inaweza saidia.
M-Pesa is a technological innovation in itself. You know, when the pandemic just broke out, we had a lot of talk about, you know, don't do cash transfers, you can do them online via M-Pesa. And so in that kind of sense, then you see technology again coming to save the day. And so I think, yeah, M-Pesa did see a great year when it came to the global pandemic.
I was glad to have M-Pesa during the pandemic for safety reasons because money, the exchange of hands, that's how we transfer drums. So having that electronic method to avoid that process was, yeah, it was really, it helped the mind. Personally, I think M-Pesa was strong, especially because they considered the fact that since most of us are going to be using Git, they would need to reduce the rates to cater to different people and our financial abilities. So yeah, I think it was strong.
In February, the Somali government issued the first ever license to mobile money services to the country's largest telecommunication provider, Hormuud Telecom. The company has been privately operating in the Horn of Africa for almost 2 decades. We talked to Abdallah Mohamud, the head of international relations and public affairs for Hormuud Telecom, on what the move means for their nearly 4 million subscribers.
We are very proud to be the first company to be issued or given this license, the first mobile money license in Somalia. And this truly means that Somalia was cashless society before, but now it's officially recognized by the government and the international system, monetary system, whatever the financial systems, as a system that can be relied on, fully complied, and can compete with the rest of the world, and that will ensure more trust from the international business and partners to trust our digital payment systems, and more partners to join us to make Somalia a better place.
And what do these regulations entail? What exactly does it mean when we hear that your company has been licensed by the central bank?
Before the system was there, it was ensured by it was a self-regulation before. What does that mean? It meant that the money that's on the system was parked by our company's deposits in our own other bank, but this has changed, whereby now the central bank of Somalia comes in, they take the deposit, they held the deposit equivalent or more than the money that's on the system. What that means is there will be a guarantee from the central bank that no money will be lost or can be lost within the system, the digital system, EVC system, and a fully licensed company, a digital system.
And for Somalia, of course, there's been a lot of use of the US dollar in circulation on mobile money, all that cash. What does this mean for the shilling? Do you see it being able to be used within your mobile money app, allowing people all around the country to be able to participate in using digital money?
The Somali shillings has been in a bad situation for the last few years, and the confidence of using the Somali shillings has been growing low and lower, to the extent that some business vendors will reject even using it in some areas. So that can be, if it is the time to use in shillings, we are ready and go. We are ready to go.
Do you think that this will increase your subscribers or users that will join in now that there is this regulation?
Certainly, yes. It will give customers more confidence to trust what company we are and who we are, and it will ensure more smooth running within the businesses, because the shilling, the dollars, and the trust, the international partners who were afraid before to use, especially the international NGOs, will be more than ready to trust the system and add more money, and without fearing or having that anxiety of not regulated.
With no end of cash shortages in sight in Zimbabwe, the use of mobile money has become the order of the day in the southern African nation. As Columbus Mavunga reports from Harare, the central bank says it is happy with the situation and wants 90% of all transactions to be electronic.
For years now, Zimbabwe has faced an acute shortage of cash. That has forced people to switch to mobile money. An informal sector is booming in exchanging foreign currency for the local currency, or in some cases, the other way around. The process is known as RTGS, or real-time gross settlement.
So people prefer to use the RTGS for easy movement of doing their business. Yeah, so that's why they're preferring the local currency in RTGS form. Also, it has a better margin when they get it from the streets.
The process is profitable for traders, and some people have left their formal jobs, such as teaching, for it. It's a hustle which is technically criminal. That's why some do not want to be identified.
Zimbabwe's currency is worthless. That's why people, even those formally employed, come to us in the streets looking for foreign currency. That's how we survive.
In a statement to VOA on Monday, John Panonetsa Mangunjka, governor of the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, said he was happy with the current setup where around 80% of the country's transactions are conducted electronically. He said, "Our goal is to see Zimbabwe becoming a cash-light society where at least 90% of the monetary transactions are conducted through electronic products that include plastic money, mobile banking, internet banking, and electronic transfer," he said. But not everyone agrees with him.
In this era, you want to go 100% cashless. But you need to be very careful when you look at statistics. What we are celebrating at 80 and hoping to get to 90 may not actually be a success story. So people still need cash to the extent the electronic money itself is not yet fully acceptable to the transacting public.
Chundu said that's why people often take their local currency the moment they have it and exchange it for US dollars or South African rand to preserve its value in case electronic cash becomes unworkable or is declared illegal. Columbus Mavunga for VOA News, Harare.
Thanks a lot, Columbus. Now, coming up, we share a story of how one woman got creative providing a much-needed service for her community. Stay tuned. We're back and you're watching Our Voices. Today we've been talking about mobile money on the African continent. But mobile money requires an important component, access to internet. In Rwanda, an innovation firm, ARED, is working to connect the unconnected. Henry Nyakarundi, CEO and founder of ARED Group, spoke to VOA from Kigali on the importance of connecting more than 70% of the population.
You know, what we're trying to do is connect the unconnected. You know, in Africa, statistically, 70% of the population are still not connected to the internet or still not using the internet. That's a huge number. If you look at business today, e-commerce, digital money needs internet. All this internet business are focusing on the 30%. And that's the challenge. Everybody's focusing on the 30% of the population that is connected. The middle class, you know, or lower middle class. But there's 70% of the population not connected. And that's where we're focusing on.
Now back to Nigeria. Like many countries in Africa, the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic changed the way many people conducted their daily business. From lockdowns to social distancing, here's a story of how one woman got creative providing a much-needed service for her community.
Civil servant Ruth Oladimeji signed up with Money Point, a mobile money service on whose behalf she helps customers with services such as opening accounts and withdrawing cash. That was in May last year, as restrictions on movement were relaxed after around 2 months. Oladimeji has set up 6 kiosks in her community in just under a year, and in a country where most people live on less than $2 a day, she said she earns more than 60,000 naira, $160 every day.
It has increased my standard of living. It has made my family, that is my daddy's side, my mother's side, it has given me much respect. So it has helped me to be able to support people financially.
Mobile money firms across Africa are ramping up plans to bring banking to millions of people across the continent, after the coronavirus pandemic caused a surge in use of digital financial services. Firms in Nigeria say they have ramped up the number of agents to meet the demand. Solomon Amadi, vice president of Money Point, said the company's banking agents had increased from 8,000 in 2019 to more than 50,000 in February 2021.
Demand has increased because of the influx of people coming into agency banking, and with that demand, we've literally grown like 900% in the industry. We've had like $3.9 billion in transaction revenue processed since the pandemic. And then we've also grown our agents by, I think we have around 50,000 agents now across the country.
However, the preference for cash is deeply entrenched in Nigeria, with long queues into the banking halls, unserviced money dispensing terminals, and imposed COVID-19 safety protocols. Many are unable to visit traditional banking institutions, tagging it tasking and time-consuming. Engineer Taiwo Joseph has been visiting an agent for 7 months for his financial services.
I like coming to an agent because it is very close to my house. And I also don't like going to the bank because of the crowd. And ever since when I've been using this agent, it has been very, their service has been very, very good.
Standing in a roadside orange kiosk featuring a sign with bank logos, Oladimeji's thoughts have turned to offering more services.
Since I see myself to have developed into a microfinance business. Though I'll still be doing my agency banking, but I believe it would have grown to that extent of being a microfinance, maybe in a locality. If microfinance in a locality, helping people to finance, getting their daily savings.
Financial experts say there has been a steady increase in digital and mobile financial services driven by the pandemic and success of fintech firms such as local startup Paystack, which was bought by US payments company Strip for $200 million last year. Reporting for VOA News, this is Mike Ove.
And that's our show this week. On behalf of my Our Voices colleagues, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time. Goodbye.
When you hear of drug abuse, what comes to your mind?
When we say drug abuse, it seems like something that is so distant, but it's happening every day in our homes.
1 in every 4 persons has mental illness.
Regardless of your notion of what drug abuse is, you are sure to get the right meaning here. Welcome to Regardless, an anti-drug abuse television show put together by Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry.
Regardless, the anti-drug abuse show, airing on Plus TV Africa every Tuesday at 5:30 p.m.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osayiwa Besale. You can see I'm so excited. We have Glory in the building. Oh, Mr. Mama, how are you?
I'm fine. What can I say?
It is well. It is well. How are you? How have you been? How's work?
Work has been hectic.
I can see.
Right?
I can see. You sure
you
don't get body, you don't get flesh before. They now want to just finish the flesh of your body.
It's been something else, just trying to catch up. I was away from work for a while, then coming back, just trying to catch up. So many. So I'm just seeing task notices flying up and down.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, okay.
Wow. But this should give you what's it called? A signal to have somebody shadow you. So even if it's as a lower pay.
Yeah, I do have someone, but obviously there are some things which I just have that needs me around. But either ways, I thank God, everything, we're fighting it and we are hanging in there and just doing
It is well, you'll be fine, you'll be fine. I think God will give you the strength beyond what you would imagine.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. Hi. Dee, how are you?
Angry.
What happened?
The rain and Lagos and the madness.
Did you see Ikeja Jerry? My sister sent me a video of Ikeja Jerry. If you see the flood in Ikeja Jerry, I could not believe it. But why is rain falling in November, I beg you?
It's climate change. I mean, the weather has changed all over the world. So
when we say climate change, people don't
understand the ramifications. Yeah.
Even with this one that they are seeing, they are still feeling like, it's not our problem. It is well. Alright, so today in partnership with Enough is Enough, we will be discussing Bayelsa, Imo, and Kogi Gubar elections. So I don't know where we're starting from.
The very beginning.
So I think you guys should start from on my behalf, please.
Oh, okay. So this is our regular partnership in order to educate, enlighten, and empower the public about their role in governance and in moving Nigeria forward. So like you said, this is about Bayelsa, Imo, and Kogi gubernatorial elections. And so elections are the foundation of democratic governance. And as they promote political accountability, citizens' participation, and give voice and power to the people. The elections in Bayelsa, Imo, and Kogi are off-cycle elections, deviating from the regular electoral cycle of general elections in March. So, what is the role? What are the roles of the governors? So, the chief executives of the states are responsible for state administration, law enforcement, and implementation of state laws. And of course, what are the challenges that voters that mitigate against voters' participation? We have corruption, we have limited voters' education, we have voter apathy, and we have instances of violence. Okay, so let's quickly do like a comparison of 2019 versus 2023. So in 2019, now this is about Bayelsa. In 2019, there were 922,562 registered voters as compared to 2023 that gives a record of 1,862. Wow, that's very interesting. And then there was 146,999 voters votes that were cast compared to 2023, which has 1,009,895. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 800. No, I beg your pardon. That is 1,009,895 is the record for collected PVCs in 2023. We do not have a record for 2019. Now, in 2019, we have, oh, sorry, again.
I don't even think they put the votes cast for 2023 for Bayelsa. That's where you
No, they didn't, exactly. This is just going to be, a new
But you can
election.
see the numbers, yes. I wish they could project it.
Are getting involved in
political cycles,
yes, which is, I mean,
Kogi looks really interesting as well, because the margin for Kogi is quite close, and Imo State as well. Imo was 2.2 registered voters in 2019, and 2023 you had about 2.4 registered voters. So it gives us a bit of clarity. Glory, you want to come in?
Yeah, for Kogi we had about, that's 2019, about 1,646,350 registered voters, as against 2023, which we have about 1.9, so about 300,000 difference, but that's like close, sort of. And we have for the collected PVCs, you can see we have about 1.8. There is no record for 2019, but if you look at the figure 1.8, that shows how people are interested in this.
Absolutely, compared to the registered voters, the number of people that collected.
So, and we have for uncollected PVCs, that's 100. So we have for accredited voters for 2019, that's Kogi still 636, and we have voters casted for 2019, that's 624. So we're just going to watch and see the votes being casted for this current election. So what are the key actions for citizens? So what should be expected of you? What's your civic responsibility towards this current election? We expect you to register to vote, select credible candidates, do not be biased in your choices, look for the people you believe can cause a change in your various states, and vote, not fight. Please vote, do not fight. I say vote, do not fight, and protect your vote on election day.
Absolutely, and keep them accountable. So for the Bayelsa, Imo, and Kogi State, just 5 days left. So the governorship elections would happen November 11, 2023. So remember that there's the Office of the Citizen, right, chat box. You just say hello on WhatsApp to 017006381. You get to know your elected officials, your governors, senators, House of Rep members, State House of Assembly members, local government chairmen, and councillors. So, I mean, for those in Imo, Kogi, and Bayelsa, I'm wishing you guys good luck. Like Glory mentioned, RSVP, register to vote, select credible candidate, make sure you read their manifesto, and watch out. See what is happening in the house. Whether they buy 160 million card, because we just don't do that. Read about them, learn. Of course, vote. Do not be violent. Don't fight, and protect your votes on election day. Stay there and keep holding them accountable. Count your votes live at the polling unit. All right. So today we want to discuss this our budget. We will not let it go. And here's what we found as today's quote. It says, Abuja cannot pay its bills. We have to get to serious work. Abuja, as it is today, is choking. This was from Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo, the former Central Bank of Nigeria. So the former governor of Central Bank of Nigeria. So as I mentioned earlier, last week the president presented a supplementary budget of 2 trillion that came with controversial line items such as the presidential yacht, which I hear they have taken delivery of, even though they say that they did not buy it, so we don't know what to believe. The purchase of vehicles worth 1.5 billion naira, as well as 100 billion naira allocated to the FCT. Now, these elicited angry reactions from Nigeria, which led to dropping the yacht and increasing the student loan section to about 10 billion. That story is still a bit sketchy. However, other lineups remain, and today we're joined by Ikeme State, who will join us much later to discuss the FCT cut of the budget. And we're asking, in the larger sense, what can 100 billion do for Nigeria's economy? That 100 billion that has been allocated to the FCT, what can it do for the Nigerian economy? But first, let's quickly go on a break. When we come back from that break, we want to see what we found in today's news. Hi, thanks for staying with us. Now, International Day for Preventing the exploitation of the environment in war and armed conflict is observed annually on November 6th to raise awareness about the devastating impact of war and armed conflict on the environment. This day also serves as a reminder of the importance of protecting the environment during times of conflict. Very, very important day. I hope they keep to, sometimes there are all these treaties, there are all these silent rules that you can't go there, you can't go there. Even in the midst of war, there are some things you're supposed to just preserve. So I hope it is followed through, but it's an important day. All right, so Dee, what did you find for us in today's news?
Okay, so this one is alarming for me because it says cooking gas scarcity hits Lagos, Kano, Katsina, and other states. So up until a couple of months ago, I know the 12.5 kg gas was going for like 9,000. Then it jumped to like about 10,000, and then now it's 14,000 plus. That's even if you say, you know. So I was very interested in that because gas is most of the cities in Nigeria are quite urban, so you would expect that a lot of people are using gas in homes and, you know, all that. And so there is a report that says that you know, the Nigerian liquefied natural gas, you know, made available about 20 metric tons of cooking gas for, you know, a price. And it's actually baffled as to why there is, you know, this scarcity. So for me, I don't know if it is artificial or just, you know, in terms of speculation, because they probably feel there's one policy coming on or just the law of markets, you know. But either way, I know